Mafia's bargain.
Summary. Aurora Ice from Texas was bored with her life on the ranch and being poor. She longed to go to New York and make a new life for herself as a model. She wanted to live the high life and have some excitement. She soon learned the meaning of be careful what you wish for when she meets Abe Ridley, a wealthy businessman who promised to make her famous. Instead, he kidnaps her, making her his prisoner. With no hope of getting away, she had no choice but to do what he wanted. That was until she meets Dominic Quintus. Her life just became more dangerous when Abe trades her to Dominic. He was tall, dark and handsome and was known to have ties to the Mafia. Appalled with being treated like property, she's determined to fight him, refusing to go from being one man's whore to another. But Dominic has a deep, dark secret that he was hiding from everyone. When he meets Aurora, he knows he has to get her away from Abe. So he makes a trade with the man, giving Abe what he's been wanting in exchange for the girl, his car. But not just any car. It had special features that no other had. Chapter 1. Having grown up in a small town in Texas, Aurora dreamed of the day she could leave for New York and break into the modeling business. She wanted excitement, thrills, and to find a man that could fulfill her in so many different ways. After being in New York for 2 months and not having any luck in her modeling career, she had to take a job as a waitress in a small diner to pay for her rent and to eat. It was on a slow day that she saw a man walk in Saturday down. 2 other men were with him. He was gorgeous, his skin tanned. He had long hair which was pulled back into a ponytail, and he wore an expensive suit. She guessed his age to be in the early 20s. Going over, she hands him the menu, giving him a smile. She was surprised when he grabbed her wrist, holding it while he spoke to her. "You're new here. What is your name?" "Aurora. Aurora Ice," she said, feeling the firm grip he had on her. "It didn't hurt though." "Nice name. We'll have the special," he said, letting go of her. After their meal was eaten and the bill paid, he stayed behind while the other 2 men left. He asked her if she could take a break and join him for coffee. Since she was going on break, she accepted his offer. "I am Abe Ridley. You will forgive me for being blunt, but you are too beautiful to be working in a diner. I would think that you were an actress or a model." She smiled and blushed at his compliment. "Thank you. I actually did come here to try and get into modeling, but it's so much harder than I thought it would be. I found out you need to know someone connected to the business before you can even think of getting noticed. You're in luck. I happen to have a friend who owns a modeling company, and one word from me and he'll check you out. I could make some calls if you like." Her eyes lit up. She couldn't believe her look. "Would you?" "Of course, I would. Let me take you to dinner tonight and we can discuss it further." She started to wonder if he was telling her the truth, or was he just saying that in order to get her to go out with him. After all, she didn't know him and had not seen him until today. Seeing her hesitate, he reached over, taking her hand in his. "I know we've just met, and you do not know me, so we can go to a public place. You will be safe having others around. I am telling you the truth about my friend, but I also find you attractive and would love to get to know you." She looks at him. He was so handsome and thought, what would be the harm in one dinner? "Okay, Mr. Ridley, I would love to go out with you." "Excellent," he said, standing up, grabbed a napkin. "Write down your address and I'll pick you up at 7. She was dressed and ready by the time Abe knocked on her apartment door. "Would you like to come in for a drink first?" she asked, stepping aside for him to enter. With his back to her, he checked out the small space that was her apartment and made a face, one of disgust. Turning back to face her, he put a smile on his face. "I've made reservations, so we should go now." "Oh, all right. I'll just grab my purse." When they got downstairs, there was a black Mercedes-Benz with a driver waiting. He opened the door for them and she slid in first, followed by Abe. She was impressed with how much of a gentleman he was being and the way he made small talk with her. The restaurant he took her to was impressive, and they all seemed to know him and were given extra attention. "Those 2 men over there," she discreetly pointed. "They walked in behind us and now they keep staring at us." He placed his hand over hers. "Have no fear. They are my men." "Your men?" she said, raising an eyebrow. "I am a very wealthy and well-known man. They are my bodyguards. A man in my position has many enemies and it's best to have some protection." He gives her a smile. "May I order for you?" "Yes, please do," she answered, taking a sip of her wine. During the meal, she found him to be quite charming, and he didn't try getting fresh with her. She liked that in a man. She felt at ease with him. So when he suggested they go back to his place for a nightcap, and said he would make the call to his friend. She agreed. She didn't think anything bad would happen. Abe placed his hand on the small of her back as he walked her over to the door to his penthouse. He stepped aside for her to walk in first. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was so posh, elegant, and she had only seen something like it in books. "Have a seat and I'll get us some wine," he said, walking her over to the white leather sofa. "Your home is beautiful and so big," she said, taking the wine from his hand when he offered it to her. "I will give you a tour of the place. It has 3 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, an office, den, and an exercise room. You like the kitchen. It has every new appliance. Can you cook?" "Yes," she said, taking the glass from her and setting it down. Took her hand. "Let me show you around and then we can sit and talk. I'd like to get to know you better." "It's amazing," she said when the tour was done. When they sat her down, he moved closer, putting his arm around her shoulder. "If you don't mind, I would like to kiss you." She closed her eyes when he placed his lips on hers. At first, he was gentle, but then he pushed her back and his kiss turned more demanding, crushing her lips. Suddenly she felt fear and putting her hands on his chest pushed him away. More fear crept inside her when she saw the anger flashing in his eyes. He was different now. His demeanor changed and his body became rigid. Just then his phone rang. He moved and standing up answered the call. "Bring her here now," he said and hung up. She stood. "I see you have company coming. If you could order me a cab, I'll go home." "I'll see you get home after I deal with the problem." He goes over to the bar and pours her another drink, popping a pill into it before turning around and going over, handing it to her. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Something didn't feel right to her. She jumped when there was a loud knock at the door. Taking a long sip of her drink, she watched as he went over and opened it. 2 men entered, each one holding the arms of a woman as they dragged her inside. Frowned in fear, all she could do was sit there, speechless. The woman was young, around her own age. She wore an expensive gown and had on a diamond necklace and earrings. "Abe, please," the woman cried out. Aurora gasped when he raised his hand and slapped the woman so hard. If the 2 men weren't holding her, she would have fallen to the ground. "Don't speak," he barked at her. "You have disrespected and betrayed me when you talked to one of my enemies. What should I do with you?" He snapped his fingers and the 2 men backed away. "I'm sorry, Abe. Give me another chance to prove my loyalty to you. I'll do anything you want," she said, tears falling down her face. Abe walked behind her, putting his hand on her neck as he leaned over and caressed her neck with his lips. "Anything?" he asked her. "Yes, anything." His arm went around her neck, and his hand placed on the side of her head. He used blunt force as he twisted, snapping her neck, and she fell to the floor, dead. Standing up, she let out a scream, dropping her glass and spilling red wine over the thick white carpet. Her eyes were wide as she stared at the scene before her. The last thing she remembered before she passed out was Abe cursing that now he would need to have the carpet replaced. Her head was pounding, and when she opened her eyes she had to wait until her vision cleared. Something was definitely wrong. Turning her head, she saw Abe laying with his back to her, and he was naked. She felt sore between her legs and lifting the sheet found she too was naked. Her hand flew to her mouth to stop from screaming when she realized what must have happened, and remembered what he had done to that woman. She moved further from him when she saw he was awake and watching her. "What did you do to me?" "Fukedu," he said with a smirk on his face. "You drugged and raped me," she said, tears filling her eyes. "I had to. I knew how upset you would be after seeing how I dealt with the problem. I really wished you hadn't seen that. Just let me go and I won't tell anyone," she cried out. "I can't do that. You are a witness. Please, I just want to go home." He sat her up. Reaching over, he took a strand of her long blonde hair, twirled it between his fingers. He smiled. "Oh, sweetheart, you are home." It dawns on her that he was never going to let her leave. Not alive anyway. The next 3 weeks were hell. He had taken what little money she had saved in a bank account along with her phone. He had gotten rid of her apartment and all her belongings, and her job was also gone. At first, she fought him and refused his advances, but the more she fought him, the angrier he became and her punishment worse. With the threat of death looming over her head, she knew she had no choice but to do as she was told. Finding out he was Mafia, she realized there was no escape from him or his brutality. The only peace she got was when he went away on business. Sometimes he was gone for days, and she didn't have to endure the SX when he climbed on top of her, grunting and groaning like a pig. She had to close her eyes and pretend she enjoyed it. Any hope of running away was out of the question as he and his men keep watch over her. Soaking in the tub, she wanted to wash away Abe's touch as she cried, wishing she was back in Texas. She kept her parents a secret from him, telling him they were dead. She couldn't risk him going after them. If something were to happen and she did escape, someday she would. That she was sure about. Saturday night was Abe's night to go out to the casino to play cards. He always made her go with him. She was made to sit quietly by his side, dressed in an expensive dress like some kind of trophy. She also had to wear the jewelry that he took from the woman he murdered. This night was again going to change her life. When she meets another powerful and wealthy man, by the name of Dominic Quintus. Now whether it was for the better or not wouldn't be known for some time. Chapter 2. Dominic stepped from his car, adjusting his tie after handing the keys over to the valet. Checking his watch, he headed inside, walking past the slot machines to the back room where the private card games were held. Before he entered, he was patted down for weapons by one of the guards. The one man opened the door and moved so that he could enter. His eyes immediately went to Abe Ridley. He hated that prick. He was ruthless and cruel and word-headed that he was responsible for the death of his own father, making him head of the Ridley Mafia family. Abe's father was a man of honor, and when he gave his word he kept it, but the son was the opposite. You couldn't trust him. Dominic's eyes drifted over to the woman who was Saturday next to him. She was young, blonde, and had this hunted look on her face. He could tell she was scared to death. His eyes met hers briefly until she quickly looked away. She was not Abe's usual type, but judging by his possessive hold on her, he apparently decided to change things up a bit. Abe, he said, holding out his hand to shake the other man's hand. Letting go of Aurora, he stood, shaking his hand. Dominic, have you come back to lose more of your money? No, Abe. What makes you think I will lose? He asked, a smirk crossing his face. Bursting out in laughter, he Saturday back down, putting his arm around her shoulder. I never lose. Sid, I would love to take more of your money from you. He wanted to rip Abe's head off. Are you not going to introduce me to your lady friend? He asked, looking at her. He could see the bruises on her face, that were barely concealed by the makeup she wore. She had on a low-cut dress, and though she was sitting, he could tell she had a great body. Around her neck were a diamond necklace and matching earrings. Don't concern yourself with her. She's nobody, just my bitch. Dominic saw the way she cringed at his words. There was no doubt in his mind that she was there against her will. A round of drinks was brought in, and sat down by a woman with large breasts. Abe took $100 off the table and stuffed it down her top, coping a feel while he was at it. The men all laughed when she let out a disgusted squeal. Are you going to play cards or screw around? Dominic snapped. God, how he hated this man. All right, relax. I'm just having a bit of fun, Dominic, he said, holding up his hands in a mocking gesture. Aurora turned to Abe, lightly tapping his shoulder. What? He asked, snapping at her. Leaning in closer, she spoke quietly. I need to use the ladies' room. Can't you wait? He snapped. She shakes her head. Please, Abe, I really have to go. All right, go, he said, then pointing to one of his men. You, go with her and bring her right back. It bothered him the way Abe was treating her and the way the bodyguard held her arm as they walked away. He had such a tight grip around her upper arm that you could see the skin puckering from around his fingers. It would surely leave a mark. For the first little while, they played some friendly game of poker, before they upped the stakes to $5,000 a hand. Abe was like a child, winning the first couple of hands until he started losing to Dominic. When he saw them coming back, his eyes momentarily met hers, before she turned away and Saturday down next to Abe. It's getting late, Abe, so one more game then I'm out. Then let's up the stakes, he said, and then threw down $10,000. Dominic smiled as the cards were dealt. Looking at his cards, he kept a straight face, and when Abe turned his cards over, showing a straight flush. Yes, he yelled out excitedly. No way you can beat that, Dominic, he said as he started pulling the money towards him. Only a royal flush can beat your straight flush, he answered, turning his cards over. He saw the man's face turning red in anger, and looking over at Aurora, he saw the smirk on her face before she wiped it off so that Abe couldn't see it. Abe banged his fist on the table and swore. He never lost, and he didn't like the fact that he did now. You must give me a chance to win my money back. Sorry, but I'm done for the night, he answered, folding the money up and placing it into his pocket. That is a nice car you are driving, a Bugatti Veyron 16, for Grand Sport. I hear you have added special details to it. Dominic stared into Abe's eyes and smirked. Yes, bulletproof and has the speed of a race car, among other special features added. Without the added features, it is worth $2 million if I'm not mistaken, Abe said, crossing his arms and sitting back in his chair. What say we play one more game? The stakes will be our cars. As you know, drive a Mercedes-Benz. It too is a fine car, and I'll even throw in 100 grand. Dominic lifted his glass of scotch to his lips and looked over at Aurora, and a thought crossed his mind. No more cards, Abe, but I'm willing to make an even trade with you. An even trade, you say? What is it you want? Abe was skeptical. That girl, he said, nodding in her direction, seeing her shocked expression. Abe leaned forward. You would trade the car for my bitch. Why? Dominic stared at her. When I see something I want, I get it no matter the cost. So what do you say? Do we have a deal? Abe, no. Aurora cried out and grabbed his arm. Pulling her hand off him, he slapped her hard across the face and pointed his finger at her. Never interrupt me when I'm talking. Not liking what he saw, Dominic got to his feet, and dropping his keys on the table took out his wallet and pulled out the slip to his car. Last chance, Abe. The car for the girl. He waited while the man leaned in and whispered in her ear before answering him. Deal, he said. Getting up, they shook hands. Abe grabbed her arm and pulled her to her feet. Give me the jewelry, he barked at her. Go with him and behave yourself, or else. I expect you to have her belongings delivered to my home by tomorrow at the latest, he said, giving Abe a stern glare. Consider it done, Abe replied. When she first saw him, she couldn't help but notice how handsome he was with the stubble on his face and dark brown eyes. His dark hair was carefully styled back, his incredible body, his abs rippling through his shirt underneath his suit jacket. He had to be around 6'1" to 6'3". As much as she hated Abe, the thought of being traded to another man, who looked even more dangerous, sickened her, and she felt like throwing up. Even though he was a bit older and SI as hell, there was no way she was going to let him touch her. She would die before she let another man use her. She felt the heat from his hand when he placed it on the small of her back as he led her out of the casino. They stood waiting outside, while he made a call for a car to pick them up. When she shivered from the cool night air, he offered her his jacket, but she shook her head and turned away from him. Though he was just being nice, she didn't want anything of his touching her. Having looked into his eyes that were dark and held mystery, there was also kindness in them. But she also thought Abe was good, and look how that turned out. A dark sedan pulled up and a man in a suit got out and opened the door. Dominic motioned for her to get in, and he then followed behind her. He instructed the driver to turn the heat up. What's her name? He asked when she turned her head to look out the window. When she didn't answer, he cupped her chin and forced her to look at him. I asked you a question and I expect you to answer me. His touch was gentle, not rough or abusive. Aurora Eyes. That's a nice name. I like it. She jerked her chin from his grip. Where are you taking me? My home. We'll be there in about half an hour. I need to stop at the drugstore, she said, looking back out the window. What do you need? The refill for my birth control pills, and some feminine products. But I don't have any money, she said as she kept staring out the window. You have no money? This surprised him. Abe took all my money from me, and my phone. Dominic told the driver where to go, and when they got there, he went inside with her. She handed her prescription to the clerk, and while waiting for it went to get the other things she needed. He raised an eyebrow when he saw how many boxes of tampons she put into the basket. That sure is a lot. Do you need that many? Yes, my periods usually last 10 days, sometimes longer. She turned her back to him and smirked. That ought to stop you from trying anything. He scratched his head, not knowing whether to believe her or not. Since we're here, you might as well get whatever else you need. Shampoo, soap, anything you want. He held the basket as she filled it with shampoo, lotions, soap, and some other items women liked. For fun, he picked up a box of condoms, extra large, and smiled inwardly to himself when he saw the look of horror that crossed her face. Just in case, he said, smiling and shrugging his shoulders when he looked into her eyes. Well, I hope you have someone to use them with, because it sure as hell won't be with me. She scoffed and walked away. Prescription filled, they headed up to the counter to pay for what was in the basket. With him standing so close to her, she could smell the scent, mixed with his cologne, and found it to be quite pleasing. She took a quick glance at him. He was tall, dark, and there was this danger, combined with a heart-stopping magnetism about him. She looked away from him, not wanting to have these thoughts about a man who was no better than Abe. Once they were back in the car and headed to his place, She moved as far from him as was humanly possible. After a while, the car stopped in front of a swanky building, and the driver got out and opened the door. "Would you like me to follow you up?" he asked Dominic. "No, that will be all for tonight." Once in the elevator, she moved as far from him as she could. She had no idea what was going to happen when they got to his apartment. Would he try and force himself on her? Beads of sweat formed on her forehead and between her breasts. When the elevator pinged and the door opened, she stood there, too afraid to move. It wasn't until she felt his hand on her arm that she started moving. He stepped out, and when she didn't move, he took her arm and pulled her out. He knew she was scared to death, and he couldn't blame her. She was given away by a man who was clearly abusing her, and traded to another man whom she had never met. As his hand rested on her arm, he felt her body trembling and felt bad for her. Once he opened the door, he motioned for her to enter, and when she did, she leaned up against the wall, watching him with eyes that were wide open, filled with fear. He placed the bag down on the small table and unbuttoned his jacket and walked over to her, placing one hand on the side of her face. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," he said when her lips began to quiver. He was surprised when she put the palms of her hands on his chest, touching him. His male instinct kicked in, the one where he had this craving to kiss her. So pushing her hair aside, he placed his lips on her neck, loving the feel of her skin. Chapter 3. Fear coursed through her body when she entered the apartment, and she backed up, finding herself up against the wall. She could feel her chest rising and falling rapidly, and when he came up and placed his hand on her cheek, she stared wide-eyed into his eyes. Seeing the gun in the holster under his jacket, she decided to get it and use it to get away. Putting her hands on his chest, she could feel his heart beating. His chest was hard, his muscles so firm beneath her touch, and when he put his lips on her neck, she almost melted. His kiss felt like a feather moving over her neck, sending a tingling sensation shooting through her and down between her legs and right to her core. Pushing away from the feeling that was starting to overcome her, she arched her neck, letting him have more room to move. Her hands moved slowly down, and at the right moment, she took hold of his gun and pressed it against his stomach. Her breathing became ragged when he released her and backed up. "Aurora, what the hell do you think you are doing?" he said, his eyes darkening. She could see the fury in his eyes, and her hand began to shake. "I will not be one man's whore just to be passed down to another. I just want to leave, so unlock the security code, and I'll be on my way." He wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb as he stared angrily at her. "Where can you go with no money and dressed the way you are?" Waving the gun at him, she spoke in a soft voice. "The money you won tonight? Just give me $200. Taking the money from his pocket, he tossed it on the table beside her. "Take it all. There is over 20 grand there." She shakes her head. "No, I only want enough money for a bus ticket out of this hellhole." He moved with such speed, she didn't have time to react when he got right in front of her. With her hand still on the gun, he grabbed the end and pressed it into his chest. "You want to shoot me, then do it, but you ought to take off the safety. Would you like for me to show you how to do that?" His gut told him she didn't have it in her to shoot anyone. He took the gun when she let go and placed it back in his holster. "Please, just let me go," she said, and started to cry. "I can't do that." "Why not?" He stared at her for a moment. "I just can't. Now follow me." As he walked away and looked back, she was still standing by the door. "If you don't come on your own, I will pick you up and carry you." She could tell he was serious, so she followed him like a lamb going to the slaughter. When he opened the door and stepped to the side, she walks in and looks around. It was a large room, but all she could see was the king-size bed, and tears filled her eyes. Her life was a living nightmare, one she couldn't wake from. "This will be your room." She turned to look at him. "My room?" she asked, confused. "Yes, your room. My room is across the hall. Wait here," he said, and left her standing there. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a robe and one of his t-shirts. "You can wear these tonight. Your things will be here in the morning. I'm tired, so I'm going to bed now. I think you will be comfortable here. If you get hungry or thirsty, there's plenty of stuff in the fridge, so feel free to look around and make yourself at home. Good night, Aurora," he said. Turning, he left the room, shutting the door behind him. She was not expecting this. She thought for sure he had brought her in here to have sex. Sitting on the bed, she let out a sigh of relief. For 10 minutes she sat there, just staring straight ahead. Then she got up and checked out her room. There was an ensuite. It was huge. The shower looked inviting, so she tiptoed out. Going back into the front room, she picked up the bag of things they had picked up at the store. His wad of cash still laid on the table. Opening the bag, she took out the box of condoms and looked at it, seeing they were extra large. You wish, she thought to herself as she set them down next to the money. She quietly walked back to her room and shut the door. Going to the bathroom, she turns on the shower. Taking out the shampoo and body lotions, she steps into the shower. A tiny part of her felt guilty for picking out the most expensive items she could find, but it was worth it in the long run. The shampoo made her hair feel so soft and smelled amazing, and the body lotion made her skin feel softer than ever. Stepping from the shower, she dried off with the softest towels known to man. Putting on the t-shirt Dominic gave her, she felt refreshed. It was way too big for her, and she couldn't help but snicker when she looked in the mirror. She was starving, and when her stomach growled, she decided to go find where the kitchen was and have something to eat. Figuring he was asleep, she didn't bother to put on the robe. Checking out the place, she finally found the kitchen and flipped the switch. Turning on a light, she goes to the fridge and takes out the milk, and taking a glass from the cupboard poured herself some milk. She then takes out some lettuce, tomatoes and sandwich meat and starts making a sandwich on some whole wheat bread, spreading some mayo on it. Hearing footsteps approaching, she turned and saw him walking towards her. He was shirtless and wore sweatpants that hung low on his waist. He was a fine specimen of a man with his broad shoulders and chest. He was muscular with a six-pack that had her mouth watering. She had to turn away so as not to keep staring at him. He walks over to the fridge and takes out the milk and poured a glass, his eyes going to the sandwich she was making. That looks really good. Would you mind making one for me too? Clearing her throat, she hands him the one she had finished making. Take this. I'll make myself another one. He took the plate from her and went and sat her down, watching her as he started eating. Being a hot-blooded male, he couldn't help getting turned on. Either way she looked in his shirt and those beautiful long legs. He stopped staring when she turned around and carried her plate over to the table. Does it taste all right? She asked, indicating the sandwich. Yes, very good. I'm going to ask you a question, and I expect you to be honest and answer it. What is a woman like you doing with a man like Abe Ridley, a mafia boss? I didn't know he was mafia when I went out with him, and I didn't have a choice. Tell me about it, he said, sitting back to listen. He said he could help me get into modeling. We went back to his place after having dinner and he put something in my drink. I woke up the next morning naked in his bed with him. He had raped me. And when I told him I wanted to go home, he said I was home. He took everything from me, my phone and what little money I had saved. I was trapped. She decided to leave out the part of witnessing him murder the woman in front of her eyes, and the other things she had seen him do. I'm sorry you had to go through that, he said, reaching over to touch the bruise on her cheek. She removed his hand from her face. He made me his prisoner and now I am yours. You're not my prisoner. She looks at him, and her hopes soaring. So I can leave. I'm sorry, but no, it is safer for you if you remain here. Abe used me for sex and now you are going to do the same thing. I have no intentions of using you for sex. If I were, then you would already be in my bed. I'm not saying I wouldn't like having you in my bed, but it will have to be your choice. I will not force myself on you. You traded your car worth $2 million for me, and are you telling me it wasn't for sex? That's right. Then why did you do it? I have my reasons. She took a bite of her sandwich. She was more confused now than she was before. She wanted to ask him a question, one that she knew would scare her but still wanted to know. Are you mafia? He tilted his head back and laughed. No, I assure you I am not mafia. But you hang around with people who are, and you're friends with Abe. You're obviously very wealthy, so it must come from legal means. He turned serious. His eyes grew dark. Just because one is rich does not mean they've obtained it illegally. Let's get one thing straight. Abe is no friend of mine. I despise that man with every fiber of my being. How I made my fortune is none of your concern. She swallowed the lump that seemed to be lodged in her throat. She had made him angry. You mentioned something about wanting to go home. Where is home and are your parents alive? Texas, and they're still alive. I hadn't talked to them since before Abe took me. Why haven't you talked to them? She looked up and stared at him with tears in her eyes. I didn't want him to know they were alive in case I was able to escape. I couldn't risk him going after them. Besides, even if he knew, I'm sure he wouldn't allow me to contact them. Your folks must be worried to death about you. She lowered her head. I know they will be. His heart went out to her. She was just a young woman who found herself in a bad situation. Then you should call them. Her head shot up and their eyes locked. You let me call them. Yes, but you better not tell them about me or Abe. I won't, I promise. Wait here, he said and got up. He left the room, returning a few minutes later with his cell phone. He hands it to her. I'm trusting you not to tell them about this arrangement, for their own safety. The phone has a special device on it. The calls can't be traced, and the number is blocked. No one can hack into it, so you have complete privacy. She takes the phone from his hand, her own shook. Why are you doing this? Contrary to what you believe, I am nothing like that little prick Abe. She wasn't sure if that was true or not. Have you killed people? Standing there, he looks down at her, surprised that she had the courage to ask the question. He winked at her. Only the bad guys, he said before he started walking out. Dominic, she calls out his name. He stopped and leaned against the wall, looking at her. Yes. If you didn't want me for sex, then why did you trade your car for me? He stared deep into her eyes and replied before walking out. I did it to save your life. She stared at his back as he walked away. She couldn't figure this man out. Holding the phone, she dialed her parents' number. Knowing it was late, her mother answered it after a few rings, and she sounded like she was still half asleep. After an hour of talking and shedding tears, she finally hung up. She hated having to lie to them, telling them how she wasn't able to call them since her phone died, and she was busy working in a diner to pay rent. Her father begged her to come home, but she said she still had hopes of becoming a model and wanted to give it more time. They ended the call by her promising to call them regularly from now on. She Saturday, holding the phone, and cried. All she wanted was to go home. She now realized that was where she belonged, where she was the happiest. She missed the people, her family, and her horse. Chapter 4. The sound of someone knocking woke her up from a restful sleep. Sitting up, she told him to enter and saw him with her suitcases, which he set down. These just came, he said, giving her a smile. Get dressed and we'll go out and have some breakfast. See in about an hour. What do you want me to wear? She asked, not sure if she should wear jeans or a dress. He gave her a strange look, thinking that was a weird question. You can wear whatever you want, but it is just casual. Oh, all right then. It felt good knowing she could dress the way she wanted to. Abe always picked out her clothes, never letting her choose for herself. As Dominic was walking out, she called him back. Here's your phone. Thanks again for letting me use it, she said, holding it out to him. He walks over. Their fingers slightly brushed against each other when he took it from her. You're welcome. Anytime, he said and walked out. His scent lingered even after he was gone. She could tell he had recently come from the shower. His hair was still a bit damp. He was dressed casually in dress pants and a dark blue shirt. The man looked great in everything he wore. Laying back down, she stretched. Last night was the best night's sleep she'd had in weeks. Being with Abe and never knowing when he would show up or what he would do to her, she was always on edge. Getting up, she removed all her clothes from the cases and arranged them in the dresser. She kept out a pair of white slacks and a pink top along with a pair of flat shoes. Once she was ready, she went out to the living room, where he was sitting patiently waiting for her. He smiled when he saw her and stood. Picking up the sports jacket, he put it on. Good, you're ready. I'm starving. Shall we go? Turning off the security alarm, he stepped over to allow her to walk out ahead of him. They were alone in the elevator, and when he stood next to her, she looked at him. I could have made us breakfast instead of going out. I know, but my housekeeper comes today and she doesn't like it when people are around. She says we only get in her way. He looks at her. God, you smell so good. What perfume are you wearing? I'm not wearing any, she answers. He smiled. A woman that smells this good without having something on is unusual, and he liked it. Some women plastered themselves in perfume and heavy makeup, but Aurora wore little makeup. When they got outside, he opens the door to the Jaguar he rented until his new car arrived. Arriving at a small but quaint restaurant, they were shown to a table and handed menus. She couldn't help but notice how the waitress was flirting with him, and all the women in the place turned their heads to check him out. He picked up the menu and started scanning the choices and noticed she hadn't picked her menu up. Are you not going to see what they have, or do you already know what you want? You mean I get to choose? She was shocked. It had been so long since she chooses for herself. Laying his down, he stares at her. I don't know what all that little prick did to you, but you're no longer with him. With me, you can choose whatever you want. You can say what you want and do what you want, except leave you, she said with a great deal of sarcasm in her voice. That's right, he replied. She ordered the breakfast special and coffee. If you're not Mafia, what is it you do for a living? She asks. I believe we had this discussion once before. I'm just curious. Well, if you must know my family, owns the largest shipping company in the world. When my parents died, I took over. Between that and some investments along with several casinos and hotels, I do extremely well. How did your parents die? She asked. They were murdered in their sleep about 6 years ago. Oh my God, that's terrible. Do you know who did it? He felt his blood boil and fought to keep his anger from exploding. No. If you are an honest businessman, then why would you hang around the likes of Abe? That, my dear, is none of your business. Now would you care for anything else, or are you ready to leave? I would like to use the ladies' room before we go. By all means go ahead. He watched as she headed to the restroom and saw her looking towards the exit. He was wondering if she would try and make a run for it. He half expected her to, but instead, she kept on walking until she reached the ladies' room. He had been testing her, leaving the wad of cash on the table in plain view, seeing if any of it would go missing. It was all there when he woke, so he put it in the safe. It would have been so easy for her to steal a few bills. Paying for the meal, they headed out, and getting into the car, he started the engine. We need to make one more stop before going home. She didn't bother to ask where, but after driving for an hour, he turned off onto a dirt road. She started getting anxious. Her heart began racing and she started to sweat, looking at him wide-eyed as she cried out, "Oh God, are you going to kill me?" He chuckled. Now why would you ask such a thing? Because you're going down this deserted road. Maybe you plan on raping me. I don't rape women, and I told you if we were to have sex, it is you that must come to me. Besides, if I were to rape you, I could do it back at my place, not on some dirt road in a car. She sat her day back, still not convinced. When they got further down the road, she saw a dark SUV up ahead, and then two people got out. One a giant of a man, the other a woman with dark hair wearing a dress and heels. Why are we here? She asked nervously. Just some business I have to take care of. He stopped the car and putting it into park turned to her. Stay in the car, he ordered her, and getting out went over to the couple. She watched as he walked over to them. The woman put her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss. She had to turn away from looking when it lasted way too long. Dominic finally had to pull her off him. She was always way too affectionate whenever they met. Eva, what have you got from me? She hands him a thick envelope. Everything you need to know is in here. So who's the girl you got with you? Never mind about her, he said, reaching into his pocket, hands her a small envelope with money inside. Dominic, be careful of who you hang out with. You can't get involved with anyone right now. You know that it's too dangerous. Not just for you but the girl. We're not involved. If it's tail you want, you know I'm more than willing to offer my services. He took her chin in his hands. Eva, don't you ever give up trying to get me into bed. Nope, she said, smiling back at him. I've got to go. Thanks for this, he said, holding up the envelope, and walked back over to his car where Aurora was watching him. Is that your girlfriend? She asked, biting her tongue and wishing she hadn't asked. Just a good friend, he replied. For someone who says he's not Mafia, you sure are acting suspiciously. Who does business in a place like this? He whipped the car over to the side and turned it off. Undoing his seatbelt, leaned in close to her. I do, he snapped, his eyes lowered to look down at her lips. He felt the urge to kiss her but didn't. I'm not liking your tone of voice. I suggest you keep your opinions to yourself. You said I could speak my mind. He cupped her face in his hand and leaned in ever closer. You want to know what I think? What? She snapped. I think you got jealous when you saw that woman kiss me and you wished it were you. Don't look so shocked. I saw you watching us. He went to lower his mouth onto hers. She could see into the depth of his dark and smothering eyes. Her heart started pounding wildly inside her chest when she realized he was going to kiss her. So she put her hands on his broad chest and turned her head away. You're wrong. I don't ever want you touching me. He let out a small laugh and leaning back did up his seatbelt. You're lying to me and yourself, Aurora. He knew she was aroused by the way her breasts were heaving and the way her pupils were dilated. Even the quick flick of her tongue moving over her bottom lip gave her away. It was getting hard keeping his hands off her. His member twitched inside his pants. When they got back to the penthouse, she went straight to her room, not wanting to be around him. She was having mixed feelings about the man. Part of her hated him for keeping her prisoner, and the other half was being drawn to him. He was turning her body into a fiery inferno, making her wet whenever he touched her. She didn't want to feel these things, but damn, the man was hot and oouncing with sexuality. Going into the bathroom, she splashed cold water on her face. She had to stop thinking about him in that way. One day, when his guard was down, she would escape and disappear. The sad thing was she knew She would never be able to go home, as that would be the first place he would look. She also felt that he wouldn't hurt her parents, unlike Abe. Meanwhile, Dominic was in his office, going over the papers Eva had given him, eyes getting sore and back getting tight from the stress. He laid the papers down, leaned back and closed his eyes for a few minutes. He must have dozed off because when he opened his eyes, the room was dark, so he turned on the light, poured himself a double scotch and continued reading. It was getting late, and she wasn't sure if she was to start making dinner or not. Going in search of him to ask, she found him in his office. A small metal trash can was sitting on his desk, and there was smoke coming from it. Obviously, he was burning something. Dominic, she said softly. He had just finished burning the papers. He was reading when he heard her say his name. Looking up, he saw her standing there. She almost seemed to be too scared to speak. Yes, Aurora, what is it? She cleared her throat and moved closer. I was wondering if you wanted me to make dinner. He ran his hand over his face. I feel like having Chinese food tonight. Is that all right with you, or would you prefer something else? I love Chinese food. Good, I'll order it now. Why don't you go ahead and set the table and open up a bottle of wine? He said. Sitting back, he tried not to make it obvious he was checking out her body, even in jeans. She looked hot. The way they hugged, her curves had him thinking dirty thoughts. They soon sat down to eat, finishing off the second bottle of wine. How long were you with Abe? He asked, hoping the wine would loosen her enough to tell him something about the man. I kind of lost track of time after a while. I think about 6 or 8 weeks. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious, that's all. But in that time you must have seen him do things. Like, has he ever killed anyone in front of you? She lowered her head, not wanting him to see the answer in her eyes. I don't want to talk about it. She rubs her temple. I think I've had too much to drink. I'm going to bed. When she went to get up, she lost her footing and he caught her in his arms before she tripped. He kept his arms around her and she looked into his eyes. Her heart started racing and the heat from his body sent tingles throughout her body. Pulling away, she said goodnight and stumbled out, heading to her bedroom. Chapter 5. She'd barely made it to her room and over to the bed before she got dizzy and had to lay down. They were having a good time talking about things they liked. That was until he had to bring up Abe. All she wanted was to forget about the bastard who tortured her for weeks. Removing her clothes and putting on her nightgown, got into bed. Pulling the covers over her, she knew she was sure to have a headache in the morning. Morning rolled around and she sat up in bed, rubbing her forehead. She looked over at the door when Dominic entered carrying a glass of water. I thought you might need these, he said, handing her the water and some pills. Thank you, she said, taking them from him. I have to go out for a while. I might be late. Will you be able to keep yourself busy while I'm gone? You could use the hot tub if you wish. She laid back down. Her stomach felt like there was a storm brewing inside. I'll be all right, but I think I'll stay in bed for now. He let out a small laugh. You did have quite a bit of wine last night. Can I get you anything else before I leave? She shakes her head, and once he was gone, she went back to sleep. It was around 9 at night when she heard him at the door, and he looked so tired and worried, and she felt bad for him. Have you eaten? He sat down opposite her and leaned back, running his hand through his hair. No, I didn't have time. I saved you some dinner. If you like, I can heat it up. He gave her a weak smile. Thanks, I'd like that very much. She went over to the bar and poured him a scotch and handed it to him. It'll just take a few minutes. She heated up the food and called him. Saying it was ready, she set the plate in front of him, and when she did, he grabbed her hand. Thank you. You really didn't have to do this for me. She sat down when he released her. Are you all right? I mean, you look so beat, so sad. It's been a rough day. Nothing went the way it was supposed to, and I'm tired. I need a break, to get away for a while. He takes a bite of his food, watching her. Have you ever been to Spain? Me? No, why? He finished his meal and pushed the plate away. That's where we'll go. She spun around to face him. We? She asked, shocked. Of course we. I wouldn't go and not take you with me. I'll hire a small plane to fly us and we'll stay for a week. Before I forget, I've got something for you. He takes a phone from his pocket and hands it to her. You're giving me a phone? Yes. I remember you telling me Abe took yours, so I figure you should have another one. This way you can call your parents whenever you want. It also has my cell number already in it and also blocked, so no one can trace it. She stared at the phone in her hand. She couldn't believe he had given her one. Her head was all over the place. She was his prisoner, and yet he treated her so good. None of it made any sense to her. There was so much going on here than him having saved her from Abe. Do you like it? It is the top of the line as far as phones go. She looked up at him and couldn't help it when tears filled her eyes. I love it. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me. To be able to stay in touch with my family is awesome. She wasn't thinking when she flung herself into his arms and hugged him. Then when he put his arms around her waist and pulled her closer, she felt his arousal and she quickly moved from his embrace. Her cheeks turned red and she thanked him again. Thank you again. I'm going to bed. Good night, Dominic. Aurora. She stopped to look back at him. Yes. You're welcome, and we'll leave for Spain tomorrow. Nodding her head, she leaves him and heads to her room. There she leaned against the door, hugging her new phone. His arms around her and the warmth of his breath against her neck felt so right, and when his arousal was pressed against her, she felt the flames of desire shooting through her body. She could almost imagine what it would be like to have him make love to her. She just knew it would be amazing, but she just couldn't let that happen. There was no way she would allow another man to use her for their own sexual needs. The next day, she was thrilled to be flying in first class, though she was curious as to why a man of his wealth didn't own his own jet. Dominic, why don't you have your own jet? I did have one, but I found it to be an unnecessary expense. For the number of times I used it, I like this way better. No worries. No hassles. He turns to look at her. You'll love Spain. There's so much to do and see. I will take you boating and show you the sights. Are you not afraid I'll run away? No. I trust you. Besides, you are safer with me than on your own. He takes her hand, looking into her eyes as he kisses the back of her hand. When they finally arrived in Spain, they were driven to a small villa, where he had rented a house by the water. She took a walk through it, and ended up on the balcony overlooking the water. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air was so clean, the sun warm on her skin. Dominic came up behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Open your eyes and see the beauty that surrounds us. She did as he asked, his hands still touching her. It is beautiful. I can't wait to go swimming in the water. It looks so clear, so blue. There are 2 bedrooms. Which one would you like? It doesn't matter, she said. Her heart began to flutter with butterflies when his thumbs caressed her shoulders. We could always share a room, he said, his mouth close to her ear. She stepped away from him in a fit of anger and swung around to face him. I knew it. I just knew it. You were just like Abe. All you want is sex from me, but you are smart, getting me to trust you, to feel safe around you when all along it was your agenda to get me into bed. I'm never going to sleep with you. I'll die first. What she said made him so angry he grabbed her, giving her a shake. Never compare me to that man. Yes, I want you in my bed, but like I told you, it has to be your choice. Another thing, Miss Ice, I wouldn't just forget you. I'd make love to you. Letting her go, he walked away, shouting over his shoulder, I'll take the smaller room. She chewed on her bottom lip, rubbing her arm where he had grabbed her. This was the first time she had seen him angry. She realized now he was joking, and she had blown it all out of proportion, and she felt terrible. Walking inside, she went looking for him. He was in his room putting his clothes in one of the dressers. Dominic, I'm sorry. He stopped what he was doing and turned to her. It is I who should apologize to you. Knowing what you had gone through, my joke was in poor taste, but I will not apologize for wanting you in my bed. I find myself very attracted to you. You are a beautiful woman. She lowered her head, looking down at her feet. I find you attractive too, but I just can't. I'm afraid. He goes over and cupping her chin in his hand lifts her head up, wanting to look into her eyes that were blue, like the color of the sky. What are you afraid of? Is it me? Yes, I don't know you or who you really are. Then you will have to get to know me. I will prove to you that I am not the evil monster you think I am. I don't think you're a monster, she said, looking back into his eyes. This comment pleased him and he smiled. Let's change and go for a walk along the beach and then grab a bite to eat. He was waiting for her outside by the pool, and when she saw him her heart skipped a beat. He looked so handsome in his white pants and a dark blue shirt that matched the color of his eyes. She didn't pull away when he took her hand and held it as they started walking toward the beach. You look lovely on that dress. White suits you, he said, giving her a smile. It made him happy that she let him hold her hand, which fit perfectly in his as if it belonged there. They strolled along the water, carrying their shoes in their hands. She smiled to herself when he rolled up his pant legs so as not to get them wet. Just being here for a little over an hour, she noticed a big change in him. He was less tense, more relaxed. What? he asked when he saw her smiling at him. You seem so different, more at ease. I love it here, always have. As a young boy, my parents would bring me here on our vacation. We would rent a boat and just sail around. Then we would stop and jump into the water and swim for hours. My mother would pack a lunch and we would eat under the sun. She looked up at him as they walked. She could see his memories were making him sad. It sounds wonderful. You miss them a lot, don't you? He stopped and stared out over the water. Yes, he answered, his eyes tearing up. I've never been boating, she said, trying to get his mind off his pain. We'll go tomorrow then if you like? Yeah, I think it would be fun. I'm starving. Can we go get something to eat? I'm hungry too, and I know the perfect place to eat. The food there is amazing and it melts in your mouth. It's not far from here, so we can walk there. After enjoying a lovely meal and dessert, they headed back to where they were staying. She was impressed with how well he spoke the language. You speak Spanish so well. I learned it a long time ago. Figured I'd better since I come here a lot. I could teach you if you like. She cleared her throat before asking a question she hoped wouldn't make him mad. Just how long are you planning on keeping me around? Reaching the steps to what would be their home for the next week, he stopped, letting go of her hand. Till it is safe for you to be free. She shook her head and followed him inside. Something inside of her knew it would be no use in asking him when that would be. She also didn't want to risk making him mad again, since he was in such a good mood. We'll leave early in the morning to go boating, right after we have breakfast. So I think I'll turn in now. If you want anything, I made sure. The fridge was filled with food and drinks. Night, Aurora. Sleep well. Before going to bed, she went and got some juice. Taking it outside, she sat her day on the steps. She called her parents but didn't tell them where she was. After hanging up, she shed some tears, missing them so much, and hoped she would get to see them soon. She slept like a baby that night in one of the most comfortable beds ever. Chapter 6. After she made them breakfast, she'd packed a lunch to take with them. He had said they could stop somewhere to eat, but she insisted on making it herself. Dressed in white shorts and a green t-shirt, she was excited to go. Seeing him in shorts, and those strong muscular legs of his, she got a little turned on, and had to look away before he caught her ogling him. Wow, what a beautiful boat, she exclaimed when he helped her into it. She went and checked down below. Seeing a small compact fridge, she put the lunch inside it. Going back up, she watched him as he made sure there was plenty of gas and checked the life jackets. Everything is as it should be. Are you ready to go? He asked, looking at her. All ready, Captain, she said, saluting him. He smiled and started the engine. He showed her around, pointing out several of the hot spots, and then going further out, he turned off the engine. Boy, it's hot out. Let's put on our swimsuits. When she saw him pick up his suit and started to remove his clothes, she made a yelping noise and shook her head. What are you doing? I'm putting on my bathing suit. You can't, not here. Why not? No one is around to see me except for you, he said, snickering when he saw how red her face turned. Turning her head away, when he continued undressing, she started to go below. I'll change below, she said in a snarky tone. She could hear him snickering. Bathing suit on, she went back up and stood gaping at him. His back was to her. His back was moist with sweat from the sun beating down on him. Her eyes traveled down. He was indeed a fine specimen of a man, with his broad shoulders and his firm bum. When he turned around to face her, she had to quickly look away from his lower half. His suit didn't do much to hide what was underneath it. Ready to go in? He asked as his eyes took in what she was wearing. Damn, he didn't think she would be wearing such a skimpy bathing suit, but he liked it and let out a whistle. Her skin was heating up, not from the sun but from the way he was looking at her. Going over to the edge of the boat, looked over. I'm not sure about this. The water looks cold. It is, but once you're in you will feel so refreshed. Now, are you going to jump in, or do I have to pick you up and toss you in? You wouldn't dare, she snapped, glaring at him. He took that as a dare, and scooping her up, he jumped over and into the water, taking her with him. Her screams rang out loud when they landed in the water. Pushing away from him, she splashed him. You jerk, she squealed. He just laughed at her and started swimming. Once she got used to the cold water, she started enjoying herself. After swimming for a while, she went back over to the boat and held on, watching him do his thing. He was an excellent swimmer, and she liked watching his muscles flexing with every stroke of his arms. Then when he swam towards her, she backed up, getting trapped between the boat and his arms when he placed them on either side of her. His eyes automatically went to her breasts, and saw the droplets of water on them, wanted to lick them off her. Have I mentioned how assy you look in this suit? My eyes are up here, she said, using her hand to motion upwards. I'd like to kiss you. Forget it, she answered back. I do have you tracked, so if I do, there's no way you could stop me. He put his arms around her waist and pulled her close. He felt her shiver, and as he was about to kiss her, a boat came racing towards them and stopped. Dominic saw that it was two men and they appeared drunk. You two need any help? The one said, slurring his words. No, we're fine, Dominic answered. He steered her closer to the boat and told her to get in. He helped her up as the strangers watched. He didn't like the way they were staring at her. As soon as they were in the boat, he grabbed his shirt and had her put it on. You sure, man? She looks like she could be a handful. He turned to the two, his jaw set in a firm line, and his eyes turned dark with the fury he felt rising inside him. I don't want any trouble with you two, so I suggest you leave. There must have been something in the way he looked and spoke to the men that had them turning their boat around and leaving. Dominic, she called out his name. He turns to her, unclenching his fists. Let's eat. All right. I'll go down and bring it up here, and we can let the sun dry us off while we eat. For a second there, the way he was with those men, she got a little scared. There was a dark side to this man, she thought as she went and got the food. She dished out some salad and sandwiches for him, handing him the plate. You look angry, she said, taking a bite of her own sandwich. It's those two drunks. They pissed me off the way they were looking at you. I can't stand it when men get drunk and start behaving that way. Lucky for them they left when they did. I really didn't want any trouble here. Well, they're gone and it's a beautiful day. So let's just forget about them and have fun. I'm hoping that maybe you'll let me steer the boat. He gave her a smile, forgetting all about the drunks. How could he not forget when she took off the shirt and looked so damn hot, that he felt himself getting hard down below, putting the plate on his lap, so that she wouldn't see his hard-on. He ate the salad and looked away from her. Food finished, they decided to lay back and enjoy the sun. He handed her a bottle of sunscreen and asked her if she would rub some on his back. Her hands moved slowly over his back as she spread on the lotion. She closed her eyes for a second when that warm, tingling feeling raced through her. Man, his body was so hard, his skin soft against her hands. My turn to do you, he said. Sitting up, grab the bottle. Come on, don't be shy. Get on your stomach. Laying down, she closed her eyes when she felt his hands on her. He moved slowly, spreading the lotion and rubbed it over her shoulders and down her back. She could feel his hands dangerously close to the waistband of her bikini bottoms. When he slowed down and lingered for a moment, his hands moved down her legs, his touch so soft, like a lover's kiss, as he slowly spread more lotion over her. Then when his hand moved between her legs, she jumped up and shakes her head at him. I wasn't getting fresh, honest. I was just making sure you were completely covered. Taking the lotion, she did her front and laid back down and closed her eyes as he had done. Did you have a boyfriend back home? He asked, turning his head to look at her. Sort of, she answered, keeping her eyes shut. What does that mean? Surely you had guys falling at your feet. There must have been someone special in your life. There was a guy. We dated in high school and for some time afterward. I think I hurt him when I left for New York. He thought we would eventually get married and have kids, but I wasn't in love with him. So you broke the poor guy's heart. I take it you are against marriage and babies. She turned and looked at him. I never said that. I just wasn't ready to settle down. I wanted to live a little and have some adventure in my life first. I don't think I broke his heart, more like bruised his ego. He was the quarterback in the school's football team, and he bragged to his teammates that one day he was going to marry me. I guess you got more of an adventure than you bargained for. If only I had known what was going to happen, I would have stayed back in Texas. Might have had a couple of kids by now. Married to Bert. Dominic let out a laugh. Bert, his name is Bert. Sounds like a flake. He's not a flake. He's strong. And she stopped talking and started to laugh. Nah, you're right. He really was a bit of a flake. You would have been too much of a woman for him. Sensing the meaning behind his words, she turned the table on him. Your turn. Tell me about you. That woman Eva. Was she your girlfriend? No, he said and chuckled. Then tell me, was there someone special in your life? She knew part of that question was lame. If there was someone in his life right now, he wouldn't be here alone with her. I've had several relationships, but none went as far as me wanting to marry them. It was more of a sexual thing with no strings attached. She cleared her throat nervously. It will be dark soon. Should we go back now? Yes. She went below to change, and once they were dressed, headed back to shore. He let her do the driving. Standing behind her, he helped her until she got the hang of it. Back at the house, "Thanks for a lovely day." "You're welcome," he replied. "Are you hungry? I could eat something up for us." "No, I'm not hungry. I am tired though. It's been a long day. I think I'll take a shower and go to bed." "Me too. I can wait. You go ahead and shower first." He went and grabbed a beer from the fridge and sat her down, waiting for her to finish since the place only had one bathroom. He was on his second beer when she came out wearing nothing but a towel. "Oh, I didn't know you were in here." She thought he would have been in his room, and as her room was on the other side house, she had to pass the living room. Clutching her clothes to her chest, she said goodnight and walked past him, feeling his eyes on her. He watched her disappear, swallowed the last of his beer and stood up. He needed a shower now more than ever. A cold one, that is. "What are you doing to me?" he thought as he headed to the bathroom. Of all things to be wearing, you had to come out wearing only a towel. Putting on her nightgown, she dried her hair and got into bed. She was tired from the long day and the heat, and it didn't take her long to fall asleep. It was not that easy for him to fall asleep that night. He had walked into the cold shower with a boner like you wouldn't believe. Not even the shower helped, so he did what any man would do. He took care of business himself. If only she hadn't come out wearing a towel that barely covered her, her breasts protruding out from the towel. He began to think that he should have thought this arrangement over a little more carefully and insisted that she sleep with him right from the beginning, but he was a man of his word, and promised he wouldn't try and force her. She would have to want it and be the one to come to him. Pounding the pillow with his feet, he cursed, and closing his eyes he tried to get some sleep. Chapter 7. Waking up to the smell of freshly brewed coffee, she gets up and puts on a robe and heads to the kitchen. "You're cooking?" she asked, surprised, and raised an eyebrow. "I'm not good in the cooking department. I'm afraid all I can make is coffee and toast," he said, giving her a wink, and went back to buttering the toast. He poured her a cup and set it down in front of her. She takes a sip and gives him a smile. "It's good." Sitting down across from her, he starts eating. "I thought I would take you sightseeing and out to dinner. I know this place that also has dancing, so after showing you around, we'll come back and change for dinner." "Sounds great, but is this place we're going to fancy?" "Yes, it's classy." He noticed her look of discomfort. "Is anything wrong?" "I don't have anything to wear to such a place." "Well, I do have one dress, but Abe never sent it over with the rest of my belongings." "No problem. We'll go shopping for a dress." "I didn't say that for you to buy me a dress," she said, afraid that he might think she was hinting around. "I know. I want to do it," he said, winking at her. They spend the morning seeing the sights, stopping for lunch, and then it was off to buy a dress for her to wear that night. She tried on a dozen dresses. Each one he shook his head at. He did not like any of them. That was until she tried on the last one. It was long, white, thin straps and a plunging neckline. His eyes lit up and he smiled, nodding his approval. Since he was paying for it, she let him choose the dress. He was dressed in his best suit, and was having a scotch when she entered the room. His eyes moved down and back up again. He did find it hard not to stare at her breasts, which looked spectacular from the low cut of her dress. "You look stunning," he said, wanting so much to take her in his arms and kiss her. Going over, she fixed his tie. "Thank you. I feel like a princess wearing this. I've never had anything this beautiful before." She looked up at him and saw the desire in his eyes, so she backed away. Taking her arm and putting it over his, they headed out to catch the cab that was waiting for them. At the restaurant, he ordered for her upon her request. They both had the pellas. It was made with seafood, simmered with green beans, white beans, rice, and herbs. For dessert, they shared a piece of cheesecake. Dinner over with, he paid the bill, and they entered the back room where the dancing was held. A table was ready waiting for them as he reserved it ahead of time. A bottle of champagne was chilling in ice, and he poured them both a glass. She watched the couples dance into some soft, romantic music. She could almost picture what it would feel like dancing in his arms. She wished he would hurry up and ask her. She didn't have to wait long. "Dance with me, Aurora," he said. Standing, he held out his hand for her to take. He had been waiting a long time to hold her in his arms around her waist. He pulled her close, and it felt like he was in heaven when she put her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. "These last few days have been amazing. Thanks for bringing me here." She felt so safe in his arms, and knew that he would protect her from Abe. Her opinion of Dominic was changing. At first, she thought he was evil and cruel. Now she felt she was beginning to know the real man. He was gentle and caring, and she was starting to have feelings for him. "It has been the same for me," he said, letting his lips brush against her neck. After the third dance, they went and sat her down. When a woman wearing a red dress walked over to their table, he got up to greet her. She had long black hair and was so beautiful that Aurora felt a pang of jealousy when they hugged. "Dominic, I didn't know you were coming. It was on a spur of a moment thing, and I didn't come alone." "I can see that," the woman said, looking over at her. "Aurora, I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine, Sami Ruiz," he said, introducing them. They shook hands, but other than a hello, that was all they said to each other. "I must get back to my friends, but I expect you to dance the Argentine tango with me before you leave tonight." She looks at Aurora and smiles when she speaks to her. "It's sort of a tradition with us. Every time he comes to Spain we make a point of doing it. The dance, that is." She couldn't help but notice the meaning behind the woman's last sentence. When Samila walked away, he saw the scowl on Aurora's face. "Is anything wrong?" Turning her head away, she shrugged her shoulders. "No, what could possibly be wrong?" Then she decided to look at him. "Is she one of your lovers?" "Do I detect a hint of jealousy in your voice?" he said, a smirk appearing on his face. He knew women, knew when they were jealous of another woman. "Don't flatter yourself," she scoffed. You must know I met her a few years back when I took dance lessons. She was my teacher. As for being lovers, we have enjoyed each other's company a couple of times." He takes her hand and holds it. "It ended a long time ago. She is now married." Hearing that the woman was married made her feel better, so she relaxed a little. Then when the music started up again, it was for the tango, her heart sank when Samila got on the dance floor and motioned Dominic over with her finger. He looks at Aurora. "Do you mind?" "Of course not. Go ahead," she answered, though she didn't like it one little bit. Everyone cleared the dance area and stood back to watch the two of them do the Argentine tango. Aurora sat her back, sipping on her drink. Everything about the dance was sexual and passionate, and they looked good together doing it. She had no idea he could dance like that. Each step was in sync with hers. She chewed on her nails when his hand moved over Samila's body, and the way they stared into each other's eyes. The dance was intense, hot and sigh. The crowd gasped and clapped as they moved gracefully over the dance floor. It ended with her in his arms. She bent over, their faces almost touching and their lips slightly brushing against each other's lips. Then Samila pulled his head close and kissed him, hard. Dominic moved her up and released her. He was not happy that she kissed him. "You shouldn't have done that. It wasn't part of the dance. Are you worried about your little friend?" "I am with her tonight, and it was disrespectful." "Seems like she thought so too, as she's boating for the door as we speak," she said, her eyes following Aurora. "Damn," he swore and went chasing after her. She had made it outside when he caught up and grabbed her arm, swinging her around to face him. "Where do you think you're going by yourself?" "Back to the house," she snapped back at him. "How do you plan on getting there with no money?" "Then I'll walk," she said and went to walk away, but he stopped her by grabbing her arm. "At this time of night, I don't think so." He flagged down a taxi and motioned for her to get in. As he was paying the driver, she went ahead and started towards the front door and waited for him to come and unlock it. Slamming the door shut behind him, he grabbed her shoulders and pushed her up against the wall. "What has gotten into you?" "Nothing. Now let me go." "Why don't you just go back to your girlfriend? I'll be all right here by myself." "I told you she's married. You're jealous because I did the tango with her." "There's no need to be. It's only a dance. The way you two kissed, it looked like more than a dance. So if you want to go and be with her, then go." He took a hold of her wrists and pinned her arms above her head, his eyes going to her neck, and the urge to kiss it was too great to ignore. She gasped, letting out a soft moan when his lips moved up her neck. Liking the feel of his lips on her, she arched her neck, giving him more room to move around. It felt so good, and she closed her eyes. He moved up to her lips and placed a kiss on them. It was so soft yet sensual. Her heart was thumping rapidly inside her chest, anticipating what she thought was coming next. For the kiss to deepen, she was disappointed and utterly shocked when it didn't happen, and he pulled away, releasing her hands. "Night, Aurora," he said and walked away. He headed straight to his bedroom, leaving her standing there looking hurt. That was the hardest thing he had ever done, when what he wanted to do was tear off her dress and push her up against the wall and make love to her. Her skin felt so soft on his lips, her scent driving him mad with animal lust. She had an amazing body but was dying to see it without clothes on. He sensed that she would be more than willing to give herself to him, but he also knew she had a lot of champagne. When he made love to her, he wanted it to be when she was sober, and that she wanted him as much as he wanted her. Standing there, she watched as he walked towards his room. She wanted to follow, but she was frowning to the spot. Also, he had dismissed her with nothing like goodnight so obviously. He was just toying with her, feeling like a fool for letting her guard down and close to giving in to him. She went and got a drink of water from the kitchen. Once she got to her room, she knew she had to take a shower. She had gotten so turned on by him kissing her neck. Those little kisses set her body aflame with desire, making her core throb and her panties wet. After a cool shower, she dried her hair and applied the scented lotion all over her body. She had hoped by now she would have forgotten how he had made her feel, but no such luck. She was still horny, and wanted to know what it would be like to be made love to by a real man. One tender and giving, not one that just took for his own pleasure. Not bothering to put on a nightgown, she got into bed and laid there thinking about Dominic. Getting out of bed, she puts on her robe and walks slowly to his room. Like a moth is drawn to light, she was drawn to him. She knocks once, and when she heard him call out to enter, she opens the door and walks in. She stood there, staring at him as he laid in bed. She felt paralyzed, not being able to move. But then he sat her up in bed and their eyes locked. Neither one spoke. Chapter 8. He lifted the blanket, patting the empty spot beside him. His eyes sparkled as he watched her undo the belt from around her waist, letting the robe fall to the floor. His eyes took in every inch of her nakedness. "Damn," he said as she walked over. When she reached him, she gets in and lays next to him. And when he leaned over her, she put her hands behind his head, pulling him close. His mouth came down on hers, his kiss slow and passionate, but soon it became more demanding as his mouth pressed down hard, pushing her head deeper into the pillow. She opened her mouth when he pushed his tongue inside, their tongues exploring. She felt his hand sliding ever so slowly down her body, as if he were memorizing every inch of her. The way his hand skillfully caressed her had her moaning, and when he got lower, he rubbed between her legs before placing a finger inside her. "Do you taste as good as you feel? Like a ripe peach that's mine for the picking," he whispered in her ear, swirling his thumb over her swollen bud. The sound of her purr-like moans raised the fire inside him as he moved his lips over her breasts, taking one in his mouth, sucking on the nipple as it hardened. As he moved lower, removing his finger and got between her legs, he could hear her breathy pants when he dipped his tongue in deep, twirling and sucking. His snake was hard and wanting to be inside her, but he wanted to give her as much pleasure as possible first before he got his own satisfaction. She gripped the sheets, her fingers curling around them when he attacked her pussy cat. She squirmed frantically. Her screaming rang out as he flicked his tongue inside her moistened folds. "Oh God," she cried out as a wave of multiple orgasms hit her. Her skin was slick with sweat, her heart pounding, and when he moved up and kissed her, she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing back with more passion than she thought possible. He rubbed his throbbing erection against her crotch. She was so wet. He tore his mouth from hers and looked at her. "Is this what you want?" Moving her hands over his chest, she stared back at him. "Yes, I want this. I want you." He looked into her eyes. The pupils were dilated, her lips plump up as she swiped them with her tongue. "If we do this, you'll belong to me. No other man will ever have you. Is that understood?" She nods. "Take me, Dominic, now." He took her hands and placed them above her head. His mouth came down hard on hers, his kiss demanding, letting her know she was now his. He rubbed his shaft against her, making its way inside her, and he started moving up and down slowly, rotating his hips as he went deeper. His mouth going to her neck, he sucked lightly, his thrusts becoming harder and faster. He felt his snake throbbing, his balls tightening, and he knew he was close to coming. "Come with me, baby," he grunted. His release was so close. Shifting his body, he managed to put her legs up over his shoulders. On his knees, his hands under her bum, he started thrusting in faster. Her cries of pleasure loud in his ears, which excited him more. There was nothing like the screams coming from a woman when she was enjoying sex. He hit that special spot that had her body racked with the most intense pleasure she ever felt. Pushing her legs down, he pounded into her over and over, until there were flashes of lights behind their closed eyelids. He felt her legs wrapped around his waist, her nails running up and down his back, and they came as fast and quick as two wild animals in heat. He collapsed on top of her. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he buried his face in the crook of her neck. the feel of her heart beating against his chest, and the pulse in her neck on his lips. And he had never been with a woman who was so tight. It was the most amazing feeling, the way she wrapped around his cock. So hot, so tight, it made sex better. Rolling onto his back, he took her hand and held it against his chest. That was so good, it never felt like that before. She looks over at him and smiles. Her body ached, but in a good way. He was everything she knew he would be, loving, forceful, and made her feel things she never thought possible. He had awakened something in her that had been buried. Now that he unleashed it, she wanted more. Climbing on top of him, sliding her body up and down, started kissing his neck. "You want more, baby?" he asked, grabbing her and gave it a squeeze. His shaft grew hard. He flipped her over onto her back and he kissed her. Putting his hands on her waist, he turned her over so she was on her stomach, pulling her up so that her bum was sticking up. He ordered her to hang onto the bedpost, which she did. He kissed and caressed her sweet butt before he plunged into her, making her gasp. She let out squeals of pleasure each time he thrust into her, hard and fast, until he released and felt both of their orgasms come to a peak. Her legs gave out and she laid flat on her stomach with him on top, kissing the back of her neck. The bed was a wreck. Sheets had come loose and crumpled beneath them. Pulling a blanket over them, they went to sleep, with her in his arms and her head resting on his chest. He was the first one to wake up and looking over at her. She was laying on her stomach, the covers pulled off. He moved closer, leaning over, started kissing her from the neck and moved down. "Oh, Dominic," she moaned softly when she felt his lips on her. She turned over onto her back and wrapped her arms around his neck. When he got on top and started kissing her, "Let's take a shower together." He smiled at her, his hand moving down her body. "You do know what will happen if we shower together, right?" "Oh yeah," she said, smiling back as she licked her lips seductively. "I think I have unleashed a beast," he said. Getting up, he took her hand and led her into the bathroom. He was right. He had unleashed the sexual beast inside her, and she just couldn't get enough of him. Turning on the water, he pulled her in with him, pushing her up against the wall. His mouth went to her neck, before he savagely attacked her mouth with the hunger of a man dying of thirst. His finger thrusting inside her, he delighted in her screams, as he manually stroked her into an orgasm. He felt her hand moving down his chest, to his stomach, until she reached his manhood, which was hard and aching for relief. He was shocked when she used force to push him back and against the wall, and using her tongue licked the drops of water off his body and got down on her knees. She took him in her mouth. He closed his eyes and leaned back, running his hands through her hair as she licked and sucked, bringing him to the peak of an orgasm. But he stopped her, lifting her up, ordered her to wrap her legs around him, and entered her, holding her up against the wall. His groans and pants mixed with her screams were muffled when he kissed her, bringing them both to another orgasm. She clung to him, her legs around him with their bodies still fused together, lifting her head to look at him, when she felt his snake getting hard again as he stayed embedded inside her. She couldn't believe the stamina of this man. Hey, but she didn't complain when he started pounding into her, and she closed her eyes and let the feeling of satisfaction fulfill her once again. He set her down on her feet, cupping her face in his hands. "You're amazing. I think I may have my hands full with you. You really have a great body. I hope you will be able to keep up with me," she said, a smirk on her face. "Oh, believe me, baby, I will do more than keep up with you. I might be a few years older than you, but you'll never find another man that can satisfy you as often as I can. I can prove it to you right now," he said as his fingers went inside her and started stroking. It wasn't long before he had her begging for mercy. After washing up, she kissed him, her arms going around his neck. "You have worn me out. Are you sure? I could go for another round myself." She pushed him away in a playful manner. "No more. I'm sore now and I'm starting. I'll make us a big breakfast," she said, and stepped out of the shower. He shaved and dressed while she fried up bacon, eggs, toast, and home fries. Going into the kitchen, he smiled when he saw she was wearing one of his shirts. It might be a cliché, but it was always hot when women did that. "Smells good," he said, and sat her down. "Hope you're hungry. I made lots," she said, handing him his coffee. "We have one day left. Is there anything special you'd like to do?" he asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "I have never been to a live show. I mean the ballet or the opera. It's kind of late to get tickets to the opera, but I'm sure I can pull some strings. We should get you a dress to wear." She shakes her head. "No, I want to wear the one you already bought me. It's so beautiful, and who knows when I'll get to wear it again." I just hope we don't run into that woman Sonny Law again. You really don't like her, do you? Actually no, I think she is too fresh with you. Here I thought I was going to be the possessive one, he said, taking her hand and pulling her onto his lap. He started unbuttoning her shirt. I think I need to take you back to bed and show you who's boss. Why not show me here, she said, kissing his neck. He picked her up, carried her over to the counter, Saturday her down, pulling her to the edge by her legs as he pulled down his pants and surged inside her. One hand on her hip, the other one caressed her breasts and watched her as she closed her eyes and started moaning and panting loudly. Faster, Dominic, she moaned. He loved watching her face as he moved faster, going harder and deeper into her as they came together. You're going to end up being the death of me, he said, leaning over, kissed her stomach all the way out till he reached her mouth. Their last night was spent going to the opera, taking a walk along the beach and ending up making love. Now it was time to go home. Chapter 9. When they arrived home, she went straight to her room, unaware he had followed her. He took hold of her arm and swung her around to face him. I want you to move into my room, with me. Are you sure you want that? I mean, what if you want to bring one of your girlfriends home? Won't I be in the way? She asked, teasing him. I'll just have to tell them not to come around for a while, he said, smiling as he removed his shirt, tossing it to the floor. She was sitting on the edge of the bed and he went over, laid her down and started kissing her. He dealt with their clothes quickly and wasted no time in claiming her body, letting her know how much he wanted her. As she lay in his arms, he stroked her face with the tips of his fingers. I have to make a few calls. While I'm doing that, move your things into my room. There's an extra closet and dresser for you to use. Oh, can't we just stay in bed a while longer? She purred softly. The calls are important. We'll have lots of time for this. He laid a passionate kiss on her, before jumping out of bed and pulling on his pants. He looked back at her and she was laying on her stomach, and covered. God, you have the nicest bum I've ever seen. Then he left the room, knowing she was trying to entice him back to bed. Sighing, she threw one of the pillows at his retreating back, but it missed him. Getting up, took a quick shower, and then started moving her things into his room. It was going to be nice sleeping in here. The room was amazing and the bathroom was fit for a queen. Going into his office, he sat her down and started making calls. All went as he expected them to, but for one. So he had to agree to meet with them in person. He was busy putting bullets in his gun when Aurora walked in. Dominic, she said in barely a whisper. He looks up. I have to go out for a while. I won't be gone long. She couldn't help the feeling of dread that swept through her like a storm that was brewing. Do you have to? He walks over, putting his gun in his holster and cupping her face in his hands. I do. Don't look so worried. How can I not worry when I see you carrying a gun? I thought you were a businessman. And yet I get the feeling you are more than that. Please, if you are part of the Mafia, I need to know. It won't change the way I feel about you. How do you feel about me? He asked, still cupping her face. I really like you. I like you too. And no, I am not in the Mafia. Stay inside and don't open the door for anyone. I will have someone watch the place. You'll be safe here. I don't know what's going on with you, but if anything happens to you, Abe will come and take me. He pulled her into his arms. His mouth came crashing down on her in a heated kiss. Letting her go, stroked her face in a loving gesture. Nothing is going to happen to me and he'll never get his hands on you. I'll see to that. She paced back and forth. Her stomach was in knots. There was something he was keeping from her, a secret that he felt he couldn't tell her about. To keep busy, she cleaned the suite, took a shower and prepared dinner, even though she didn't know when he'd be home. As the hours ticked by, she became more anxious. It was close to 10 at night when she heard the key in the lock and he walked in. Sorry I'm so late. It took longer than I thought it would, he said, removing his jacket and gun. Are you hungry? I can heat up the dinner I made. No, I'm not hungry, thanks. He removed his tie and then his shirt, laying it over the arm of the sofa. She went and picked it up to put in the laundry and noticed a mark on the collar. Taking a closer look, she saw it was lipstick. I'm surprised you came home at all, she said angrily. What is that supposed to mean? He asked, looking at her. This, she snapped, pointing to the lipstick. You were with another woman. It's not what you're thinking, Aurora. Like Fouquet, it's not. No wonder you're so late coming home. So who is she? Is it that woman you met? The one who kissed you when we went down that dirt road? Eva, you called her. All right. She was there along with some others. Did you sleep with her? Hell no. He yelled back at her. "Liar," she sobbed, throwing his shirt in his face and went to walk away. He grabbed her arm and pushed her up against the back of the sofa. "I'm telling you the truth. I had to meet with some men and she was there as she's part of what's going on." "Part of what?" "I can't tell you, Aurora. When I was leaving she hugged me goodbye. She must have brushed her lips against my collar. For crying out loud. Do you really think I'd forgive someone else when I have you, who I might say is wearing me out with all the sex we've been having? I'm not the cheating type. I don't have it in me." "I don't know whether to believe you or not," she said, and couldn't stop the tears from falling. He wiped away her tears. "If I had just forged someone, would I be able to do this?" he said, ripping her top open, the buttons popping off and dropping to the floor. His mouth came down hard on hers and picking her up, he carried her towards the bedroom. There he dropped her onto the bed, pulling her pants down. Taking off his own pants, got into bed and on top of her, his hand moving along her body. His mouth moved along her neck, leaving feather-like kisses down to her breasts, his one hand going down and inside her panties. He could feel how wet she was and he growled, "Damn baby, you're so wet." His mouth went to hers as he continued stroking her pussy cat, finally putting his finger inside her. When he knew she was close to coming, he pulled out, removed her panties, pulled her up, unhooked her bra. He kissed, sucked and teased every inch of her until she begged him to take her. He eased himself inside her pussy cat, which was hot and wet, making her moan, calling his name as he started thrusting inside her till they both came together. She lay in his arms. "I need to ask you a favor." "Anything," he replied, kissing the top of her head. "If you want to be with someone else, then don't be with me this way. I won't share you with another woman." She moved and climbed on top of him. "Please don't ever hurt me like that." He reached up and put her hair behind her ears. "I don't want to sleep with anyone else. Hell, woman, I can barely keep up to you. You wear me out and I don't have the strength to bed another woman." "Then I will keep wearing you out, so that you don't want anyone else," she said, grabbing a hold of his manhood. Smiled when it grew hard. Lifting her hips, she guided him inside her and started riding him. She liked the feel of his hands on her breasts as he caressed them. She rose up and down on his shaft, going faster until they both collapsed from their orgasm. Morning. Dominic walks from the bathroom with a towel around his waist. He goes over and takes out the clothes he planned on wearing that day. Dropping the towel, he starts dressing. When he looks in the mirror and catches her watching him, he turns around and smiles at her. "Like what you see?" "Oh God, yes. You have a great body. I just wish it was on top of me," she said, tossing the covers off her, showing him her nakedness. Shaking his head, he walks slowly towards her, letting her get a good look at all of him. As he leans over to kiss her, he grabs the covers, putting them back over her. "You are a little vixen, tempting me like this, but I don't have time right now. There is somewhere I have to be." She lays back and pouts. "You're really going to go, leaving me with this throbbing in my vagina and horny as hell?" He smiled to himself as he finished getting dressed, and then walks back over and takes her chin in the palm of his hand. "Take a cold shower." "That's what I do. Perhaps I should stop and buy you one of those toys that women like to use when they're horny." "Just never you mind," she said, crossing her arms. "Why would I want one of those, when I have the real thing right here that does a better job?" she asked, reaching out her hand and grabbing his crotch. A smile crossed her face when she felt him getting hard. "Oh bloody hell, woman, what are you doing to me?" he asked as he quickly removed his clothes and, tearing the covers off her, got in bed, climbing on top of her. He liked the way she squealed when he thrust inside her. He skipped the foreplay and went straight for it. His kiss deepened as his thrust became faster. His release was coming fast and he hoped she was too, from the sounds she was making, and the way she was moving as she wrapped her legs around him. He knew she was about to peak. "That was amazing," she said, moving her hands over his chest. "Yeah, it sure was. But now I'm really late and will have to take another shower," he said, kissing her cheek and jumping out of bed. "Would you like me to join you?" He shakes his finger at her. "You stay right where you are. I'm already late enough without going another round with you in the shower." "We don't have to do anything but shower," she said, winking. "Yeah, right. As if that's all we'd do," he answered back, knowing damn well he wouldn't be able to control himself around her. She was really getting to him. He craved her all the time, craved the way her body felt under his touch, the way she molded into him as if she were a part of him. And when they weren't together, he felt lost, lonely when they were apart. He was glad she wasn't still in bed when he came from his shower. Now he could dress in peace without being tempted again. She was waiting for him in the other room, holding out a cup of coffee for him. "Thanks," he said, taking it. "How about we go out to dinner tonight? Somewhere quiet." "I'd like that," she said, fixing his tie. "Do you always carry your gun with you?" she asked when she felt it under his jacket. "It's for protection." "If you need protection, why don't you have a bodyguard with you?" He placed the palm of his hand against her face. "I can take care of myself. I do have men around that keep an eye on things, and if I need any assistance they show up." Knowing that he dealt with some criminals, she still couldn't help but be afraid for him. "Just be careful, okay?" "I will. Now I really have to go," he said, giving her a kiss as he walked out. Chapter 10. Dominic stopped to buy her some flowers. Not knowing what her favorite ones were, he decided on roses. Every woman loves roses, he told himself. He entered the suite and calls out her name. His eyes moved from her face and down, moving back up. She had on a short red dress. Her hair was done up on top of her head. It revealed her neck, which he had enjoyed kissing not too long ago. She walked up to him, a smile on her face. "The flowers are beautiful. I assumed they are for me, or had you bought them for your housekeeper?" "They're for you, and may I say you look stunning in that dress," he said, handing her the flowers after giving her a kiss. "Do you need to shower before we leave?" she asked. Taking the flowers from him, she heads to the kitchen to get a vase. "Roses are my favorite, especially red ones." He felt pleased with himself that he picked the right ones. "I'll take a quick one." She was watching the news when he came out. She looked at him. It was saying how there was an explosion on a ship last night that was full of automobile parts and it belonged to Abe. He lost over $2 million. He went up behind her and watched the TV, listening to what the reporter was saying. A wide grin spread across his face. "Now isn't that a shame? It said the ship was one of yours." She looks at him. "Yeah, so it was," he said, not caring. "Then you two lost a great deal of money. Does that not bother you?" He pressed his lips against her ear. "It's only one ship. I have many others. Let's go to dinner. I have reserved a table at that new Italian restaurant." She turned to face him. "Why would you do business with that man?" "I only let him use one of my boats, as long as he's shipping legal items. It's the agreement I have with him, the same as I had with his father. I warned them both from the beginning I would only allow their legit business on one of my boats." Nothing more was said on the subject and they headed out. They were shown to a table near the back, and he ordered a bottle of wine. After their order was taken, and they were alone, he looked into her eyes before kissing her tenderly. Anyone watching them would never guess in a million years that she was actually his captive and not his wife or girlfriend. "Oh my God, Dominic, it's Abe and he's coming this way," she said. Fear coursed through her as she put her hand on his chest. "Don't let him scare you," he said, putting his arm around her shoulder. He turned towards Abe when he got to their table. "Dominic, I'm glad I ran into you. I need a word with you. Now is not a good time. As you can see, we are about to have dinner, perhaps another time, in a more private place," he said, clearly annoyed. "I lost a great deal of money on that shipment that blew up. I would have thought you'd be upset as well since it was one of your boats. I'd really like to know how something like that could happen," he said, ignoring Dominic's request for talking later. "I have people looking into it. You have nothing to worry about as long as you put insurance on your shipment." He smirked, knowing damn well he hadn't. "We will talk another time," Abe said and stood up. He looked down at her. "You're looking good, Aurora." She turned her head away, not wanting to look at the man who tortured her for weeks. This act only made him furious. He was not a man you could ignore. Abe's face turned red and he leaned over the table, getting close to her face. "Look at me when I talk to you, girl," he snapped. Dominic jumped up, putting his hand on Abe's chest. "Back off," he told him. Abe's two guards, who were standing on either side of their boss, moved closer, reaching into their jackets, but stopped when he held up his hand. "You really should teach your bitch some manners, Dominic," he said, turning to look at him. "Do not talk to her that way." Abe straightens up, adjusting his tie, an evil gleamed in his eyes. "It appears you have taken a liking to her. Don't get too close to her. She could be taken from you at any moment. I will leave you now to enjoy your dinner. I will be in touch at a later time." When he was gone, she turned to Dominic. "You shouldn't have talked to him like that. It's only going to make him mad and he might come after you." He took her hand and kissed it. There was a sparkle in his eyes when he spoke. "I'm not afraid of him. He's not going to touch me." How can you be so sure? Let's just say we have an agreement. She let out a sigh, knowing he wasn't going to tell her. I hope that someday you'll trust me enough to tell me what secrets you are hiding. It's not that he didn't trust her, but instead, it was for her safety that she was kept in the dark. He was relieved when their food arrived and their conversation ended. This has got to be the best Italian meal I've ever eaten, she said, pushing her plate away. Would you like some dessert? No, Dominic, I couldn't eat another bite. They sat her day back and finished their wine, talking. She told him about her home in Texas, about her parents, and she told him how she missed riding. Do you know how to ride a horse? He smiled and shook his head. I know how to do a lot of things, but riding a horse is not one of them. I think he would look really hot sitting on a horse wearing a cowboy hat, maybe shirtless too, she said, giggling at that image in her mind. I'm not sure about that, but we could go home and I'll take off my shirt and ride you, he said. After paying the bill, he takes her hand as they leave the restaurant. An eerie silence filled the night air as they walked to where he had parked his car. The light that normally lit up the parking lot was out, making it dark. He held her hand tighter as he looked around him. Something didn't feel right. Is something wrong? She asked when she noticed how quiet he became and was looking around. Taking her arm, he started moving faster. Let's just get in the car. They both turned their heads when they heard footsteps approaching, seeing 4 men walking slowly towards them, carrying something in their hands. One had a gun. Not so fast, said the one carrying a gun. He gave her a light shove towards the car. Get in and lock the doors. Dominic, she said, her voice shaking from fear. Just do it, he snapped at her. She did as she was told. Locking the doors, she watched in horror as the men moved in closer to Dominic. Take the gun from your holster and toss it over here, the man said, waving his gun at him. Dominic glanced back at Aurora to make sure she was inside the vehicle, as he took out his gun and threw it on the ground, kicking it towards the man. Look, guys, he said, holding up his hands. I don't want any trouble here, so why don't you turn around and walk away? I don't want to hurt you. All 4 guys laughed. The one holding the gun tucked it inside his waistband. All right, boys, let's teach this man a lesson. Aurora held her breath as she watched what was going on right before her eyes. It was like watching one of those action movies, The Transporter, where the guy did all these weird kicks and leaps. At one point he used another man as a shield who received the punch intended for him. When one man got behind him, he lifted his legs, kicking the man in the face, knocking him out. He then snapped his head back, slamming into the guy's face and breaking his nose. The man with the gun pulled it from his pants, but Dominic was able to knock it from his hand. Within 15 minutes, he had all the men knocked out cold. She got out of the car and stared at the scene before her. She had never seen anyone fight like that, and watching Dominic, the way he handled himself without barely breaking a sweat, she found that it turned her on. He wiped the drop of blood from his lip with the back of his hand and picked up his gun. Seeing her outside of the vehicle, went over to her. I thought I told you to stay inside. She stared back at him wide-eyed. No, you said to get in and lock the doors. You never said anything about staying inside. He cupped her chin in the palm of his hand. You're trying to be smart with me. I don't think I care for that very much. We better get out of here before they wake up. He opened the passenger door, and once she was inside, he went around, got in, he sped off. That was really something back there, the way you took down 4 guys. Where did you learn to fight like that? I don't know. Here and there, he said, shrugging his shoulders. No way. What you did took training? All right. I did train for years in different arts of self-defense. He looked over at her and saw the strange way she was staring at him. It was a look of admiration and a slight hint of sexual arousal. Am I wrong, or are you a little turned on? She felt the heat rising to her face and knew she was turning red at being called out. So she looks at him, placing the tip of her fingernail between her teeth. My panties are wet, so does that answer your question? She saw him smiling and felt his hand on her leg, moving up. Keeping his eyes on the road, he felt between her legs, which she readily opened wider, and she was indeed wet. I would pull over now and take you, but it wouldn't be safe. So my little Tempest, you'll have to wait till I get you home. She undid her seatbelt and leaned in close and started nibbling on his ear, her hand going to his crotch. She felt how hard he had become and knew he too was aroused. His adrenaline was still pumping from the fight, and now with her hand on him, her teeth grazing his earlobe, he knew he wasn't going to be able to wait. So he pulled off a dirt road parked behind some trees and killed the engine. Take off your panties, he said, moving the seat back, pulled down his pants. Now straddle me." Doing what he told her to, she got on his lap. His hands on her hips lowered her down onto his snake. "Oh God," he grunted when she started grinding into him, her hips moving up and down. He caressed her breasts through the material of her clothes, but could still feel how erect her nipples became. It didn't take long for them to get their release as they both came together. His arms tightened around her when she collapsed, melting against him. They stayed that way for a while until he grabbed a fistful of her hair. Pulling her head up, he kissed her hard, his tongue tickling hers. "That was hot," she said when he finally tore his mouth away, letting her breathe. "It sure was, but let's go home, so that I can make love to you properly." Chapter 11. The moment they stepped inside his apartment, they started tearing off each other's clothes. He reached around to unhook her bra as she started pulling his pants down. Their bodies were on fire, and their kisses were hot and demanding as he pulled her down onto the carpeted floor. Though the bedroom wasn't that far away, he couldn't wait to be inside her. She curled her hand around the nape of his neck and drew his head down for another kiss, and Moen escaped her lips when she felt his hand stimulating her manually. Before the beast found its way in and was buried deep in her sweet heat, blood hummed in her veins, and sparks of desire coursed down her body to curl around her clit. When she felt the brutal strength of his passion, with every thrust, he claimed ownership of her and she screamed out his name. When he brought them both to an orgasm that left them weak and out of breath. Towering over her, he leans down and kisses her. "Let's go to bed," he said. Getting up, he helped her to her feet. Lifting her, he carried her to the bedroom and gently laid her down, getting in next to her. She laid with her head on his chest, her fingers slowly trailing down to his stomach and back up again. "Those men who jumped you, do you think Abe sent them?" "I'm almost sure of it. It is his style. They weren't there to rob us, so I think it was just to teach me a lesson, not to kill me." She lifted herself up and looked down at him. "Did you have something to do with his shipment being blown up? If he suspects that you did, he will kill you. I've seen firsthand what he does to people who betray him." He reached up to play with a strand of her hair. "What have you seen?" "I can't tell you," she said, looking away. "Why not?" She let out a sigh. "That night you made the trade," he whispered in my ear, "that if I told anyone the things I've seen him do, he would find a way to kill me. I won't let him hurt you. I'll protect you. Tell me what you've seen. Please trust me." She laid back down next to him and told him how she witnessed him killing more than one person, and how she overheard conversations about the drugs and weapons he had smuggled into the country. "It's a good thing I got you away from him when I did," he said, holding her close. "Why do you say that?" "Any woman that is with Abe disappears when he gets bored with them, never to be seen again. I knew it would only be a matter of time before he got rid of you, especially since you witnessed so much. I just couldn't let him harm you." "So that's what you meant when you said you made the trade to save my life?" "Yes," he said, nodding his head. "As soon as I saw you, I knew you were there against your will, and I hate when a man hits a woman. I saw the bruises on your face and neck that night. Maybe we should call the police and tell them about tonight." "No, Aurora. He has half of the cops in this town on his tail. I'll deal with him myself when the time is right. Let's just leave here, go somewhere far away, where he'll never find us," she said, looking up at him with tears in her eyes. Her heart felt heavy. Just the thought of something happening to him filled her entire being with sadness. "I can't just pack up and leave. I have a business to run and some unfinished business to take care of. But you're a powerful and wealthy man. You can run them from anywhere." "Aurora, stop. I'm not leaving New York, so just drop it," he said a bit too harshly. "Hey, where are you going?" he asked when she got out of bed. "To take a shower." He laid back, knowing he had hurt her feelings, which was the last thing he wanted to do. Getting out of bed, goes to the bathroom and steps into the shower with her. "I don't recall inviting you," she said, looking at him with hurt in her eyes. He put his hands on her shoulders as he moved closer. "I'm sorry for snapping at you, but you have to understand that I can't up and leave. There are things here that I need to do before I can think about leaving." "What things?" she asked, knowing there was more going on than just his business. "I can't tell you. You just have to trust me," he said, pulling her closer, kissed her, their bodies molding against each other. "I'm afraid," she said when he stopped kissing her. "I told you that I won't let anything happen to you. It's not me I'm worried about, it's you." "Why do you care so much?" he asked, stroking her cheek. With a tilt of her head, she looks up at him. Her eyes glistened. "Surely you must know how I feel about you." His heart skipped a beat. his hands on both sides of her face as he stared into her eyes. Are you in love with me? It had been almost 2 months since he had brought her here, and in that short time, they have grown close. Yes, I have fallen in love with you. She lowered her eyes. Oh, Aurora, I never meant for you to fall in love with me. Her eyes shot up to look at him, her bottom lip quivering. Do you not have any feelings for me, or is it just SX that you want? His tongue swiped across his bottom lip. All I wanted was SX with no strings and no emotions, but you have managed to break through my barriers and into my heart. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. What? She asked. What wasn't supposed to happen? Falling in love with you, he answered, still holding her face in his hands. You love me? She asked. Yes, I am deeply and hopelessly in love with you. Put in his arms around her waist, backed her up against the wall, and kissed her with the passion of a man in love. He knew the last thing he needed right now was to fall in love. The timing was wrong, but what was he to do? It happened so quickly, without warning. Now he would have to make the best of it, and try not to let it interface with his job, the one she could never know about. After enjoying themselves physically, they finished showering and went to bed, falling right to sleep. Morning came and she woke up with a smile on her face, remembering how he told her he was in love with her. Looking over at his side of the bed, she was disappointed to see he wasn't there next to her. Getting up, she threw on a robe and made it to the living room just as he was heading out. Dominic, were you leaving without telling me? He closed the door and walked over to her. You looked so peaceful, I didn't have the heart to wake you, but I did leave a note on the kitchen counter. Where are you going? There's someone I have to see. I won't be gone long. You're going to see Abe, aren't you? She asked angrily, crossing her arms. He gave her a dark stare, and he frowns. Aurora, do not question me in that tone of voice. If I am going to see him, it is none of your business. Just because I declared my love for you does not give you the right to interface in my business. She stepped back when she heard the anger in his voice, and tears stung her eyes. He's dangerous and I'm scared he'll have you killed. Come here, he ordered her. She shook her head and backed further away. Aurora, I said come here. No, please, he said a little more softly when he saw the fear creep into her eyes. She walked over, not sure what he was going to do. It took her by surprise when he pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately before letting her go. I'm sorry for snapping at you, but you must not interface with what I do. I'm sorry, Dominic. Will you at least take one of your bodyguards with you? I'll feel better knowing you won't be on your own. With one arm around her, he let out a sigh as he took his phone from his pocket and made a call. If it ever got out that he let a woman influence his decision, he could be in a whole lot of trouble. Okay, someone is going with me. She threw her arms around his neck. Reaching up, she kissed him, pressing her body into his. She moaned when she felt his hand going inside her robe and caressing her breasts. Oh, Dominic, she said as his kiss deepened. Just then there was a knock at the door and letting her go cursed. Damn, what shitty timing. I'm afraid this will have to wait till later, baby, he said, doing up the belt on her robe. Giving her one last kiss, he left. Later, Dominic and his man, Brian, was shown into Abe's living room and was told to wait. It was only a few moments later that Abe walks in and offers them a drink, which they refused. What do I owe this pleasure, Dominic? I wanted to talk to you about last night. After I left the restaurant, I was attacked by 4 men. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Abe sat back in his chair, staring at Dominic as he sipped on his gin and tonic. Are you accusing me of sending my men to harm you and your bitch? I'm not accusing you, but I am asking. It seems quite a coincidence that it happened after we talked and you were upset with me. I also heard that you want Aurora back. I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. She belongs to me now, and I won't have you calling her names or scaring her. First of all, I had nothing to do with what happened to you. As for the girl, I would like her back. So what will it take for you to give her up? I'm never giving her up, he said, his hands balled up into fists by his side. Abe just smirked. Have you found out what caused the explosion on your boat? The one where I lost my shipment? I did. Someone planted a bomb. Seems you have more enemies than you thought. I do hope you had nothing to do with it, Dominic, Abe said, his voice rising in anger. You know what happens to people who betray me. Now, Abe, I would be a fool to cross you. Besides, I would never blow up one of my own ships, would I? At that moment, a man walked in, and going over to Abe whispered in his ear. His face turned red and he jumped to his feet. When did this happen? he asked as he flung his glass across the room. About 10 minutes ago, the man said nervously. Abe turned to Dominic and Brian. You both have to leave now. Something has come up. He turned to one of his bodyguards. Show them out. One's in the car. Brian turned to him. He sure was pissed about something. The guy is having a lot of bad luck lately. What a shame, he said with a smug look on his face as he drove away. Looking over at Brian, they both broke out in a smile. He had to make another stop before going home. Had to see Eva. They met in the same spot as last time. This time he didn't let her kiss him. He felt it would be betraying Aurora. Chapter 12. He and Brian pulled off the main road and down a dirt road. Stopping when he saw Eva's car, he got out of his vehicle, and Brian waited inside. She was leaning against her car, looking all fresh and classy in her expensive clothes. He stopped her from kissing him and noticed she looked upset with being stopped, though she didn't say anything about it. I see you didn't bring the girl this time, she said, looking over his shoulder towards the car. Not this time. Why did you request that I meet you here? Taking out a pack of cigarettes, she lit one before smoking it. I've been given a message to pass on to you. You are to give the girl back to Abe. That's not going to happen, he said, shaking his head. Word is he wants her and will do anything to get her, even if it means killing you. We can't risk him doing that. We need you. Since she has come to stay with you, you have become sloppy, ignoring your work. He turned to her, took the cigarette from her mouth and threw it to the ground and stomped it out. My work has not been suffering. I'm on top of everything. The girl stays with me, and if you all don't like it, you can kiss my bum. Dominic, if you don't give her back, there will be trouble. You will start a war with Abe, and everything we've been working for will all be for nothing. She places her hand on his arm. Why is she so important to you? He removed her hand, ignoring the question she asked. Then if there's to be a war, we better speed things up and stop him before that happens. My God, have you got feelings for her? Eva asked, lighting another cigarette. My personal feelings are none of your business. Remember that. They aren't going to like it. Are you falling for Abe's girl? She's not his girl, and I don't give a fouquet what they like, and you can tell them that. You can also tell them I'll do my job and they can stay out of my business. He turned and started walking back to his car and Brian, ignoring the words she shouted behind his back. They won't let you keep the girl. What did the Ice Queen want this time? Brian asked when Dominic got in the car and drove off. Nothing important. I need to make another stop and pick up a pizza. After picking up the pizza, he dropped Brian off and headed home. He was pissed and worried about Aurora, more now than ever. He would have to make sure he kept her close, and extra security added. He enters the apartment carrying the pizza and found her glued to the TV, watching the news. She looks up and waves him over. You're not going to believe what happened now. Abe's warehouse caught on fire. Everything is gone. The building and what was inside. The police suspect foul play. Setting the pizza box on the table, he sat her down beside her. Tough luck, he mumbled under his breath. I once heard him talk about that warehouse. It's where he keeps all the drugs until he finds a buyer. If the drugs were in there, he would have lost millions of dollars. This is twice in a week that he lost a great deal of money. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to break him a little, he said, grinning. She looks at him suspiciously. You don't seem surprised. I'm not. A man like him has a lot of enemies. Each time this happened, you were out. What are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I just hope you're not involved, because he has a way of finding out things. You don't have to worry. Now let's have some pizza. I'll go grab us a couple of beers, he said. Getting up, goes to the kitchen. Opening the bottle, he takes a long swallow. The cold liquid tasted refreshing as it slid down his throat. He knew she was starting to put two and two together and thought it was time he came clean with her. But not yet. He would wait a while longer. Later that night, a noise woke him up. Looking over, he saw she was not there. Getting up and throwing on a pair of pants, went to see where she had gone. He couldn't find her anywhere inside, so headed out to the balcony. She was just standing there, looking out over the city, so he went and wrapped his arms around her waist. It looks so beautiful and peaceful at night, but there is so much ugliness also, she said, placing her hands over his. Why are you out here? I couldn't sleep. Why? She turned around to face him. I'm bored, Dominic. I am always cooped up inside. I miss the freedom of going out, just to go shopping or to go for a walk. I don't know how much longer I can live this way. It won't be forever, he answered, kissing her lips softly. How long? she asked sadly. I don't know. I tell you what, tomorrow I'll take you out. It's time to get you some new lingerie, and we'll go for a drive and have lunch. He held her close, feeling bad for her. She didn't deserve what was happening to her, but still, it was better here than on her own with Abe around just waiting to snatch her back. This cheered her up a little. I'd like that. Maybe we could go to the beach and have a picnic. Whatever you want, he said and picked her up. He carried her back to bed. The next day, he decided to make a full day of it, starting by taking her out for breakfast. From there he took her shopping, buying her some new bras and panties, also some S-size nightgowns. Then they took the drive to the nearest beach, where they changed into their bathing suits in the car. With a blanket spread out on the sand, they lay down soaking in the warm sun. After a while, he got bored, so grabbing her hand they went into the water. For 2 hours they swam, played, and she squealed every time he splashed her. I'm starving, he announced. Let's eat the lunch we brought with us. He kept looking at her while they ate, thinking how hot she looked in the bikini he bought her. She saw him staring at her, his eyes glued to her chest. My eyes are up here, she said, pointing to her head. I was just thinking about removing your top and sucking on your breasts. They look delicious. Throwing her head back, she laughed. You're such a horny bastard. Sorry, buddy, but we are on a public beach, so you can just put away those dirty thoughts of yours. Smiling, he looked around. The only people I see are way on the other end of the beach, so we're alone. Laughing, he reached around her and undid the string to her top, pulling it off her. She covered her breasts with her hands. Oh my God, I can't believe you did that to me. Give it back, she screeched as she tried to grab it from him, but instead, he grabbed her arms and laid her down, getting on top of her. I love the way they feel against my chest, he said as his mouth goes to her neck and he starts kissing it, his hand moving between them to grab a hold of her one breast. Oh man, I love the feel of these, he said, his snake getting hard. Closing her eyes, she let that warm feeling course through her body when he touched her. She could feel his hardening shaft pressing into her. They were so caught up in their passion that neither one heard the two men approaching until the one spoke. Hope you plan on sharing with us, buddy. Dominic's head snapped up. Reaching for her top, he shielded her with his body and told her to put it on. There will be no sharing here, boys. Now I suggest you leave before I get mad. After we fouquet her, the one said and turned to his friend. You keep him busy while I take care of the girl. Touch her and I'll kill you, Dominic yelled as he fought the other guy. But it didn't take him long to knock the guy out cold. He went and grabbed the man who was on top of her as she kicked and screamed for him to get off her. He started pounding the man in his gut till he dropped to his feet. When he dropped to his knees, she flung herself into his arms, sobbing. Her eyes went to the two men laying on the ground. Get me away from here. Helping her up, he gathered up the blanket and the leftovers. We can change once we get away from here. She looked over at the men laying on the ground. Are they going to be all right? Yeah, they'll be waking up soon. He takes her hand and they walked to the car and got in. Once they were further away and far from people, he pulled over so that they could put their clothes on. I know you were going to take me out to dinner, but could we just go home and maybe order takeout and watch a movie? She asked, smiling weakly at him. He took her hand in his. Anything you want. We can always go out another night. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it. There is a charity benefit tomorrow night. We could go to that if you're up to it. Will there be dancing? There will be. So is that a yes? Oh yes, I would love to go. She liked the fact that he was being considerate of her feelings and was letting her go out. As long as she was with him, she knew she would be safe. And going to such a function, she figured he'd take one of his bodyguards with them. At home, they showered and ordered takeout and opened a bottle of wine. Finishing off their chicken and pasta, they lay together on the sofa watching the movie Titanic. I talked to my mother today. How is your family? He asked, stroking her head as it lay on his chest. They're all good, but they miss me. Mom asked if I was seeing anyone special, so I told her about you. So what did you tell her? That I met an older man, strong and so handsome that he takes my breath away. Older man, huh? You didn't tell her our situation, did you? Oh God, no. If I had told her the whole story, my father would be here in a flash, with a posse of his friends to take me home. Where I'm from, the men don't take lightly day women being abused or treated that way. So what? They would come riding into town on horses carrying guns and ropes, he asked, chuckling at the image that popped into his head. No, silly, not quite like that. They want to meet you though. He cleared his throat. That's not possible right now. She Saturday up to look at him. I know, but I need to ask you a question and I'd like it if you would give me an honest answer. I'll try. Depends on what it is. You said you loved me, so what happens once whatever this is that's going on, is over with and I'm no longer in danger? What happens? Are we still going to be together or is it also the end of us? He leaned back, running his hand down his face before looking at her. I don't know. Her heart sank at that moment, and she had her answer without him saying another word. I'm going to bed. Night. He Saturday there for the longest time, feeling guilty and knowing his answer hurt her. As much as he loved her, he couldn't be sure if they would remain together. His life was more complicated than she'll ever know. Chapter 13. He entered the bedroom, just as she was coming from the ensuite wearing a short, slinky nightgown. Aurora, he says, his breath hitching in his throat when he saw how hot she looked, the nightie hugging her curves, her breasts so firm, and he felt the stirring of desire filling his very soul. I don't want to talk right now, she said and went to walk past him towards the bed. He grabbed her arm and swung her around to face him, putting her up against the wall. I'm sorry if I hurt you, but as for our future, I cannot give you the answer you're hoping for. I do love you and I've never said that to another woman. Seeing the sadness in her eyes, knowing he was breaking her heart, had to ask, why would you want to be with someone like me? You don't really know me and you might not like the real me. Because I love you and I do know you. You act like this rough and tough guy, but deep down you are gentle and loving. You thrill me, touch me as no other has ever done. You've ruined me for other men, and I can't imagine not having you in my life. He looked down at her, a warm feeling shot through his heart, and his lips came down on her lips in a passionate kiss. His hand moved down her side and up under her nightgown. He slid his hand inside her panties, rubbing her pussy cat. He moaned into her mouth. When he felt the pool of moisture inside her feminine folds, he stopped abruptly, his breathing rapid, heart pounding as he stared into her eyes before lifting her gown up over her head and letting it fall to the floor. Dominic, she moaned, closing her eyes and arching her neck when he pressed against her and started sucking on her neck. Her eyes opened wide when he stopped, wondering why he had. Then she felt his hand slipping down the smooth curves of her sides to rest on her hips as he drew her in. His face bends down into hers in slow motion, like a dream, blurred, and then disappeared as she felt his hot mouth closed over hers. She undid his pants, sliding them and his briefs past his hips. The feel of his hard shaft was warm as it was pressed up against her, and she could feel his hands pushing her panties down. Kicking his pants away, he started pulling her panties down. Not wanting to wait, he tore them. Leaving them in pieces, he threw them down. His snake was hot, throbbing. His balls ached as he lifted her up and she wrapped her legs around him. With her back up against the wall, he grabbed himself and entered her. Hearing her moan, he gripped her bum in his hands and started thrusting hard and fast. His veins throbbed and his heart felt like it was going to explode when he felt the hot juices shooting from his snake as it filled her. He heard her scream from ecstasy when with one hard final thrust they both came. He carried her over to the bed where they lay down, crumbling like sand. He started kissing her neck, moving down to her shoulders. I'll have to take you shopping for a dress to wear tomorrow night. No, I'm going to wear that white dress you bought me when we went away, she said, running her hands through his thick, dark hair. He stopped what he was doing to look at her. I thought women didn't like to be seen wearing the same thing twice. Are you kidding me? I love that dress and it was so expensive. I planned on wearing it as often as I can, she says. Pushing him back down, she got on top and straddled him. Hope you're up for round 2. She smiled when she felt his shaft getting hard, poking her. Oh, my, I guess you are up to it. Morning. Opening her eyes, she lay on her side to watch Dominic get dressed. He had the same routine every morning. First, he would put on his socks, then his pant. Sitting down, his shoes were next, then his shirt, which he would do up. He put his tie on but waited to tie it until after he had his jacket on. He would then go over to the mirror and make sure his hair was in place before fixing his tie. Picking her robe up from the floor, she puts it on and walks over to him. She stands in front of him and starts doing up his tie. You always dress to impress, don't you? He placed his hands on her hips and drew her in closer. He loved her scent and how she warmed him with her smile that lit up her face. No, baby, I undress to impress. Lowering his head, he gave her a kiss that left her moaning in his mouth. The feel of her erect nipples when he placed his hand on her breast had his snake swelling. No, don't stop, she whined when he stopped and pulled away. If I didn't have this important business meeting, to go to, I would rip that robe off you, throw you down on the bed and fuck you all day long. Curling his fingers under her chin, gave her a kiss. I better go now before I change my mind. Will you be home late? She asked. Around 4, and I'll take you out to dinner before we go. She walked him to the door, and there she tried once again to convince him to stay. He laughed and told her she was a naughty girl and left. He talked to the 2 guards outside the door, telling them to stay close to her. She spent the day cleaning, soaking in the hot tub, and when he returned home, they took a long shower together, before getting ready for dinner and the charity benefit. It was a big relief to her that he had a couple of his bodyguards go with them to the benefit. She wrapped her arm through his as they walked into the hall. It was very impressive. All the people were dressed in their finest clothes, and there were waiters walking around with glasses of champagne. He had gotten them a table near the back, and they got settled, waiting for the auction to begin. Tell me what it was like for you growing up as a child, she said, wanting to get to know him better. Well, let's see. As you know, my parents were very wealthy, and my dad was a good, honest man. He taught me how to play baseball, took me fishing, and at times was strict. He always said that just because one was rich, they should treat everyone the same. He taught me the value of money and to work hard. There was none of this screwing around and living off them. He sounds wonderful. What about your mother? She was the greatest, so loving, and was always there for me. She and my dad had a great relationship. They really loved each other. His voice started to crack and his heart ached. They never found out who murdered them. I was over in England at the time, when I got word of what happened. She placed her hand on his arm. I'm so sorry, Dominic. He gave her a weak smile and placed his hand over hers. I think I'll go up to the bar and get us another drink. Do you want the same or something different? I think I'll have a rum and coke this time. I'll be right back. Stay here, he said, and left her alone. She wasn't afraid of sitting there alone. There were many people around and his bodyguards were close by. But that feeling didn't last long when she saw Abe approaching her. She looked over at the bar where Dominic was waiting to be served. Or am I? Don't you look lovely? He said, and sat her down next to her. Her palms got sweaty and her heartbeat sped up. She went to get up, but was pushed back down by 2 men who were standing behind her. Abe's bodyguards. You better leave. Dominic will be back any minute, she said, stammering her words. His hand went on her upper legs, digging his fingers into her flesh through the material of the dress she wore. She winced from the pain and wanted to cry out. She could smell the smoke on his breath when he leaned in to whisper in her ear. I hope you haven't told your lover anything about what you saw when you were with me. Did you? He asked, digging his fingers in more. No, she replied. You better not be lying to me or I'll have to have you both killed. But first I will enjoy fucking you until you beg for mercy. Tears sprang to her eyes and she shook her head. I swear I didn't say anything. She let out a deep breath when he removed his hand and moved further from her. She realized he only did that when she saw Dominic coming back to the table, and he looked pissed. She was right. He was pissed. Slamming the drinks down, he glared at Abe. Excuse me, I believe you're in my seat. When Abe stood, his 2 men moved closer. Tilly waved them away and Dominic spoke. Anger could be heard in his voice. I told you to stay away from her. Relax, will you? I only wanted to say hello and ask if she was happy with you. He looks over at her. Isn't that right, Aurora? She tried to swallow the lump that was lodged in her throat. Not being about to speak, all she could do was nod her head when the 2 men looked at her. If you'll excuse us, Abe, we would like to enjoy our evening. Before I go, I was wondering if you'd care to make another trade with me. What kind of trade? The girl for whatever you want. Dominic shook his head and rolled his eyes. Forget it, Abe. I'm not interested in making any more trades with you. He glanced at her. Pity. I miss fucking her, sweet cunt. Dominic curled his fingers around Abe's collar and pulled him close, their noses almost touching. Shut your fucking mouth before I shut it for you. Abe's guards moved in just as Dominic's men rushed over, all placing their hands inside their breast pockets, ready to use weapons if necessary. But both men knew they were in a room full of people and heads were starting to turn when they noticed a commotion going on. So Dominic released Abe and backed away. His eyes flashed with anger, fists clenched by his side. You shouldn't have put your hands on me, Dominic. I might have to rethink our arrangement that my father put in place. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'm the only one who will ever allow you to transport your goods to other countries. So I suggest you honor your father's agreement. He may be dead, and you have taken over the family business, but he still to this day have men who are watching over you to make sure you don't ruin what you built up for all these years. Abe's eyes narrowed, turning dark and menacing. He was not one who liked being talked to in such a manner. "We will meet again, Dominic," he said and walked away, his men following behind him. Dominic sent his men away and Saturday down beside her, his arm going over her shoulder. "Are you all right? What did he say to you before I got here?" She leaned her head on his shoulder. "He wanted to know if I told you anything. He warned me, if I did he would kill both of us, but first, he would use my body until I begged for mercy. You shouldn't have fought him like that. Abe will not sit back and let it go. He will come after you. He's not a man of honor. He will break whatever agreement has been made. I don't want you to worry. I can handle him." He cups her chin in the palm of his hand, looking into her eyes. "Would you like to go home?" She looked over to where Abe Saturday with his men and she shook her head. "No, I'm not going to let him ruin our night out. We can stay." Chapter 14. When she lowered her eyes, she felt the softness of his fingers caressing her chin. When he turned her face up to look at him, "I want you to know that nothing is going to happen to you or to me." After what just went down, she knew there would be trouble, but forcing a smile on her face, she nodded her head. "Just promise me you'll be careful. Don't underestimate Abe." "I promise. Now the auction is about to start. Let's forget about that prick and enjoy ourselves," he said, placing his hand on her thigh. Her breath hitched in her throat when his hand pressed on the spot where Abe had dug his fingers into. She thought maybe she should have told Dominic, but knew if she had he would have confronted him and a fight would have broken out. Sitting back, she watched as the auction started, and every time Abe bid on something, so did Dominic. But each item he let Abe win the bidding. She had a feeling he was only bidding against him to raise the price. Dominic got some satisfaction from seeing Abe's face whenever he kept bidding against him. He made sure he had to overpay for the items, except for when one special item came up. A lovely young woman modeled it for the people. It was a diamond choker, a necklace that he thought would look great on Aurora. It also seemed as if Abe wanted it too, but this time he wasn't going to get it. "Dominic, what are you doing?" she asked when the bid got up to $50,000. "It's obvious. I'm bidding on the necklace. I think it would look great on you. What with that beautiful long neck of yours?" Her face flushed and she shook her head. "No, I don't want you to buy it for me. It's way too expensive." It was no use. She could tell he was set on buying it, which would also make Abe mad. She began sweating when the bid ended at $200,000, and Dominic came out the winner. When the auction ended, and the person taking the money from the bids came over, he handed her his credit card and instructed her to bring him the necklace right away. He turned to Aurora, putting his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. "That is going to look beautiful on you." The heat from his hand on her waist felt warm, sending a tingling throughout her body. She picked up her rum and coke, finishing it in one swallow. "There's no way I can wear something that costs that much. I would be terrified of losing it." "No worries. I'll have it insured." When the woman came back with his card, she handed him the box containing the necklace. She gave him a S.I. smile before leaving their table. Taking the choker out, he stood up and going behind her placed it around her neck and did it up, sitting back down to admire it on her. "Oh wow, it really looks stunning on you. Do you like it?" "I love it," she said, running her fingers over the stones. Her heart was racing and her breathing quickened. She never had anything this beautiful or expensive in her whole life. "I feel like a princess wearing this and it looks great with this dress. But I can't accept it. It's too much." "You don't have a choice in the matter. I bought it for you. Will you come and dance with me?" he asked, standing up and extending his hand for her to take. She slid her hand into his, feeling the warmth as he led her over to the dance floor. He dominated her when he took her in his arms. She could feel the beating of his heart, even though their clothing when he held her close against him. Their bodies moved in tune with the slow music. Everything from their breathing to how their feet stayed in sync was as if they had been dancing together for years. His warm breath on her neck sent a tingling sensation coursing through her body. "Your dress is bothering me," he said, letting his hand slide down her back. "Why? I thought you liked this dress," she said, a look of shock crossing her face. "I do, but I like it better when it's laying on the floor next to the bed. I better get you home now so that I can make love to you, and I want you to keep the necklace on. Tonight is the night I push your body to its limits." Her skin tingled, and her breath quickened at the thought of what he was going to do to her. Lately, he had been trying different ways of making love, different positions, each one more exciting than the last. He even had names for some of them, like the pretzel and the mountain climber, but her favorite was the hot seat. It gave her the best G-spot stimulation. She was skeptical at first when he had her sit on him, her back to him as he sat her on the edge of a chair, and she rode him moving back and forth. She couldn't help but get wet just thinking of what way he would try tonight. "I'd like to use the ladies' room before we go." He brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Of course, I will take you." When they reached the one near the back of the building, which was not busy, she put a hand on his chest, stopping him from following her in. "You can't come in. Wait here." "Why can't I come in with you?" Just then a woman walked out and gave them a dirty stare. She probably knew what he was up to. "That's why," she said, pointing to the woman's back as she walked away. "It's the woman's washroom." As he stood there waiting, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his head, and fell to the ground and blacked out. Not sure what happened or how long he was out, jumped to his feet, and pushed the bathroom door open and went inside, calling her name as he kicked each stall door open. She was gone. Short of breath and with cold hands, he looked around him as he took out his phone and called for his bodyguards. "She's gone. Someone has taken Aurora." "Did you two see anything?" "No, boss," they said at the same time. "Follow me." They must have taken her out back. Kicking the back door, they ran outside just as a car was speeding away. They were going at a high speed, but he saw her looking out the side window. He couldn't hear her, but was sure she was mouthing the words, "Dominic, help me." He points to a car that was running, but no one was inside, so they jumped in. The three of them then took chase of the other car. "Buckle up, boys. It's going to be a bumpy ride." Dominic said as he took the wheel and followed suit. He swerved to avoid the other vehicles that were on the road. He followed them till they took an off-ramp. Heading out of the city, he had to think quick or else he would lose them, so he took another turn, going down a one-way with traffic coming towards them, swerving to stop from crashing into the oncoming traffic. Horns were blasting. He ran red lights, causing a pileup of vehicles as they crashed into each other, but he kept going. Soon they were out of the city and he was gaining on them. The two men's stomachs were fluttering and sweat dripped down their faces. "You want me to shoot out one of their tires?" the one man asked as he drew his gun. "Are you fucking nuts? Aurora is in that car and she could get hurt. Just wait till we get closer and then you can take the wheel." "What are you planning on doing?" "When we get close enough, I'll jump on the car and make them stop." "Are you fucking nuts, boss?" the one asked him. Aurora Saturday terrified, listening to the two men talking. "He's still following us. Step on the gas." "I'm flooring it already." "Shoot them, you ass," the one driving told the other one who was in the back with her snapped. She looked out the back window, and just knew it was Dominic, and when the man next to her opened his window, getting ready to fire, she reached over, screaming no as she covered the driver's eyes, digging her nails into his eye sockets. The man screamed and started swerving, losing control. The other man pulled back inside and clobbered her over the head with the butt of his gun, knocking her out. It was too late. Having lost control, the car rolled over and down the hill, landing on its roof. The men got out and aimed their weapons as Dominic and his men showed up. Shots were fired from both sides and the bad guys were shot and killed. A piercing pain shot through his heart when he saw the car upside down. Knowing she was still inside, his legs felt like lead as raced down the hill and pried open the door and saw her hanging upside down, blood running down her head. "No, no, you can't be dead," he cried out as he took the knife that was hidden at the bottom of his pant legs, and holding her with one hand cut the seatbelt. Pulling her out, he laid her down on the ground, tapping her face with his hand. Her eyes opened slowly. "Dominic, I knew you would save me," she said, her breath hitching in her throat as tears fell from her eyes and rolled down her face. "Always my sweetheart," he said, checking her injuries. Satisfied that there was nothing serious, he picks her up in his arms and carries her up the hill. One of his men went and opens the car door so Dominic could put her inside. "We can clean up this mess if you want to take the girl home." He Saturday her inside and closed the door. His back felt tight. "Yes, do that and then call someone to pick you both up. Stop and pick up my doctor. I want him at my place to check Aurora. She seems okay, but I want to make sure. Have some of the guys check into these two." He points to the dead bodies. "I want to know who they are and who they are working for." Getting in the car and driving off, he took her hand in his. Bringing it to his mouth, he kissed it. "I was so worried that I had lost you. How am I going to keep you safe?" "You find a way," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. "My dress is ruined. It's ripped and has blood on it," she said, sniffling. Her whole body ached. She had vaguely remembered being in an accident, It was only when she saw the car laying on its roof that the reality of it hit her. He kissed the top of her head. "I'll buy you another one." A smile appeared on his face. She was kidnapped and almost killed in an accident, and she was upset over the dress. When they reached his apartment, he told her to go ahead and get ready for bed, telling her a doctor was coming to check her out. "Do you want to take a shower with me?" Cupping her face tenderly, he smiled. "As much as I'd love to. I have a few calls to make. You go ahead and I'll be in to see you shortly." "Wait," she says, taking off the necklace and handing it to him. "Maybe you should put this in your safe." Chapter 15. Walking into his office, he removed his tie and jacket, and that was when he noticed some drops of blood on the lower part of his shirt. Taking it off, he saw where one of the bullets had grazed his side. Going over to the small bathroom, he takes a wet cloth and washes it off. The last thing he wanted was for Aurora to see it, causing her more worry. He then made a few calls, one to contact, one that no one else knew about. He had to have a backup plan put into place in case things went to shit. Though Eva was his official contact, there was something about her lately that didn't sit right with him. Putting on a shirt that had been left in his office, he put it on and went to answer the door, letting his friend, the doctor, in. Earl was always discreet whenever he was called to take care of him or one of his men who had been injured. "What happened this time, Dominic?" "I was fast asleep when your men came pounding on my door, waking both me and my wife up. Let me tell you, she's not happy right now." "I'm sorry, Earl, but there was an accident, and I need you to take a look at her to make sure she's all right." "Should I ask what kind of accident?" He grinned at the doctor. "It's better that you don't." "What else is new?" Earl scoffed. "Well, take me to her." "Where is she?" "In my bedroom." Earl raised an eyebrow but said nothing as he followed Dominic. His eyes went to the girl sitting up in bed. She had to be close to 10 years younger than Dominic and couldn't help but wonder what she had gotten herself mixed up in. After giving her a thorough examination, he found nothing to be alarmed about. "You'll be fine, miss, but you will have a nasty bump on your head and will be sore for a few days. Just get plenty of rest." Dominic showed him to the front door. "Thanks for coming." "No problem. But the girl is not your usual type, plus she is kind of young, don't you think?" "She's only like 8 or 9 years younger than me." He gave the doctor a light punch on his shoulder. "Who are you to talk? Your wife is 13 years younger than you." "Touche, Dominic. I'll see you later. Bye now." He goes into the kitchen to get them both a glass of juice, and when he entered the bedroom he saw her coming from the bathroom. His eyes went to the marks on her leg, so setting the glasses down goes over, lifting her gown up a little higher. "Shit," he says, lightly touching it with his fingers. "Is this from the accident?" "No," she says, sitting on the bed. "Then how did you get it?" "I sure as hell didn't do this to you," he said, sitting down next to her. "It was Abe. When he came in Saturday next to me, he placed his hand on my leg and dug his nails into me. He wanted me to experience pain when he warned me not to tell about his business." She looks down at the marks that left her leg covered in bruises, remembering how it felt and how she wanted to scream out but was too afraid to. His eyebrows furrowed. He clenched his jaw and his hands balled up into fists. "I'm going to kill that fucker," he growled. Getting up, he was about to leave when she stopped him. His anger frightened her, and she knew what he was planning on doing, and she had to stop him. Placing her hands over the top of us, she stared into his eyes, ones that were filled with rage. "You cannot go to him. It's too dangerous. Please, Dominic, stay with me," she said, sliding his shirt down over his shoulders. "Fuck me. Make us forget what happened tonight, if even for a little while." He could feel her hardened nipples when she pressed herself into him, lighting the fire below. He grabbed a hold of her face, staring into her tear-filled eyes, and his mouth came down on hers. A kiss, so hard and deep that it took their breath away. Pulling away, took hold of the bottom of her nightgown, pulling it up over her head. Looking down at her heaving breasts, he licked his bottom lip. Picking her up, feeling her legs wrap around him, he carried her over to the bed. Lowering her down, he removed his pants and climbed on top, his mouth dominating hers. She had spread her legs for him, and he rubbed his shaft over her pussycat, moaning when she started grinding upwards, trying to entice him into entering her. "Someone's eager," he said, grinning at her when he felt her hand wrap around him. He shifted his body so that she could move her hand up and down him. He sucked on her nipple as she started pumping his snake before guiding it inside her. When he didn't move inside her, she began moving her hips, pushing up so that his snake went deeper. "Dominic, fuck me now." She opens her eyes to look at him. "I want it hard and dirty." I want to feel your snake deep inside me, till it feels like my insides are going to split apart. Hearing her talk dirty got his manhood harder. The blood was humming in his veins, and his balls ached. Pulling out, he flipped her over onto her stomach, raising her hips and hanging onto them as he started pounding into her. Long, hard thrusts that had them both grunting and groaning. He reached around to rub his fingers over her clit. She let out a breathy groan when she came. Still needing his own release, he held her up when he felt she was about to collapse and whispered to her, "Don't move, I'm so close." A sense of satisfaction filled him when he felt her pushing up and steadying herself, so that he could also get the release he was craving. "Oh, Fouquet," he grunted loudly when he releases and filled her with his release. Pushing her legs down, he lay sprawled over the top of her, pushing her hair aside, kissed her neck. She was relieved when he finally rolled off her. After all, he was a much bigger guy compared to her small frame. The sheets were soaked. She could feel the stickiness of their release all over her front and bottom. She let out a giggle. "I think we'll have to shower and change the sheets before we go to sleep." "Can't it wait till morning?" he asked, yawning. "No. Do you really want to sleep in all this wetness and mess?" "I guess not. You go ahead and take your shower. I'll change the sheets." She looked at him wide-eyed. "You're going to change them? Don't look so surprised. Just because I'm rich, I still know how to make a bed when I have to," he said, leaning over to kiss her. "We could shower together and both make up the bed." He laughed. "If I go in there with you, we'll be doing more than showering. Go on now, woman, before I change my mind," he says, giving her a light slap when she went to get up. Coming from the shower, she was impressed to find he had done a great job on the bed. Crawling under the cover, she smiles at him. "You did good, sir." But naked, he walks over and sits on the bed next to her. "Sir, I like that. Maybe next time I'll have you call me that when I make love to you." "I'm not sure about that, unless it's one of those kinky deals where you have me tied up," she said, laughing, but stopped when she saw a certain look in his eyes. "That sounds like fun. Thanks for the suggestion," he said, getting up and going into the bathroom. She laid back down. She was kidding. Didn't think he'd take it literally, but giving it some thought, she felt herself getting turned on. Laying there, she waited for him to come to bed, and when he finally came out from taking his shower with a towel around his waist, he dropped it and got in, pulling her into his arms. That was when she noticed the fresh wound on his side, and wondered why she hadn't noticed it before now. Tracing her fingers over the mark, frowned. "What is this?" "It's nothing," he answered. "Don't tell me it's nothing when it clearly is." "All right, a bullet grazed me tonight." Her hand flew to her mouth and she gasped, "Oh my God, no." He pulls her back down, his arms wrapping tightly around her. "I'm all right. We're both all right, so let's get some sleep now. I'm tired." He sighed quietly when he realized she was going to keep talking. "Do you think that it was Abe who sent those men?" "I can't be sure, but I would bet money that it was his guys. I have my spies checking it out, so I'll know soon." Now that he was talking, he found he was wide awake, but when he looked down at her, he found she was fast asleep. He was trapped with his arm under her and her head and arm across his chest. Not wanting to wake her, he lay still, trying to fall asleep. Her whole body felt as if a truck had run over her. Every bone ached, and when she walked it was with some difficulty, but she managed to get dressed and went looking for Dominic. Finding him out on the balcony, coffee in hand, going over, she takes the cup from his hand and took a drink before handing it back. Using the back of his hand, he stroked her cheek. "How are you feeling today?" "I'm sore, but I'll live." "What are your plans for today?" she asked, taking another sip from his cup. "I was thinking we would just stay in for a few days until things settle down. We could order takeout, watch movies, and use the hot tub." "Is that all?" she asked, smiling at him seductively. Laying his cup on the ledge, pulled her into his arms, his lips going to her neck. "Oh no, baby, there will be a whole lot of lovemaking starting right now." He scooped her up into his arms and carried her back to bed. She was actually surprised that a man like Dominic could stay cooped up inside for days, but he seemed to enjoy their alone time together. For 3 days they ate, slept, made love, watched movies, and soaked in the hot tub. He still conducted business through the internet and by phone. On the 4th night, things were getting pretty hot and heavy between them, as they rolled around on the floor, when there was a loud knock at the door. "Ignore it," he said. His hand started pulling down her pants, but the knocking got louder and longer. Swearing, he gets up and pulls the zipper on his pants back up. She had to laugh at his grumpiness and pulled up her pants when he walked over and opened the door. Seeing how his back muscles tensed up, She knew it had to be someone he didn't want to see. Turned out it was also someone she didn't want to see. It was Eva, and she looked pissed when she stormed in and slammed the door shut behind her. Chapter 16. What the hell are you doing here? He snapped at Eva, pulling his shirt on and doing up the buttons. We need to talk. In your office? No, she said, raising her voice. Though Aurora had never been introduced to the woman, there was something about her she didn't like. Walking over to them, she laced her arm through his. Dominic, she said, looking up at him. Her eyes were asking for answers as to why she showed up here. He looks from one woman to the other. Aurora, this is Eva Reed. Eva, meet Aurora Ice. Without acknowledging Aurora, she walked right past them, heading to his office. I said we need to talk now, she hissed over her shoulder. Turning to face her, he placed his hands on her shoulders. I better go see what she wants. I'll get rid of her quickly. She's been here before, hasn't she? What? He asked, confused by her tone. She knows where your office is, so I take it she's been here. The heat in her belly rose up, jealous at the thought of them sleeping together in the very bed that they themselves had made love in over and over. Christ, jealousy is an ugly thing, Aurora. I'm not jealous of that big-breasted Amazon, she snapped, and turning went to walk away, but was stopped when he grabbed her arm, pulling her back. He laughed at her description of Eva. Yes, she has been here, but not for the reason you're thinking. We work together every now and then. It's nothing physical. He pulled her closer. Lifting her chin up, he kissed her softly on the lips. I'll get rid of her, and then we'll take up where we left off. Don't take too long. I'm wearing crotchless panties. He stopped walking to turn back around to look at her. A shy smile crossed his face. Give me 10 minutes and wait in the bedroom. Oh, and leave the panties on. Eva was pouring herself a drink when Dominic walked in, shutting the door behind him. Well, you took your sweet time getting here. She took a sip of her drink, her eyes looking at him over the rim of the glass. What the hell do you want, Eva? It's late and I want to go to bed. I just bet you do. Your girlfriend can wait till later to get food, KD. I'm here to warn you. Warn me, he said, his eyes flashed with anger. Yes, your actions have pissed off Abe. You showed him up in front of his men at the charity auction and refused to give him back the girl. Everything we worked for is going to shit, because you can't keep your snake in your pants. She walks over to him, placing her hand on his chest. Give him back the girl. That is the only way to get back into his good graces. Do it. She's just one woman. No one of importance, and it's nothing but a slut. Grabbing her by the throat, he pushed her up against the desk, his face so close to hers he could smell the alcohol on her breath. You are never to talk about Aurora like that ever, or I will snap your fucking neck. She pushed him away. Her hand went to her neck and she coughed, trying to get air into her lungs. You're going to regret doing that. Are you really going to ruin everything over some pussycat? Don't tell me you're in love with her. Get out of my home, he said, glaring angrily at her. She waved her hands up in the air. Her body shook and her face turned a light shade of red. Okay, that's it. I'm done with you. Just know this. I'm not the only one pissed off at you. You had put your mission in great danger and a war is going to break out. The mission is over. You're on your own. May God help you. Picking up her purse, she walks out, leaving Dominic for the last time. He pours himself a double scotch and walks out onto the balcony, looking out over the city. He was so deep in thought, he hadn't heard Aurora come out. Only when she touched his arm did he know she was there. I thought you were coming to bed once that woman left. I'm sorry, I needed some fresh air. And to think, that must have been some fight you and Eva had, judging from all the yelling coming from your office. She saw the brooding look on his face when he turned to her. What did you hear? He asked, lines creasing his forehead. I couldn't hear much of what was being said. Do you want to talk about it? No, he answered, turning back to look at the lights that lit the city. Her body brushed up against his side when she moved in close. When are you going to open up and tell me what's going on? He shifted his body so that he was facing her. He looked into her doleful eyes. Placing his hand on the side of her face, he caressed her skin with his thumb. It was obvious that his secrets were hurting her. Just know that I love you. If you loved me, you would tell me what you are hiding from me. Whatever it is, I'll understand and won't judge you. Dominic, I can't go on this way much longer. Not knowing is hurting me. A tear rolled down her face and she turned and ran from him, heading to the bedroom. Falling face down onto the bed, she broke down, crying. He followed her and stood with his back against the bedroom door. He listened to her muffled cries as her face was pressed into the pillow, and her shoulders shook. Slowly walking over, he sat her down on the edge of the bed, his hand stroking her back. I do love you, but I cannot tell you anything. I am asking you to trust me, and when it is safe I will tell you. Aurora, turn around and look at me. I've been sworn to an oath. She flipped over onto her back, wiping the tears away with the back of her hand. Tell me one thing, and be honest. I once asked you if you belonged to the Mafia. Were you telling me the truth when you said you weren't? He pulled her up into a sit-in position, his hands held firmly onto her shoulders. He stared deeply into her eyes, so that she could see the truth when he told her. I am not Mafia, never have been, nor will I ever be. I believe you. I just needed to hear you tell me one more time. At least tell me what you and Eva were fighting about. It had something to do with me, didn't it? With his hands on his face, he rubbed up and down before standing up and taking off his shirt. Eva wants me to hand you back to Abe. She says he is furious that I showed him up at the auction. She thinks I've started a war, and that the only way to avoid it is to give you up. I refused. Now she is done with me. She jumped off the bed to stand before him. What do you mean, done with you? So I was right. There was something going on between you two. Only work-wise, nothing else. What kind of work, and how does she know Abe? Aurora, no more questions. Not now. He placed his hands on her hips, drawing her close, and his mouth came down with force on hers. Not wanting to continue with this conversation, he did the only thing he could think of to get her mind off it. He tore open her robe, letting it fall to the floor. She had on a side black bra and matching panties. His hand moved down between her legs and found out her panties were indeed crotchless. Oh God, I love these panties, he said as he kissed her, his fingers stroking her dampened pussycat and his snake swelled inside his pants. The next part has a more explicit sex scene. Read at your own risk. She was well aware of what he was doing when he started kissing her, but then, she was a sucker for his kisses and the way his hands touched her body. She was putty in his hands, and soon he would be putty in her hands once she undid his pants and reaching in took hold of his hard manhood. Pushing his pants down over his hips, she added pressure, sliding her hand up and down. Hearing him moan her name, he had managed to remove her bra, without her noticing, and started sucking on her nipple while his one hand stroked inside her. Her body was on fire. Her core ached and she let out a cry of despair when he stopped and pulled away. Her heart was racing, her breasts rising and falling rapidly, and she let out a squeal when he pushed her backward, making her fall flat on her back on the bed. She looked into his eyes. They were so intense and full of lust as he kicked away his pants. Crouching at the end of the bed, he grabbed her ankles and pulled her down towards him. She was taken by surprise when he just tore her panties in half and threw them down. Her legs were pushed apart as he got on his knees and put his head between her legs. He attacked her with a vengeance, like a man on a mission, as he sucked, licked and swirled his tongue around. She squirmed frantically under the onslaught of his mouth and felt his hands holding her legs in place. Her body spasmed and convulsed when several SMS hit, one right after the other. She was spent. She opens her eyes, trying to catch her breath when she saw he had his belt in his hand. For a second she thought he was going to hit her with it, but instead, he grabbed her hands and tied them to the bedpost. What are you doing? She asked through breathy pants. Quiet, just do everything I say. I'm going to kick things up a notch, he said, grabbing his tie covered her eyes. Just relax and enjoy. I won't hurt you. Actual excitement was building up, and she was anticipating what was to come. She could feel him moving up, felt his snake touching her face. I want you to suck on me, just the tip, and run your tongue over it. He closed his eyes and moaned when she followed his instruction. That's it, baby, suck on me a little harder. No, don't take any more of me in, just the tip. She knew he was about to come when she felt it throbbing, but then he pulled out. Then, she felt the warm, gooey liquid of his release on her neck. His snake then moved down between her breasts, going lower, and his mouth came down hard on hers in a deep kiss. I just gave you your first pearl necklace, he said, rubbing his hard shaft over her pussycat. Now I'm going to do things to you to make you scream. Release my hand so I can touch you, she said, moaning as he started biting her nipples. No, I don't want you touching me. This is all for you. All she could do was lay there and enjoy it, arching her back when he caressed and sucked on her breasts. He rubbed his manhood down her body, his head going between her legs. He bit her inner thighs, and moving up his teeth grazed her clit. Stopping, he grabbed her legs and flung them over his shoulders. Surging inside her, he watched her face as he rode her hard, making her scream when she orgasmed. Laying her legs down, he started pumping hard into her. The bed shook, and his heart felt like it was going to burst out of his chest when he got his own release, collapsing on top of her. "Dominic, untie me." Taking off the blindfold, he looked into her eyes and smiled. Kissing her lips, he finally untied her. She put her arms around his neck, pulling him close. "That was amazing. So you liked it? Well, maybe we should start indulging in some more and different ways to spice up our sex life. As long as it's not too kinky." He rolled off her onto his side, pulling her in close. "I would never do anything that would hurt you. Now let's go take a shower before we go to sleep." Chapter 17. Morning SI. He said when they woke up the next morning. Towering over her, he started kissing her neck. She felt so soft, her skin warm, her lips soft and plump, begging to be kissed, which he happily obliged. Her arms crept around his neck, running her fingers through his hair. Last night he was forceful in his lovemaking, a little rough, but now he was gentle, his lips caressing hers with tenderness as he entered her slowly. His breath was warm against her ear when he whispered, "I love you," making her heart swell with love for him. After they showered and were drying off, his phone rang. A towel wrapped around his waist, he answered it. She could tell from the way his muscles tensed up that the call had upset him. "Is anything wrong?" she asked, watching as he pulled on a pair of jeans. "Yes, someone's coming over, so stay in here," he said, grabbing his shirt, started putting it on and walked out without explaining. He got to the door just as someone knocked and opened it and moved over to let the man enter. "Dominic, it's been a long time," the man said when he stepped foot inside the room. He looked at the man named Cannon Davis, in his late 50s, with white hair and was tall in feet. "Over 4 years, Mr. Davis. You're taking one hell of a chance coming here. I felt it was necessary. May I sit down? We need to talk." "Please do," he answered, pointing to one of the chairs in the living room. "There's no need to talk. Eva has made it clear that the mission is off." "Where's the girl?" "In the bedroom. I've told her to stay in there, so we're alone." "Can she hear us from there?" "No," Dominic answered. "We can still salvage the mission, if you give Abe back the girl." "I'll tell you what I told Eva. Not a chance in hell," he barked. He was so sick of them telling him to get rid of Aurora. "I thought you'd say that, so I have a solution. Let me arrange for her to be taken to a safe location. That way you can continue with the mission, without the distraction of a beautiful woman clouding your senses." "No," Dominic snapped. "Damn it, man, I'm your boss and you'll do as I say or else." "Or else what? You'll have her killed like you did Trevor's girl when she got in the way." "Forget it. As of now I quit. I quit the mission and the team. Now kindly leave my home." "You can't quit the team," Cannon said and got to his feet. "Watch me," he answered, his lips pressed together, and walked towards the door. "With you not being part of the team, you won't have us to cover your back." "I have my own man," he said, opening the door for Cannon. "We'll miss you being part of the team. You were one of our best. All the best of luck to you and the girl. You'll need it. Oh, and by the way, we didn't have Trevor's girl killed." "Who was that?" He turned when he saw Aurora standing there, wearing a short white dress, her feet bare. "No one. Let's go out for breakfast." "Is it safe to go out?" she asked, feeling a little uneasy. "I'm not going to hide from Abe." No, he was going to show the man he wasn't afraid, and he was going to go to the very place Abe went every morning for breakfast. Putting on their shoes, he called his men, letting them know where he was going and told them to be there, but to stay out of sight. They walked into the restaurant, which was packed with the morning crowd. He spotted Abe sitting with a few of his men at a table near the back. He was not the only one. She too had seen him and gripped his hand tighter. "Dominic, Abe is here. Let's go somewhere else." Taking her hand led her towards one of the tables. "We're going to sit down and enjoy our breakfast. It's important to show Abe that we aren't going to hide from him." As he sat her down, he looked over at Abe's table and saw the look of pure hate on his face. When he stared back, he smiled at him. Picking up the menu, she shook her head. "You're only going to succeed in making him mad." Smiling at him like that, "I won't be surprised if you're one of his men shoots you right now, right here." "He won't trust me," he said, checking out the menu. After they placed their order with the waiter, one of Abe's men walked over to their table. "Mr. Quintus, my boss would like a quick word with you." "Well, tell your boss I'm in the middle of having breakfast with my lady." "I'm afraid it's not a request, it's an order," the man said, Moving over closer to Aurora, he put his hand in his pocket. Dominic knew he was pointing a gun at her. I suggest you move, whatever you were pointing at her away before I kill you. I will shoot her right now, in front of all these people if you don't get up and come with me, he said, looking him in the eye. Dominic stood, looking at her. This will only take a minute. The hairs stood up on the back of her neck. No, don't go over there, she cried out, swallowing the lump in her throat. He goes over and bending down kissed her lightly on the lips. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen to me. He then followed the man over to Abe's table, and sat her down in the chair, where he could still keep an eye on her. Dominic, so glad you could join me. Like I had a choice. Make it quick, I'm in the middle of a meal. There has been some friction between us lately. I'd like to clear the air. You can start by forgetting about getting Aurora back. I will leave her alone on one condition, he said, taking a sip of his coffee. What condition would that be? I'm in need of one of your boats to ship some, let's say automobile parts. No questions asked, and I'll leave the girl alone. Dominic sat her back and glanced over at her before answering. He knew damn well it was drugs Abe was wanting to ship abroad. He also guessed it was one of his largest shipments ever. He would agree, knowing he would make sure it never reached its destination. All right, Abe, but only this one time. I won't ask questions, and this will be the last time I allow you to use one of my boats. He stood up. Send me the details as to the date and time. Now I must get back to my table. The food arrived as soon as he sat her back down. Are you going to tell me what Abe wanted? He wanted to kiss and make up, he said, smirking. Dominic, this isn't funny. What did he want? He wants to use one of my boats, no questions asked. So I agreed as long as he left you alone, and I told him this was the last time we would be doing business. If that's the case, then he'll have no need of you any longer. He'll have you killed. Don't you realize what you've done? She asked, fear coursing through her. Not if I kill him first. She pushed her plate away, no longer hungry. Taking a bite of his food, he looked at her plate, then her. I thought you were starving. I've lost my appetite, she answered in a snarky tone. You're looking pale. You need to eat, so please try and eat something. He reached across the table and took a hold of her hand. I know you're scared, but I have a plan. He won't be a problem for much longer. He pushed her plate back in front of her. When they were done, and he talked her into eating some of her food, they left the restaurant and he had one more stop to make. I need to stop at my lawyer's and sign some papers. It won't take me long. She waited in the waiting room while he went into the office. One of his men stayed with her. He was a big guy, Lewis, around his early 30s she guessed, and he never talked. A couple of times when she did ask him a question, he gave a quick answer. I need to use the ladies' room, she said, and getting up found that Lewis was following her. She stopped at the door and looked at him. Must you follow me everywhere? Boss's orders, he said, not looking at her. Well, you're not coming inside with me, no matter what your boss says. For the first time, she saw a small smile cross his face when he folded his hands in front of him and leaned against the door. 20 minutes later, Dominic walked out of the lawyer's office and going over to her took her hand. I'm sorry it took so long. I hope you weren't too bored. Not at all. Lewis and I chatted up a storm, she answered with just a small hint of sarcasm in her tone. Can we stop somewhere to get some shampoo and soap? An hour later they headed home. That night when he came out from taking his shower, he found her sitting on the bed, phone in hand, and she was crying. Rushing over, he wrapped his arms around her, stroking her hair. What's wrong? Her breath hitched in her throat and she hiccuped a couple of times. It's my mother. She's really sick and is asking to see me. I should be with her. If anything happens to her and I'm not there, I'll never forgive myself. Burying her face in his neck, she cried gut-wrenching sobs. Her words brought back memories of when his parents died. He wasn't there for them and had regretted it every day of his life, and the guilt was overwhelming at times. He didn't want her to have to live with that. Then we better go so you can be with her. She looks up at him. But I thought it was too dangerous. Wouldn't I be putting them in danger if Abe finds out they're alive? Not if we're careful and plan it so that no one knows we're gone. Abe's shipment doesn't go out for another 2 weeks. I'll have to be back by then. You said you come with me. I need to make sure you're safe, so I'm not letting you out of my sight. You call your father back and tell him we'll be there in a couple of days. I'll go to my office and make some calls. Giving her a kiss and wiping her tears away, he left her to make the call. He had to come up with a clever plan to leave New York without anyone knowing. An hour later she enters his office, wearing a SI black nightie. I called my father and he's happy that we're coming. He thinks it will cheer Mom up. Thank you for doing this. I know it won't be easy, she said, going over to sit on his lap. He wished she had put on a robe. He could see her nipples through the material of her gown, and it was very distracting. No, it won't be easy. That's why I need to focus on what I'm doing, and I can't do that with you wearing this, he said, touching the flimsy material. All right, I'll leave you alone. Getting off his lap, she walks over to the door. She turns around to look back at him. The glow of the light coming from the other room only gave him a better view of her body, and his snake grew hard. Will you be coming to bed soon? No, this is going to take some time, so don't wait up for me. Chapter 18. 2 days later, Dominic had everything planned and they were ready to go. He had gotten them fake IDs and passports. He even had disguises for them to wear so that no one would recognize them. His men were given strict instructions on how to make it seem as if they were still in the city. None of them knew where they were going or that they would be wearing disguises. He stared at her when she came from the bedroom. She looked so different. If he didn't know it was her, he would never have recognized her. Even her makeup was changed. Darker eye coloring and dark red lipstick. She had painted her nails black to match her wig. Still, she looked hot as hell. Wow, you look hot, he said as she walked towards him, smiling. You don't look like yourself, she said, touching his dark blonde wig and beard. That's the point, he said, lifting her chin up so that he could look into her eyes. I don't want anyone to recognize or pay attention to us. I'm afraid that with you looking so hot it might draw attention. You better wear these, he said, handing her a pair of dark sunglasses, ones that matched his. You find this look hot? She asked, darting her tongue out to swipe across her bottom lip. It's different, but I still prefer you as a blonde. Are you ready to go? She nods. Good, we'll go down the stairway to avoid bumping into anyone. There's a small Ford Escort waiting to take us to the airport. Once we're far from here, and before we reach your home, we'll stop and change. They made it down the stairs and into the underground parking lot without anyone seeing them. He put their bags into the trunk and they headed out. When they arrived at the airport and were checking in, the guy behind the desk looked at her passport and then her. This doesn't really look a lot like you, the man said to her. Dominic was annoyed. Look, Sarah, the picture was taken a while ago, and she had a different haircut, so what do you expect? He glanced around, hoping not to attract attention, but the man behind the desk was loud. Then he was pleasantly surprised by what she did next. Aura smiled sweetly at the young man and placed her hand on top of his. Since the top on her blouse was low, she leaned over the desk, exposing plenty of her breasts. Instantly his eyes lowered to her chest, and she could almost see him drooling. Surely a handsome man such as yourself, who I'm sure is a ladies' man, must know how we women like changing our look. The young man swallowed hard, moving his eyes from her chest to look into her eyes. Yeah, that's true. Can you hurry up so that we can get on the plane? I'm feeling a little tired and need to sit down, she said, licking her bottom lip, letting her long fingernail trail along the neckline of her top, drawing his eyes back to her chest. Within minutes they were done and sent through. The man's eyes followed her as they walked through the door. You did well back there, baby, though I wanted to punch that man's lights out for staring at your breasts, he said as he placed his hand on the small of her back. Oh my, are we a little jealous? She asked teasingly. Don't tease me or I'll take you to the bathroom, bend you over and have my wicked way with you. She laughed at him when they took their seats, knowing he probably meant it. I'm surprised you booked us into the coach and not first class. It draws less attention this way. Now here's the plan. This will be a short flight, so I've rented us a car and a motel room under an assumed name. There we'll spend the night, order room service and remove our disguises. We'll leave first thing in the morning for your parents' home. You're really going through a lot of trouble for me. You're worth it, he said, taking her hand and kissing it. Once the plane landed, they got their car and drove the few miles to the hotel and checked in. He paid for it, saying they were leaving early in the morning and that he'd leave the key in the room. Once room service was ordered and delivered, they removed their disguises. He laid on the bed shirtless, waiting for her to come out of the bathroom. She had the wig on and walks over to him, leaning over him. Hi, I am Natasha, she said, using a Russian accent as she climbed on top of him, straddling him. I've been sent to pleasure you. You like Smiling, he ran his hand up and down her leg. Yes, I would like that very much. That's good. Natasha will take good care of you. She pressed her pussycat into his crotch, feeling him get hard. She then slowly undoes his belt buckle and slides the zipper down. Then she grabs the waistband to his pants and briefs, pulling them down over his hips. A smile crossed her face when she saw his soldier standing straight up. Oh my, someone is anxious. Bending down, she takes him in her mouth, her tongue teasing the tip. She heard him moan when she took more of him in and started sucking, her fingers caressing his balls. She slid her lips back up to the tip and off. Looking at him, she purrs. Natasha likes your big American sausage. She then takes him back in, knowing he was close to coming. He was moaning her name. Dominic had never been so turned on. She was wrapping her warm mouth over his cock, and the way she was licking and sucking was driving him mad with desire. It didn't hurt that she was talking dirty with a Russian accent. He didn't want to come in her mouth, but the way she was working it, he couldn't stop, and before he could make her stop, he came. He felt her body slithering up, leaving like kisses along the way until she reached his mouth. He grabbed a fistful of her hair, pulling her face close. He kissed her so hard their teeth clashed. That was fucking hot. He moaned into her mouth before flipping her over onto her back, hiking her skirt up over her hips as he pulled down her panties, his head going between her legs and his tongue surged inside her wet opening. Pulling out, he used his fingers to spread her feminine folds and started blowing his warm breath on it. She started wriggling, making purring noises. He got more aroused when he saw how wet she was, and he went back to attacking her pussycat till she let loose and came, screaming his name as her head rolled from side to side, her fingers tangling in his hair. He moved up to kiss her mouth, removing the wig and throwing it on the floor. As you look in this wig, it's the real you I want to make love to. He took off her skirt and bra. Spreading her legs, he thrust inside her. She was still so wet, her pussycat hot, and it closed over his shaft. As he moved slowly up and down, he pinned her hands above her head, his mouth capturing one of her breasts in his mouth. He sucked hard on her erect nipple. It drove him mad. He thought he was going to burst when she arched her back, hips grinding up against him when she wrapped her legs around him. Dominic, oh my God, stop playing and fucking me. He was so close to coming, but through ragged breathing, he asked her something. Who am I fucking, Aurora or Natasha? Me, Aurora, she screeched out eagerly, waiting for him to give her release. That's good, you're the only one I want. Raising his upper body, he started pounding hard inside her, hearing her grunt every time he hit her G-spot. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto her chest, sliding between her breasts, his snake throbbing, his balls tight to the point he was feeling pain. So giving a couple more hard and deep thrusts, he came like a volcano erupting, sending them both to a whole new level of satisfaction. God, I love you, he said as he rolled off her and onto his side. I love you too, she said back. They woke up just as the sun was rising. They showered and changed. Grabbing a coffee and a couple of bagels, they headed toward her parents' home. It was going to be a couple of hours before they get there, and when she talked to her father, he told her breakfast would be waiting for them. I can't wait for you to meet my mother and father. You're going to love them. But will they like me? My mom will adore you. What about your father? He asked, glancing over at her. My dad might be a little more difficult. You have to try and understand him. He's kind of old-fashioned and set in his ways. So he's not going to like that I'm banging his daughter. She giggled. Just don't bring it up. He smiled. Well, I don't plan on shaking his hand and saying, hi, I think your daughter is smoking hot, and I've been fucking the hell out of her. She gave him a light swat. Behave yourself. Do you know how to ride a horse? No, I can do a lot of things but never had the opportunity to try riding. While we're here, maybe I can teach you. Reaching over, he took her hand and held it. I guess that's only fair since I taught you how to ride, and may I say you do it very well. Smiling, she looked out the passenger window. Don't you think it's beautiful here? The forest, the land, and seeing the cattle and everyone riding horses. I used to think it was boring here, but after being away I realize how much I miss living here. Oh, and the people are more friendly and honest compared to the people in the city. How much further? He asked, turning his attention back on the road. Another 20 minutes. It's really a nice place. Not big or anything fancy, but it has that warm, comfortable feeling. Dad has a few cattle. That's how he makes his living. They have some other farm animals, chickens from where they get their eggs, and Mom has a garden where she grows her own fruit and vegetables. So besides farming and cattle, what do you all do for fun? Oh, lots of things. There's a dance in town every Saturday night, and often people get together for a barbecue and have a few drinks. There's always a rodeo going on, and then there is the local bar. Sounds like fun, he said, watching how her face lit up when she talked about her hometown and the people who live there. There it is. There's my parents' ranch, she squealed with excitement. Chapter 19. As soon as he stopped the car, she jumped out and he saw a tall, older man come from the house, and she ran to him. Getting out, he leaned against the car and watched them. It touched his heart to see father and daughter reunited, hugging and crying. He stayed back, out of the way to give them time. Dad, I've missed you so much, she said, clinging to him as though she were afraid he'd disappear before her eyes. He pulled back, looking into her eyes, stroking the side of her head. Girl, don't you ever stay away from us this long ever again. You hear me? I won't, Dad. She looked over at Dominic and back to her father. Taking his hand, she led him over to the car. Dad, I want you to meet Dominic Quintus. Dominic, this is my father Thomas Ice. The two men shook hands. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ice. Thomas eyes him, looking him up and down. You're a tall one. He turned back to her, taking her arm. You're in time for one of Beth's breakfast. He started walking away without a second glance back at Dominic. She looked over her shoulder and motioned for him to follow. Reaching into the back seat, he took out their suitcases and followed them inside. He had a feeling the old man didn't like him. Inside, he dropped the cases and a woman around Thomas's age entered the front hallway. She went over and took Aurora in her arms, hugging her tightly as she shed a few tears. Let me get a good look at you. You're more beautiful than I remember, but too skinny. No worries, I'll fatten you up. She looked over at him. Now who's this tall drink of water? Aunt Beth, I want you to meet my friend Dominic Quintus. They shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Then they were taken into the large country kitchen for breakfast. How is Mom doing, and when can we go see her? Her father placed his hand over hers. She had a heart attack. Lucky for us we got her to the hospital in time to save her. The doctors say she is lucky. No major damage was done, and with rest and the right diet she'll be back to her old self in no time. Hearing that you were coming raised her spirits. She has missed you so much, and not having heard from you in so long took its toll on her. We'll go visit her after we eat. She looked at Dominic, feeling guilty for not being here when her mother needed her. She knew he understood what she was feeling when he rested his hand on her knee, giving it a light squeeze. The four of them piled into Dominic's car and got to the hospital just as Aurora's mother woke up from a nap. When she saw Aurora, her eyes filled with tears, and she reached out her arms to her. She wrapped her arms around her, stroking her hair the way she used to when she was a little girl. My baby, I have missed you so much. Mom, I'm sorry I wasn't here for you. It's okay, baby. You're here now. That's all that matters. Is this your young man? She asked, looking over at Dominic, who was standing by the door. But he walked over when she acknowledged him. Mom, this Dominic Quintus. Mrs. Ice, it's a pleasure to meet you. Aurora has told me so much about you. Thank you, and call me Carrie. I hope you will be comfortable staying with us. She looks at her husband, Thomas. I hope you have their room ready for them. Yes, dear, and I'm sure he'll be all right on the sofa. Dad, Aurora started to say, but her mom interrupted her. Aurora, are you living with this man? She bites down on her bottom lip. Yes, Mom, we're living together. Carrie turns to look at her husband, Thomas. They're already living together, so they might as well stay in her room. I have some good news. The doctor says I can go home in a couple of days, as long as I take it easy. After visiting for a while, they all go back to the ranch, promising to be back tomorrow. Back at the ranch, she showed him where they would be sleeping. He set the cases down and pulled her into his arms. I don't think your father likes me. She slid her arms around his neck. It's not that. He's always been an overprotective father. Give him time. He'll warm up to you. Mom and Aunt Bev adore you. At least we get to sleep together, and you won't have to sneak up here in the middle of the night. I don't know. This is your father's home, and maybe we should respect his wishes and sleep apart. But when she pressed up against him, her lips going to his mouth and kissed him, he knew there was no way in hell they were sleeping apart. They both changed into jeans and a t-shirt, knowing that after dinner they would be helping with the chores after dinner. Dominic didn't hesitate with doing any of the things Thomas got him to do. In fact, he impressed the older man with how quickly he caught on in his strength. He ended up doing most of the work, cleaning the stalls, piling up the bales of hay and feeding the animals. Thomas stood back with Aurora watching him. I have to give it to the man. He's no puss and not afraid to work. A wealthy man like that doesn't usually know how to do manual labor. Do you love him, Aurora? She turned to look at him, wanting him to see her face when she answered. Yes, Daddy, I love him so much. Does he treat you good? Yes, he's loving and very protective. Then I approve. She threw her arms around him, hugging him so tight. All right then, go inside and get us a couple of beers, will you? He walked over to Dominic and patted him on the back. Come on, son, you've earned yourself a beer and I want to talk privately with you. They sat on the front steps, drinking the beers Aurora brought out to them. She then left them, knowing her father wanted to talk with Dominic. She wanted to take a shower anyway. Do you love my girl? Thomas asked, taking a swallow of his beer. Yes, sir, I sure do. I want you to know that I think she's a sweet and beautiful woman and I'll never hurt her. I also promise you that I will never let anyone hurt her. I'll protect her with my life and I'd take a bullet for her. As long as she's with me, you'll never have to worry about her safety. Thomas stared at him for several seconds. All I ask is you take care of her. Never hurt her or you'll have me to deal with. I'm going to bed. I suggest you take a hot shower. Boy, do you stink, son. She was in bed reading when he came into the room. How did it go with my father? I hope he didn't give you the 3rd degree. It was good. I used my charm to win him over, he said, sitting on the edge of the bed, leaned down to kiss her. But she put her hands on his chest, stopping him. Maybe you should go take a shower first. She let out a squeal when he kissed her anyway before heading to the bathroom. Crawling into bed all freshly showered and smelling good, he got on top of her. His lips going to her neck, he started kissing down her neck, then stopped. The house was so quiet you could hear a pin dropping. Feeling uneasy about making love to her in her father's house, he looked at her. It's too quiet. I'm worried we might make too much noise, so maybe we should make love tonight. We couldn't anyway. I just started my period. He felt relieved. At least it doesn't last 10 or more days as you told me it did when you first came to stay with me. I only said that so you wouldn't touch me, she said, reaching up to Tracy's lips with her finger and smiling at him. Yeah, I figured that out after a while. I love you, he said. Lowering his head, he gave her a passionate kiss that lasted for a long time before rolling over onto his side. Pulling her into his arms, they went to sleep. The next day, Aurora and Dominic went to visit her mother, taking her a dancing pink roses. She then showed him around their small town. They stopped at the local diner where everyone welcomed her home. As they were getting ready to leave, a young man wearing cowboy boots and a hat walked in. Seeing Aurora, he went over and picked her up and swung her around before setting her down. My, you're a sight for sore eyes. You look good, girl. I've missed you so much. Tell me you're back to stay. Seeing this man touching her didn't sit well with Dominic. He could feel the rage building up inside his gut. So going over, he put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her in closer. Who is this sweetheart? He said, glaring into the man's eyes. Dominic, this is Bert Walters. Bert, meet Dominic Quintus. Bert shook his hand, feeling the pressure of the man's grip. He then looked at her. So I take it you're with him? That's right. She's with me, Dominic said, answering for her. Oh, I see, he answered, looking at him before turning to Aurora. Maybe we could get together later and talk about old times. I think I'll be keeping her busy. She looked at him and shook her head. He was overly possessive. I'm sure we'll see each other before I leave town, she says to Bert. All right then. Well, it was great seeing you again. Taking the chance of kissing her cheek, he said goodbye and left. When he was gone, she turned to him angrily. That was just plain rude of you. Rude of me? What about him? He snapped back. What did he do that was rude? For one thing, he came over and swung you around with me standing right beside you. He saw me with you, so he had to have known we were together. For crying out loud. You could have been a family member for all he knew. Oh please, you told me you to have known each other 4 years. I'm sure he would have met all of your relatives by now. You have no reason to be jealous. I'm not jealous, he snapped and walked away. She ran to catch up to him, and when she did, she stood in front of him. Smiling, she placed her hands on his chest to stop him from walking away. You look really shy when you're jealous. He grabbed her, pulled her close, slammed her into his body. He stared down at her. If that punk touches you again, I'll break his neck. He then kissed her, hard and forcefully, right on the sidewalk as people walked past them. Wow, she said when he stopped kissing her. Her mouth fell open and her knees felt like they were going to give out. He had never kissed her quite like that before. It was more intense, showing his dominance over her, and she liked it. A smile spread over his face when he looked at her. Her eyes were glazed over, almost dreamy-like, and her chest was heaving rapidly. Just know that I'll never let another man have you. Now, shall we go get me some cowboy boots to wear around the ranch? Chapter 20. Once he got the boots, she insisted he get a hat, but he refused. No way. I wouldn't look good in one of those hats. Yes, you will trust me. Every cowboy needs a hat when they're riding a horse. Just try this one on, she said. Putting it on his head, she stood back to look. Now that suits you. You look super hot. He turned to look at himself in the mirror, thinking it just wasn't him, but since she liked it, he'd give it a shot. If you like it, I'll buy it, and maybe soon I'll wear it and nothing else to bed. I can picture myself riding you wearing it. She said, her face turning red when the person next to them heard what he said and gave them a dirty stare. You can't say things like that in here. You know me by now. I say whatever I want, wherever I want, he said, cupping her chin in his hand. Leaning down, he kissed her. I'll just go pay for this. Smiling back at her, he went to pay the clerk. The next 2 days she taught him to ride, and once again she was impressed at how fast he learned it. You're a natural, she said to him as he stroked and fed his horse. Do you do everything well? You tell me, he said, winking at her, his meaning clear. Her mother came home, and for the next few days she rested. Finally feeling better, she goes down to the kitchen, where Aurora and Bev were preparing dinner. She sits down and they talk. Dominic and Thomas were out mending some fences. So are you and your young man comfortable in your old room? Yes, Mom. Beth pours Carrie a cup of tea. Taking it over, she also sits down. I never hear a sound coming from their room, so they must be sleeping like babies in there. Aurora's mother smiles at Beth before speaking. Are you and Dominic not having sex, dear? Wide-eyed, she turned to look at the two women, spitting out her coffee. Mom, please? Sweetheart, you're both young and there's nothing wrong with making love when you're in love. He doesn't have a problem in that area, does he? Her face turned a bright red. Oh my God, Mom. I don't want to talk to my mother and aunt about my sex life. It's gross, but if you really have to know. No, he has no problems in that area. Well, I was on my period. But you're not now though, are you? No, she answered quietly. Weird. It only lasted a couple of days. Carrie got up and hugged her. I'm sorry if we embarrassed you. I see the way he looks at you with desire, and I'm thinking that you are both holding back because we are around. All you need is some privacy. The men walked in and sat her down, asking if dinner was ready. Dominic's eyes kept wandering over to look at Aurora's ass. It wiggled when she stirred the pot stew that was on the stove before dishing it out. It had been days since they enjoyed each other, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could wait. After dinner, he excused himself to go take a shower. When he left the room, Carrie announced she wanted to go to the night service at the church, and when Thomas suggested they wait for Dominic, she shook her head, saying the kids, as she called them, needed some alone time. Then winked at Aurora. Dominic came from the shower wearing his jeans, and was just putting on his shirt when he saw her standing there, wearing nothing but one of his shirts, and it was open. He stared at her naked body. His snake grew hard and he started to drool. Aurora, what are you doing? You know, she said, opening the top wider, giving him a better view of what she was offering him. But your family? They've gone out and won't be back for hours. Grabbing her, he pulled her close. Cupping her face in his hands, he kissed her. It was hard, deep, and filled with lust and passion. Their breathing heavy, bodies on fire. He felt her hands tearing away his belt and undoing his zipper, pulling it down. Their hands roamed over each other's bodies once their clothes were off. Pushing her backward onto the bed, he jumped on top of her, spreading her legs as he felt inside her, stroking, making her wetter than she already was. I've missed this. Missed making love to you, he said, wrapping his mouth around her nipple, sucking as he kept stroking inside her. It's been so long. Take me now, she begged. For the past few nights as she lay next to him, she wanted so bad for him to make love to her. But both were worried that with the noise they usually make, they were afraid the others would hear them. Now with everyone out of the house, they took advantage and made up for lost time. After 3 hours of wild, hot sex, they were totally worn out, falling asleep until the smell of bacon and eggs woke them in the morning. They took a shower together and changed into some jeans and a t-shirt. Holding hands, they went down to join the others. The other two women exchanged knowing glances, smiling at each other. "So what are you going to do today?" her mother asked them. "I was thinking that I would take Dominic riding. I could show him more of the countryside." She looks over at him. "That is if you want to." "I'd love it. How about I pack you a lunch and you could have a picnic? It's a beautiful day for one," Beth said, setting their plates in front of them. She showed him some of the ranches belonging to friends of the family, one belonging to Bert and his family. "Someday this will all belong to him," she said, but sensing he didn't want to hear about her ex, she changed the subject as they kept riding. "You and my father have been spending a lot of time together. What do you talk about?" "Mainly about you. How I better not hurt you or he'll come after me. He also wanted to know about me, how I make my money and my business. He kind of thinks that me being older than you that might be a problem later on." I assured him it wouldn't be. "Your dad's a good man. I like him." He stopped to admire the countryside. "This is a great place to live. I don't know why you ever wanted to leave it." He spotted a ranch up ahead and pointed. "Now that's a nice place. That's the Logan's Ranch. I was in that house once, years ago when I was a kid. I'll never forget it. It is so beautiful inside. I used to dream of marrying their son Troy and living in it, and having his babies when I grew up." "Oh really? So what stopped you?" His tone turned sharp. She looked at him and smiled. "For one thing, he was 20 years older than me at the time. And it turns out he's also gay, so you can wipe that jealous look off your face." Next, they went to the river, removed their clothes, went in for a swim, leaving on their underwear. They then Saturday and ate the lunch that was made for them, letting the sun dry them as they talked, laying her down. His hand moved over her as he kissed her, feeling her fingers raking through his hair. Flames of desire lit. He dared to take the chance and made love to her, right there by the river. When they were putting on their clothes, he stroked her cheek tenderly. "Sorry about the quickie. I didn't want anyone to come by and catch us." "Quickies are good," she answered back, smiling. That night as they lay in bed, as she snuggled up in his arms, he thought it was time to tell her they had to go back to New York. "Your mother is doing much better now." "Yes, she was lucky it was just a mild heart attack. As long as she follows the doctor's order, she'll live a long and healthy life. I really think it helped me be here. She was so worried about me, but now that she knows I'm in good hands, she'll relax." "Aurora, we have to go back to the city now," he said, feeling her body tense up. "When?" she asked in barely a whisper as she ran her fingers over his abs. "Day after tomorrow. Abe's shipment will be going out soon and I have to be there. I'm sorry, but you have to come with me. If you don't come with me, and he finds out, he'll have you hunted down, and it will put your family in danger." "I know. What are you planning on doing with Abe's shipment?" "All I can tell you is it will never reach its destination." Raising up on her elbow, she frowns. "I don't like this. It's too dangerous." Pushing her down, he started kissing her neck, running his hand up and down her leg. Don't talk. Just let me love you." When he went between her legs, his finger sliding inside her, she started to moan. Not wanting her to wake the others, he got on top, kissing her to stop her from screaming as he entered her slowly. Though he made love to her slowly, trying as hard as he could to not make the bed squeak, it still made too much noise. But he couldn't stop now, nor did he want to. One last hard thrust, they both came together. Rolling off her, he let out a soft chuckle. "What's so funny?" she asked, confused. Taking her hand, laid it across his chest and looked at her. "The first time you were quiet while we made love, the bed had to make so much noise, and I hope we didn't wake the others up." "I kept quiet because I didn't want to spoil what was happening." "What do you mean?" he asked, looking at her. This time was different. It was so sweet, tender, and it felt special somehow. "We have amazing sex together. It's hot, sometimes a little rough. I can't explain it. The way you kissed me and looked at me made me feel all warm and tingly inside." "Oh, I'm not making any sense, am I?" "No, you are making perfect sense, though I can't explain it either. I do know what you're talking about. I love you so much, Aurora." "I love you too," she said, pulling his head down to kiss him. The day came, and before they headed out, she Saturday with her mother, promising to keep in touch with her more often. Meanwhile, her father took Dominic outside for a man-to-man talk. "What are your intentions towards my daughter?" "I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Are you planning on marrying her, or are you just stringing her along till someone else catches your eye?" Dominic Saturday down on the front step next to him, I want you to know that I love and respect Aurora. She's special and I'll never hurt her. As far as marriage, now is not the right time to be talking about it, but I promise you I am not stringing her along." Thomas stood up. "Please don't hurt my baby." Nothing more was said since the three women had just walked out. They hugged and kissed, and the women cried. Thomas took her in his arms. "I want you to know you can come home anytime you want to. I'd even love it if you come back to stay. I love you, Dad." She kissed his cheek and turning walked towards the car where Dominic was waiting. She had tears in her eyes when he opened the door for her and she got in. She waved to them as they drove off. Chapter 21. They drove in silence for over an hour. He knew she was upset about leaving her family behind, so he just held her hand. But then when she burst out crying, he pulled over to the side and turned off the car. When she jumped out, he followed, putting his hands on her waist. "Dominic, I'm sorry for crying like this. There's no need for you to be sorry. I understand. If I for 1 minute thought it would be safe for you and your family, I'd let you stay. But then again, I couldn't bear to be away from you. So I'm also being selfish," he said, wiping her tears away. "I don't want to be apart from you either," she said, looking deep into his eyes before placing her hands around the back of his head, drawing him close for a kiss. She wanted to feel something other than the sadness that was tearing her heart in half. Only he could help her to forget and make her feel better with his touch and those hot lips of his. His snake swelled when she pushed up against him, and she attacked his mouth like a wild cat, her tongue forcing its way inside his mouth. Her nipples were like hard pebbles pressed against his chest. Pushing her up against the car, the kiss turned more passionate. His hand going down her leg, he moved it up, hiking her skirt above her hips. "Dominic, oh God, yes," she said when he put his hand inside her panties and started stroking her. Reaching her hand over, she opened the back passenger door and started pulling him inside. He tore away from her mouth, a sparkle in his eyes. "What, here? Why not? No one is around unless you don't want me. Are you fucking nuts? Can't you feel hard I am?" he said, laying her down on the seat and removing her panties. Shutting the door, he got on top, his lips crashing down on hers as he entered her with one hard thrust. The windows fogged up, their breathing heavy as he kept thrusting into her. Her legs wrapped around his waist in a tight grip. Giving her one more kiss when they were done, he pulled her panties back up over her hips. "That was amazing. You really get my motor running, baby." Getting out of the car, they fixed their clothes before driving off again. "We'll stop at a motel for the night and in the morning, we'll change into our disguises before boarding the plane." "Is it really necessary to change since we're going back?" "Yes. I don't want Abe getting wind of the fact that we were out of town. Like last time, we'll go up the back stairway to my apartment and hide the disguises in my safe. I just hope he hasn't gotten suspicious with us being gone 2 weeks now. He hasn't tried to get in touch with me yet to let me know he's ready to start loading his shipment onto one of my boats, so that's a good sign." "Then what happens? You said before that you were going to make sure it never reached its destination." "Aurora, I really can't tell you. You just have to trust me. Abe, as evil as he is, he's still very smart and has a way of finding out things. He has a lot of spies. He may be smart, but I'm smarter than him," he said, taking her hand in his. After a good night's sleep, they changed and headed to the airport, making it home without anyone seeing them. He went and made some calls while she unpacked their suitcases. For the next few days, they pretty much stayed inside, finding ways to keep busy. The day was approaching for Abe's goods to be shipped. Dominic spent a lot of time in his office on his phone. She knew it had something to do with his plan to stop the illegal shipment from leaving port, but she knew better than to ask him, knowing he wouldn't tell her. A few nights later, they were woken up in the middle of the night by the shrill ringing of his phone. Reaching over, he grabbed his phone from the nightstand. "This better be good," he barked into the receiver. She opened her eyes and saw him throwing on a pair of jeans and grabbing his shirt. "What's wrong?" she asked, suddenly feeling afraid. "Stay here," he ordered and walked out. Hurrying to the front door, he opens it to let his man, Ryan, in. "All right, tell me everything," he said, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. "It is on to you." "All right, what the hell does that mean?" "He knows everything. Who you are, what you've been doing. He has put a hit out on you and the girl. As we speak, he's gathering his men and is on their way over here. You have to get out of here now." "How did he find out?" Dominic hissed. For 4 years, he was never the wiser. "Now all of a sudden he knows everything," he said. Going over to the fireplace, he slides it over to reveal a safe and opens it. I don't know. There must be a traitor in the group. What are you going to do? First, I'm going to take Aurora somewhere where she'll be safe, and then I'll come back and finish the job. How? You no longer have the backing of the team. I know some men I can call on, and you can gather as many men as you can, he said as he started putting things into a duffel bag. The only way for us to be safe is to take the bastard and his family down. He looks up at Brian. Can I count on you? If you want to back out, I'll understand. You know you don't have to ask. I'll always have your back. Aurora threw on a robe and walks into the living room. She was shocked to see the fireplace moved, and saw him put a bunch of weapons and a wad of cash into a black bag, among other things. Dominic, she said in a voice that shook from fear. He stopped what he was doing and walked over to her, putting his hands on her shoulders, staring her straight in the eyes. Get dressed and pack us some clothes. Why? What's going on? Damn it, don't ask questions and do as I say. Now, he yelled at her. Her eyes stemmed with the tears that filled them. The way he yelled at her and the way he shook her scared the shit out of her. She turned, ran to the bedroom and threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, grabbing a bag, threw some clothes for both of them into it. She came out carrying the bag and her purse, her phone tucked into the pocket of her jean jacket. She saw some fake IDs laying on the table with their names on them. Give me all of your IDs, birth certificate, license, everything, he said, holding out his hand. Opening her purse hands him what he asked for. She didn't say anything, as she watched him put them in the safe and lock it, then slid the fireplace back. She knew he had a safe but would never guess it was behind there. Are you going to tell me what's going on? She cried out, only to be ignored. He flung the duffel bag over his shoulder, grabbed the bag she packed and took a hold of her arm. He led her to the door and setting the alarm. They started walking towards the end of the hallway. Instead of taking the elevator, they went down the stairway. Where will you go? Brian asked him. It's better that you don't know. Just get as many men together as you can and tell them the plan. In the meantime, you better lay low and inform the team of what's happening. Who knows, maybe they will help. She kept quiet, scared and confused, and when they reached the underground parking lot, he took them over to a black truck, and tossing the bags into the back opened the door for her to get in. Whose truck is this? She finally spoke. Just get in, he said, helping her up and closed the door. It pissed her off the way he was talking to her, not to mention the way he was ordering her around. She waited while he had a few words with Brian before getting in behind the wheel. Dominic pulled Brian over, away from the truck so that she couldn't hear them. Get things set up and I'll be back in a week to 10 days. Take care and watch your back, Dominic. I'll see you soon, Brian said as he waved them off. He opened the bag he had placed on the seat between him and Aurora. Taking out a baseball cap and dark sunglasses, he put them on. He then took out another one and handed them to her. Here, put these on. Maybe put your hair up and under the cap. Are you stealing this truck? She asked in a grumpy tone as she did what he told her. He glanced over at her and could see her fear was replaced with anger. No, it's mine. Under a different name. You want to tell me why you are looking at me like you want to kill me? She crossed her arms and Saturday back. Her lips set in a firm line. You order me around like I'm a dog, and you won't answer any of my questions. You drag us out in the middle of the night, and won't tell me what's going on. I really think you owe me an explanation. She points her finger at him. Don't you dare tell me you can't tell me. What do you want to know? He snapped back at her. Everything, like why are we sneaking away and where are we going? He kept his hands firmly on the steering wheel, his eyes glued on the road. Abe is coming after us. He has put a hit out on us. I'm taking you to a safe location far from here. But I thought you and him made up. Why has he put a hit on us? For one, he wants you dead since you have witnessed some of his dealings. You've seen him kill people with his bare hands. He wants you dead so that you can't talk if he were to ever get arrested. I get that, but why would he want you dead? He looked over at her. Because he found out who I am and what my plans are. For 4 years I have managed to earn his father's trust and his. I was able to follow his every move and stop most of his dealings. We blew up his warehouse and even one of my own boats, and stopped some of his illegal activities over the years. We were this close to shutting him down for good. He held up his thumb and index finger. Now it has all blown up in thy face because of a traitor. She stared at him, chewing on her fingernail. Are you not Dominic Quintus the businessman? Are you an agent of some kind? Sort of, he said without elaborating any further. You keep saying we. Who are you talking about? Damn it, Dominic, tell me or stop this truck and let me out. He took a deep breath. Maybe it was time he came clean and told her everything. He had already quit the team, and as her life was in grave danger, she did have a right to know. All right, I'll tell you everything. Chapter 22. I am Dominic Quintus, son of Earl and Sabrina Quintus. My father owned the world's largest shipping company. His boats were used worldwide. I wanted to see the world, wanted something more exciting than sitting behind a desk, so I joined the Navy SEALs. I was sent on many missions, each one more dangerous than the last. My boss saw something special in me and suggested I join another branch of the Navy SEALs, sort of a combination of the Navy SEALs and the CIA, a special group of men who took missions that were top secret and extremely dangerous. I've heard of Navy SEALs, but not one that was part of the CIA, she said, curiously. You wouldn't have heard about it. No one has. Only the president and a handful of people know we exist. When my parents were murdered, I had to take over the business, but I hired people to do it so that I could continue with the group. I had been trained to kill a man 10 different ways without breaking a sweat. To make a long story short, we took on an assignment to bring down one of New York's most notorious mob families. The Ridleys, she said softly, her breath hitching in her throat. Right. So a plan was hatched, one we knew would take years to complete. I moved back here and took over the business. Abe's father needed boats to ship some of his goods to different parts of the world. I started showing up where he was known to go to and eventually got close to him. It took a couple of years to gain his trust. He soon started using my boats. I told him it had to be legit goods and he agreed. Nothing's legit about their business, she said, scoffing. I know, but for the most part he respected my conditions. That is until he was murdered and his son took over. Over the years I was able to put a wrench in some of their business. Like the latest was my boat exploding, making them lose a fortune and his warehouse going up in smoke. That where you were always going when you left the apartment, wasn't it? Yes, over the period of time, we kept gathering information on their other doings, killings, and human trafficking, and were working on putting a stop to it and bringing them down. Eva was my contact. She would give me information on what Abe was up to, places, people, and so on. We were so close to ending the Ridley family until he stopped talking, not wanting to tell her the reason why it all went to shit. Though it was dark, she could still see the look on his face, and knew what he was about to say before stopping himself. You were going to say before I came along, it's my fault you got caught and your mission put in jeopardy. Dominic, I heard that man saying because of me you weren't thinking clearly. You weren't supposed to hear that. Well, I wasn't eavesdropping if that's what you think. That woman Eva, she wanted you to give me back to Abe, didn't she? Yes. So did the others. They were hoping it would mend the rift between us, that he would keep on trusting me, but I couldn't do it. No way was I letting him get his grubby hands on you again. Why would you give up what you worked so hard on just for me? You know why. It's because I love you. If I hadn't made the trade with him, you would have ended up dead or sold to some creep for SX. I haven't given up on destroying Abe. He is going to die. How? I heard that Brian guy say the team was no longer behind you. How did you hear that? I'm not deaf and both of you were talking loud. I have men that will help and I am a trained killer. One thing my training taught me was to always have a backup plan. You're a fool if you think you and a handful of men can take down a mafia family. She touched his arm. Let's just flee. We could go to Spain. You love it there. We could build a life away from all this danger. For K's sake, Aurora, it's not that easy. Abe knows who I am. Don't you think he'll come after me and you? I caused him to lose millions of dollars. He's not going to let me live. I have to kill him before he gets us. Being in such a small space, she felt as though she couldn't breathe and felt sick. With everything that was happening and finding out he was a secret agent was too much to handle all at once. Stop the truck and pull over, she cried out in anguish. We have to keep moving. Please, I'm going to be sick. As soon as he pulled over, she jumped out and squatting by the truck she emptied the contents of her stomach. She felt his hand as he rubbed her back, trying to comfort her. When she was done, she stood up and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Her legs felt like rubber and her throat was so dry it was burning. Wait here, he said, and going into the truck grabbed a bottle of water, removed the cap, handed it to her. Here, drink some. Taking it from him, she took a mouthful of water, swished it around before spitting it out. Then she took a long drink. Her body felt clammy and she needed to lay down. I should lay down. I feel dizzy. He opens the back door and when she climbed in and laid down, he took off his jacket and rolled it up into a ball. Put this under your head and use it as a pillow. He kissed her cheek and pulled her hair from her face. Get some sleep. What about you? We have a long drive ahead of us. I can go days without sleep thanks to my training, so don't worry about me. She wasn't sure how long she had been sleeping or what time it was when she opened her eyes as the sun was coming up. Sitting up, she put her arms around his neck from behind him. I need to pee and I'm starving. All right. There's a town up ahead. We'll stop there. He looked at her through his rearview mirror and saw how pale she was. Are you all right? He asked, concerned about her health. Well, let's see. In the last few months, I've been taken captive by a Mafia boss and traded to a stranger. Now I have a hit on me and am on the run to God knows where. So how do you think I'm feeling? I know. I'm sorry, he said, rubbing her arm as it still laid around his neck. What did he expect? She was a country girl and not used to all this drama and danger. It was bound to affect her health. He pulled to a stop in front of the small diner, and when they got out of the vehicle, she reached back in and took out their toothbrushes. After using the restroom, they sat her down and ordered breakfast. He ordered the special and she ordered the French toast, bacon, Humphreys and a side order of fruit. She also went through 2 large glasses of orange juice. Wow, someone's hungry, he said, smiling at her. I'm starving, she replied and looked at the untouched slice of toast on his plate. Are you going to eat that? She asked, pointing at it. You go ahead, he said, handing it to her. Thanks. Are you going to tell me where we're going? I have these friends who own a piece of property far from here. It's secluded and hidden deep in the woods. You'll be safe there. Her eyes darted up to look at him. You mean we'll be safe? He avoided looking at her as he reached into his pocket and took out his wallet to pay the bill. We better get moving. Abe's men will be looking for us, so the further away we get the better. How long will it take us to get there? 2 days if I drive straight through without stopping. They stopped at the variety store and bought some bottled water and snacks after filling the truck up with gas. After driving for several hours, they both needed to pee, so he found a spot behind some trees and parked. Before getting in the truck, she put her arms around his neck, moving her body up tight against his. Can't we rest for a while? He tried to fight the urge not to kiss her, but the way she was moving her lips along his neck hit him hard. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, gently pulled her head up so that he could kiss her lips. One hand cupped the back of her head. The other one reached for the door handle and opening. It steered her into the back seat and laid her down. Pulling his shirt up over his head, he starts pulling her pants down. Once he had removed them, he took off his jeans and got on top of her. He undid the buttons on her shirt and pushed her bra up to expose her breasts, and taking one in his mouth started sucking on the nipple. He reached down between her legs and began stroking her, moaning when he felt how wet she was. Her fingers raked down his back when he surged inside her, thrusting hard and fast. They had what was called a quickie in the back seat of the truck, but it was very satisfying for both of them. Towering over her, he ran his thumb over her chin. That's just what I needed, but we wasted an hour driving time. Are you saying you regret doing it? He shakes his head. No, I don't regret it for a minute, but we do have to get going, he said. Giving her a kiss, he gets off her and starts dressing, handing her clothes to her. Can't we stop at a motel tonight? I really need a shower and a warm bed to sleep in. Helping her out from the back seat, he takes her lovingly in his arms. I would love to take you to a motel, but we need to keep moving. Abe's men will still be looking for us and stopping. We'll only give them a chance to catch up with us. Just hang in a while longer, okay, baby? She nods and leans her head on his shoulder. It's just that I'm so tired. I know, sweetheart. He gives her a kiss before getting into the truck. Hungry and thirsty, she reached for the bag of snacks. Taking out a juice and some cookies, she offered him some. He takes a drink from the bottle, hands it back and eats the cookies that she gave him. He looks over and saw she was having trouble keeping her eyes open. Why don't you go in the back and get some sleep? I'd rather stay up here with you, she said, leaning her head on his shoulder. He reaches his arm up and puts it around her, kissing the top of her head. Close your eyes. We'll be there soon. Just a few more hours. He now wished he had stopped at a motel. After seeing how pale and fragile she was, this was hard on her. He wasn't sure what the future held for them once Abe was dead and they were both safe. He was a businessman and she was a country girl. His lifestyle might not be the right one for her. It might be the kindest thing he could do for her was to let her go. Chapter 23. It was starting to turn dark when he drove down a bumpy dirt road and stopped in front of a large house. He drove around back and turned off the engine. This is it, he said, feeling bad about waking her. She rolled her head around, trying to knock out the kinks. She looked up at the house before her. It was huge. Then she gripped his arm and cried out. When she saw a big hairy man walking towards them, aiming a rifle. Dominic. He has a gun. It's okay, he said, looking over at the approaching man. Who the fuck is there? The big man yelled in a hoarse voice. Put the rifle down, you big ugly goof. Dominic chuckled. Holy fuck, is that you, Dom? He said and lowered his rifle. Going over, he opened the driver's door and yanked him out, giving him a big old bear hug. Let go, you goof. You're crushing me, Dominic said, feeling as though his bones were being crushed. Ah, it's good to see you, man. He glances over at Aurora, who was still sitting in the truck. Who you got with you? Dominic held out his hand for her to take and helped her from the truck. Thorpe. Meet Aurora Eyes. The man held out his hand to shake hers. It's a real pleasure meeting you, miss. He looks back at Dominic. Is she your girl? Yeah, she's my girl, he answered, winking at her. Thorpe smiles at her. You are very pretty, and I was starting to think Dom here was gay, as I have never seen him with a woman before. Very funny. Dominic huffed loudly. Where are the others? They all went into town for supplies except for Mom. She's inside getting dinner ready. Why don't you both go say hi and I'll put your truck in the garage? I reckon that's where you want it. Yes, thanks, he answered, taking the bags from the vehicle. He took her hand and they started walking towards the house. Who are these people? The Jones, friends of mine. You meet them. Walking into the house, he drops the bags by the door. Still holding her hand, heads towards the kitchen, where the aroma of delicious food was coming from, making their stomachs growl. When they rounded the corner to the kitchen, she gasped and tightened her grip on his hand, when she saw an older woman with short red hair, gray throughout, pointing a gun at them. Reba, is that any way to greet an old friend? He said, waving a finger at her. Shit, boy, don't you know better than to sneak up on an old woman, she said, lowering the gun and placing it on the counter. Well, get over here and give me a hug, you punk. Letting go of Aurora, he goes over, picks up the woman, swung her around before putting her down and hugging her. Reba, you get more beautiful every time I see you. Save your charm for the younger generation. She touches his face the way a mother would a child. You look like shit, boy. She looks over at Aurora. Now who do we have here? Is she your girl? Yeah, she's my girl. I'd like you to meet Aurora Eyes. Going over, she takes her hand. It's nice to meet you. You look like you're about to faint. I think you better come and sit down and I'll get you something to drink. From the looks of you two, I'd say you need a hot shower and a good night's sleep. Yes, we've been on the road for almost 3 days, Dominic answered. Handing them both a cold drink, she sat her down with them at the kitchen table. I bet you're hungry too. We're starving, Reba. The boys won't be back for a while, so I'll feed you first. Otherwise you might not get any food at all with the way they eat. Boys, Aurora asked. Yep, my sons, all 6 of them. You'll meet them soon enough, dear. She gets up and takes a couple of plates from the cupboard and filled them with meat, potatoes, and corn along with some hot crescent rolls. Reba, we need your help, Dominic said as he scooped up a forkful of meat. I figured that much. Seeing you're here, she pours Aurora a large glass of milk and a coffee for him. Go ahead and tell me what trouble you got yourself into, and what I and the boys can do to help. While they ate, he told her about his latest mission and how Abe found out about it. He left out the part where he wanted them to take care of her when he went back to the city to end the Mafia family, since he hadn't even told her yet. He knew she was going to flip, so he was planning on sneaking away the following night when she was asleep. Reba looked into his eyes, and a silent message passed between them. She knew there was something he wasn't telling her, and she guessed it was something he didn't want Aurora to know. Aurora jumped when she heard a commotion coming from the front door. She heard loud voices and looked at Dominic, wondering why he wasn't fretting about it. A wave of relief swept through her when Reba said it was her boys. 6 large men came walking and carrying bags of groceries. One was Thorpe, who she had already met. The others were as big as him. Some had long beards, some had long hair, but all were large and strong looking. They all greeted Dominic with fist bumps and handshakes. You brought dessert for us, the one called Theo said to Dominic when he looked over at her and smiled, showing missing teeth. Reba slapped him across the head. Be respectful to Dominic's girl, boy, or there will be no supper for you. Ma, I was just kidding around. Aurora, this here is Theo, the flirt of the family. Here we have Harry, he's the serious one of the bunch. Harper here is my shy boy, and my grumpy son Ralph. My youngest one is Randy and you already met Thor. He's my oldest. Now don't you let their size scare you. They're good boys. Dominic leaned over to Aurora, but they're tough as nails. And the best damn fighters you'll ever meet. The guys all Saturday down and were fed, wolfing down their food and asking for seconds. So you're his girl? Theo asked, soaking his bread in his gravy. When she smiled back at him and nodded, he winked at her. If you ever get tired of him, sugar, just let me know and I'll take you. Reba smacked him over the head with her dishcloth. Behave yourself and quit flirting with the girl. It's your turn to do the washing up, she said, tossing him the cloth. After the dessert was eaten, Reba went over to Aurora. How about I show you where you'll be sleeping? I'm giving you and Dominic the downstairs bedroom. It has its own bathroom. I sure as heck don't want you to have to use the boys' bathroom. It's disgusting. When she got up to follow Reba, Dominic took a hold of her hand. You go ahead and take your shower. I'll just have a beer with the boys and then I'll be right up. I think you will be comfortable in here. And there are fresh towels in the bathroom. There are some scented bubbles under the sink if you like that stuff. It tends to get a bit chilly at night. So I'll bring you an extra blanket. Reba, thank you for being so kind. Hey, any friend of Dominic is a friend of mine. You go clean up now and get yourself into bed. You look downright beat. Instead of taking a bath, she took a shower. Her hair needed washing too. The warm water felt so refreshing as it flowed over her, and she wished that Dominic was with her. She had so many questions to ask him about these people who he was so fond of, and who were obviously fond of him too. Just another secret of his she was dying to know about. Downstairs, Reba took a couple of beers from the fridge, handing one to Dominic and one for herself. All right, you want to tell me the rest. I'm going back to the city to finish the mission I started out doing. I'm leaving tomorrow after Aurora falls asleep. I haven't told her I was going. She would only try and stop me. I brought her here because I knew you and the guys would keep her safe, just in case Abe does find her. I hope I'm not putting you and your family in danger. You know this ain't our first rodeo. You're really in love with her, aren't you? She asked, taking a swallow of her beer. She had never known him to have feelings for any woman, much less be in love. Yeah, Reba, I am. When I got her away from Abe, it was only to save her life. I never thought she would get to me this way. There's something special about her. She just has this sweetness about her, an innocence. She's gotten into my head, but more so she's in my heart. I bet you were told to get rid of her by the team's leader. Reba, I was told to give her back to Abe, but the mission was terminate and I would be on my own. I told him to go to hell and so I quit. William would never have given me that alternative. He was one tough bastard but still had a heart. Yep, that was my William. So unlike the prick that took over for him when he was killed on his last mission. You don't have to worry about her. The boys and I will keep her safe. Dominic got up and kissed her cheek. Thanks. Now I think I'll go shower and get into bed. I'm so tired. She was in bed and smiled when he walked in. You finally came. I was kind of hoping we could have showered together. Going over, he sat her day on the edge of the bed, his fingers tracing along her lips. That would have been nice. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen the guys in so long and I wanted to find out what all they have been up to. It's okay, you don't have to explain. Hurry and take your shower and come to bed. She saw the look on his face and snickering she gives him a swat on his chest. Not for what you're thinking. I'm tired and want to fall asleep in your arms. While he was in the shower, Reba showed up with an extra blanket for them. How are you feeling, dear? I'm all right, just really tired. Tell me, have you told Dominic about the baby? Eyes wide open, jaw slackened, she stared back at Reba. How did you know? I've been around for many years and am a retired nurse. I know a pregnant woman when I see one. So I take it he doesn't know. She shakes her head and lowers her eyes. No, I was waiting for the right time. He's had so much on his mind, and I'm not sure how he'll handle the news. How far along are you? Reba asked, taking her hand and holding it. I'm guessing around 3 weeks. You have to tell Dominic. Tell me what? They both turned and saw him standing there. He had on a pair of clean pants and his hair was wet, drops of water falling down his chest. Reba stood up. I'll leave the two of you alone to talk. Chapter 24. His eyes narrowed as he walked over to the bed, keeping his eyes on her. He had a bad feeling in his gut. Standing there, looking down at her, he hesitated before speaking. What is it you need to tell me? She wasn't afraid of him, but she bends her legs up, wrapping her arms around her knees, looking up at him. Her eyes blinking back tears, she started sniffling. I'm pregnant, she blurted out. You're what? His voice came out strained. I'm pregnant. I'm having your baby. No. No, you can't be. You're on the pill. I forgot to take it a couple of times. I'm so sorry. He started pacing back and forth, running his hand through his damp hair. This can't be happening. Not now. He stopped pacing to look at her. Damn it, do you have any idea what this means? She broke down and started crying, covering her face with her hands. I'm sorry, but I didn't get pregnant on purpose. You don't have to get mad. I don't expect anything from you as far as being a part of our lives. Rubbing his hands over his face, he looked over at her. Hearing her sobs and seeing her shoulders shaking, he realized he had hurt her feelings with his thoughtless comments. Going over, he sits next to her. Using his fingers lifted her face up. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself. Why are you mad at yourself? She asked, stuttering. Because for 3 days I drove almost non-stop. I had you sleeping in the truck, drinking water and eating junk food. If I had known you were carrying my child, I would have made sure you ate properly, and we would have stayed in a motel. How long have you known? Only a few days. How far along are you? Close to 3 weeks. I was going to tell you, but then all this happened, and I didn't want to put any more pressure on you. He took her into his arms and held her close, stroking her back. You should have told me right away so that I could have taken better care of you. I do want to be a part of your life and our child's life. I love you and I'll love our baby. I was so afraid that you'd be mad and not want the baby. How could I not want what we made? A part of me and you. I never gave being a father any thought before. Never thought it would happen for me, but now that we are having a baby, I'm happy. It changes everything, and for the better. I love you. Pulling her nightgown over her head, he lays her down. Getting on top, she lifted her head from the pillow, reaching for his lips, which he was more than happy to do. I want you, she said. Moving her hand down, she grabbed his manhood that was hard and ready for action. I thought you were tired and wanted to sleep, he asked, kissing her breasts. I'm never too tired for this, she said through breath immerse as she guided a shaft inside her. Oh God, yes, that feels so good. As he started going faster, the bed started to squeak and the headboard started banging against the wall. He slowed down, afraid that the others might hear them. I don't think we can do this now. You can't stop now. I'm so close. Dominic, please, just try not to make any noise. She clenched her muscles tightly around his snake and started grinding upwards. Well, he figured if he went slow the bed wouldn't make any noise, so he moved slowly up and down, going deep, rotating his hips, sucking on her neck. He was pleased that she was keeping down the loud moans and screams. It was all going well. The noise level was down, and the bed only made a little noise. But then, he wasn't a man to take it easy or slow, so before he knew, it was pumping into her hard and fast. And there went the squeaking and the banging of the headboard. At this point, he didn't care as he gave her the best orgasm she had ever had, along with his own. He was crushing her when he collapsed on top of her. She could feel the beating of his heart against her chest. When he shifted his weight off her, she brushed his hair from his face. So much for keeping the noise down. Do you think they heard us? They all sleep upstairs, so maybe not. I tried to keep it low-key, but damn baby, when I'm with you I lose all control. Moving over, he laid on his side, his hand touching her stomach. It really is a miracle. We created a human being and it's growing inside you. She yawned. It really is, she said, closing her eyes, fell asleep. He leaned his cheek against her head. The last thing he expected was for her to get pregnant. Now that she was, it was more important than ever for Abe to die so that she and their baby would be safe. He had also made plans in case Abe lived, and he himself ended up dying. He had a false id made for her, made up parents who died years ago, a fake address, everything needed so that if Abe went looking for her, he wouldn't be able to find her. He also had an account set up with her new identity and enough money in it to take care of her for life. This way she could go back home to her parents without the fear of Abe finding her. All the paperwork he had given to Reba to hang on to if things went wrong. The sun hadn't come up yet. When he woke up and making sure not to wake her, he quietly dressed. Taking one last look at her, he picked up his bags and left the room. He went into the kitchen and found the others were already up. Reba poured him a coffee and seeing his bags raised an eyebrow. You leaving? Yes, he answered, taking the cup from her. I thought you were going to wait until tonight after Aurora went to sleep. I changed my mind. I figured I'd leave now while she's asleep. So I take it she doesn't know you're leaving? No, I never told her. He could feel the other guy's eyes staring at him. How can you leave that poor girl without saying goodbye to her? He takes a letter from his pocket and lays it on the table. I've explained everything in this letter. I felt it was better this way. She would get upset, and we would end up fighting, and I didn't want to. Dominic. They all turned when they heard Aurora's voice. Reba got up and looked over at her sons. Let's go out and do the chores. But nah, we haven't had our breakfast yet, Randy piped up. Just get your asses outside now. She barked at them and they all followed her. Aurora looked down and saw Dominic's bags by his feet, then looked back at him. Where are you going? Her lips quivered and she walked slowly towards him. Their eyes locked. I'm going back to the city. He picks up the letter, holding it out to her. I've explained it all to you in this letter. She looks down at the letter in his hand. Grabbing it, she tears it in half and throws it at him, hitting him in the chest. A fucking letter. You were going to leave without telling me and you put it in a letter. Why are you leaving? And why didn't you say anything to me last night? I want you to tell me why you are leaving me. When he went to touch her, she swatted his hand away. Aurora, I had always planned on going back, once I got you to a safe place. Why? I thought the mission was shut down, that it was over. Let's just go somewhere far away. We could live in Spain or go anywhere in the world. I can't lose you. I need you. Our baby needs you. I'm finishing what I started. Abe has to die. No, I won't let you go, she yelled at him. Damn it, Aurora, I'm doing this to save your life, and now the life of our baby. I've got to finish what I started. He put his hands on her waist and drew her close. I have a business to run and I can't do that without worrying about that prick coming after us. I'm doing this for us. Please don't make it any harder than it already is. She fell into his arms and let the tears fall. Her body shook. Please don't cry. I hate it when you cry, he said, wrapping his arms tightly around her. She looked up at him. Her eyes felt so heavy. We just arrived here last night and already you are leaving. Won't you stay one more day with me, please? Taking her face in his hands, and as he looked into her eyes he melted. There was no way he could leave her today. All right, I'll stay, but tomorrow morning I go back. His mouth came down on hers, kissing her as if his life depended on it. Holy shit, Dominic. You don't have to make a meal out of it, Theo said, laughing when they all came back in and caught them kissing. Dominic and Aurora looked at each other and laughed. They all had a huge breakfast and then they went for a walk. Just the two of them. Finding a spot by the river, they sat her down under a tree, she between his legs, leaning against his chest. I've been meaning to ask, is there not a Mr. Jones? Reba's husband was killed during a mission we were on about 8 years ago. We were sent to Iraq to rescue some prisoners. We had almost made it to the plane when we got ambushed. He was shot, killed instantly. Oh, that's terrible, she said. Turning to look at him, she saw the haunted look in his eyes. I take it you were close to him. He was what you could say, my commander, my boss, and yes, we were close. He was like a father to me. I grew very fond of him and his family. You know, he built this house himself. Took him a few years to finish it. Moving, she shifted her body so that she was straddling him. I was thinking, what if I go back with you and go to the police and tell them what I've witnessed and some of Abe's business dealings? He would go to jail and you wouldn't have to put yourself in danger. No, he barked at her. Why not? She asked, looking hurt. He put his hands on her waist. Abe has too many cops in his pocket, and you would be dead before you got on the stand. We won't be free until he's dead. I have to do this and I need to know you're here, safe. Leaning over, she rested her head on his shoulder. How long will you be away? Well, seeing you won't be there to distract me, I should be back in a week, he said, chuckling. Just promise me you'll come back to me. Nothing is going to keep me away from coming back to you, and this little one you have growing inside your belly. Pulling her closer, he kissed her, his kiss tender as he held her in his arms. Chapter 25. Later that night, as they were watching one of the Fast and Furious movies, when Dominic and Aurora looked at each other, they were both thinking the same thing. So he stood up, took her hand, pulled her up from the sofa. I've got an early start in the morning, so I think we'll turn in now, he said to the others. As soon as he shut the bedroom door, he pulled his shirt up over his head, grabbed her and did the same with her dress, tossing it to the floor. His mouth came down on hers as he lowered her down onto the bed. He took his time in making love to her that night, wanting to savor the time they had left together. He had no idea if he would make it back, and this thought was breaking his heart. These next few hours he would burn into his memory. knowing he had her and his child to come back to. He would fight with everything he had to stay alive for them. As he hovered over her, she touched his face. Looking into his eyes, she could tell that it gave him a great deal of pain in leaving her. She feared that if he worried about her while he was gone, it could interface with his mission. He had to stay focused and not worry about her. So she put on a brave face. I will be all right here with the Joneses, so you just keep your mind on taking that bastard down. I have every faith in you that you'll come back to me. I hate leaving you, he said, his eyes glistening with tears. This was new to him. He hadn't felt like crying since his parents were murdered. Even to this day he still didn't know who did it. I know, but I'll be fine, and Reba is going to teach me how to knit. By the time you get back, I'll have a bunch of baby booties made for our baby. She giggled, but I'm not sure how they'll turn out. He knew what she was doing and he loved her for it. I've asked her to take you to the doctor for a checkup. I won't be able to call you, but just know I'll be thinking about you. I love you. I love you too, she said, curling up in his arms when he rolled off her and onto his side. They showered together in the morning and she managed not to cry. The thought of him leaving was hurting more than words could explain. He held her hand as they headed to the kitchen so that he could eat before leaving. I made you up some sandwiches for the drive back and a thermos of coffee, Reba said, placing it on the counter. Thanks, I guess I'd better get going, he said, standing up. He looked over at Aurora, who was leaning up against the kitchen counter. She stood there, just staring at him. He was glad when the others made themselves scarce. Taking to long strides, he surprised her when he kept her face in his hands and kissed her. It was hard, deep and full of passion. When he pulled away, she placed her hands on his chest. You be careful and I'll see you in a week. She smiled at him, refusing to let him see her cry. I will, he said, picking up the lunch Reba made him. He walked over to the door, taking one last look at her before walking out. She leaned over the counter, feeling sick as she finally let the tears fall. It dawned on her that she hadn't told him she loved him. She couldn't let him leave without hearing it one more time. She ran outside, but it was too late. He was driving away, calling his name. She chased after him. Her heart was pounding, her tears falling. She stopped when he turned back around. When he jumped from the truck, they ran towards each other and he lifted her up in his arms. Her feet off the ground, they kissed. He wiped her tears away when he finally put her down. Please don't cry, Dominic. I couldn't let you go without telling you I love you. I've never felt this way about anyone before and I just can't lose you. He stroked her face with the back of his hand. You're not going to lose me. I love you and never have I said that to another woman. When I come back we'll discuss our future. And we'll have to tell your parents about the baby. You know my dad is going to take out his rifle when he finds out. You might be in more danger from him than you are with Abe, she said, sniffling. Then I guess it'll be your turn to protect me, he said, kissing her once again. Go now, she tells him, giving him a light shove. The sooner you go, the sooner you can return. Leaving Aurora behind was one of the hardest things he had ever done. For the past 4 months they had spent every night together, and most of the day. When he first decided to take her from Abe, it was for 2 reasons. One was to save her from death and the other reason was to get as much information from her on Abe. He was sure she had witnessed many of his business dealings. If Abe were to go to trial, she would be their star witness and put into protective custody. But after being with her, he knew he couldn't go through with it. If she were to be found by Abe's men and killed, he'd never forgive himself. He had also fallen for her. No, the man had to die. Damn it, he swore out loud. Why did she have to come running after me the way she did? It was making it even harder for him to leave. He drove straight through, only stopping for gas. He couldn't stop thinking about her, but he knew once he got back and put the plan into action, he would have to use his training to block her from his mind, as though she didn't exist. But he wondered if that was possible. When he finally got to New York, he booked into a dump of a hotel under an assumed name. After taking a shower, changed into clean clothes and made some calls. One to his man Brian. He gave him the name of the hotel and told him to meet him there. Brian showed up with some food from McDonald's for him, and a large coffee. How many men have you got, and did you get the things I asked for? He asked Brian as he ate his food. I've got 12 men and the explosives you asked for. So what's the plan? Dominic looked at him and smirked. Tonight we blow up his home with him in it. I need your guy to disable all his security cameras and alarms. We'll take out his guards and plant the explosives all around the house. Abe will have all his men there tonight. It's his night for the monthly meeting. We'll blow the bastards to bits. Do you have any idea how many men he's got guarding his home? We only have 12 men. 14 including us. Wouldn't it be better to wait and take him out when he's at his apartment in town? No, this way we can take out all of his men. He looked at Brian, his eyes showing anger. If you want to back out, go ahead, but with or without you, he's going down tonight. Brian shook his head. I'm with you, he said, pulling out the plans to Abe's home. It showed every entrance, every room in the place. We will have to put some explosives inside as well as outside. The best place is in the basement, the heart of the mansion. I'll do it, just get me inside, Dominic said, finishing his coffee. After going over the plans, they agreed to meet at Abe's by 11 o'clock. Dominic decided to get some sleep. He laid there thinking about Aurora, wondering what she was doing. He was a grown man, and yet he felt like a horny teenager when he thought about her. The way she felt underneath him, how her lips tasted, and he was missing her like crazy. If he had to risk his life so that she could be safe, her and the baby, he'd do it. The last time he saw her, the way she was chasing after him tore his heart into tiny pieces. When he picked her up, her arms hugged him so tight, her body trembling against his. He thought about not going, but he knew he had to. All dressed in black, Dominic met the men a couple of miles from Abe's home. They went over the plan and walked there, not wanting his men to spot them driving. Someone who was working as a double agent was inside Abe's house, and he was the one who disabled all the alarms. He also rigged the cameras to show the grounds, but nothing else would show up. It would just appear normal, so anyone checking the cameras from inside wouldn't notice what was going on in and out of the house. One by one the guards were taken out without any trouble, just to be on the safe side. A couple of Dominic's men changed clothes with the guards and took their place. The men started planting the explosives. Brian went over to an entrance around the back of the house. It leads to the basement. Once you get down there, place this device behind the furnace. Push this button on the side. It will start the timer. It's set to go off in 1 hour. Make sure you get out before it goes off. Good luck, Dominic. Fist bumping Brian's fist, he snuck in, the device in one hand and the other one holding his gun. The agent had unlocked the door, leaving a light on for him. He makes his way slowly down the rickety old stairs. Having gone over and over the layout of the basement, he had no trouble finding it. He looked around the room that held the furnace. It would appear that Abe used this room to torture his enemies. There were chains on the wall, hooks hanging from the ceiling. The place was dirty and there was rat dropping laying all over. There was the smell of dried up blood and puke in the air. Wrinkling up his nose, he goes over to the furnace, taping the device to the back of it. Pushing the button, the countdown began. Smiling, he couldn't wait till it exploded, blowing Abe and his band of murdering cutthroats up. He walked the small passageway towards the door, and just as he was about to walk out, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, falling into a pit of darkness. He came to when cold water was splashed on his face. His vision was blurred and he realized he was hanging from one of the hooks, his feet off the ground and his black pullover was off, leaving his upper body exposed. Looking above his head, he tried wriggling to get loose, but it was no use. He looked over and his eyes widened. He couldn't believe what was before him. Abe was standing with his arm around a woman. Dominic stared at her with hate, and if he wasn't tied up, he would have strangled the bitch. Chapter 26. Eva, you bitch, he said, staring at her, his rage boiling inside him. She walks over, cupping his chin in her hand. You brought this on yourself. If only you had given the girl back and stuck to the mission, none of this would be happening. What are you, a double agent? He hissed at her. Oh darling, I'm only siding with the one who will win this war. I wanted it to be you, but since you've been fucking that girl, you lost sight of what's important. Now, tell us where she is and I'll see that Abe shows you mercy. Fuck you, he swears at her. Abe was becoming impatient with Dominic. He pulls Eva away from him. Save yourself a lot of pain and tell me where the girl is. Why do you want her so bad? She is of no use to you. You don't get it, do you? The bitch knows too much and it's only a matter of time before she talks. You're a smart man, Dominic. You know I can't leave a witness. No, I'm only going to ask you one last time. Where is the girl? Dominic glared at him, straight in the eyes. Go fuck yourself. He hissed and then spit at him, hitting him on the cheek. Abe takes out a tissue and wipes the spit off. He snapped his fingers at the guard who was with him. He pushes over a machine that had wires attached to it, and he started hooking it up on Dominic's body. You're as stubborn as your father was, Abe said. A wicked grin appeared on his face when he saw the shock that crossed Dominic's face. He tried yanking on the chains to get loose, all the while his eyes blazed with fury. You know nothing about my father, you little prick. Now that's where you're wrong. My father tried to convince him to do business with us, but he kept refusing. He was very disrespectful to my father. So I took it upon myself to teach him a lesson. I arranged for their deaths and made it look like a robbery gone wrong. You were lucky you weren't home, my friend, or you two would be dead. Dominic's face turned red, and the anger in him erupted like a volcano. You son of a bitch. When I get free, I'll kill you slowly and painfully, he said. Swinging, he kicked out his legs, trying to hit him. Abe backed up and laughed, snapping his fingers. The other man turned on a switch, sending electricity through his body. Dominic let out a scream of pain. His body jerked, and sweat dripped down his face. Tell me where the girl is, Abe yelled. Tell him, Dominic, please just tell him, Eva said, biting on her fingernail. Go to hell, he said, catching his breath. Turn it up a notch, Abe told the man, and watched as Dominic's body spasmed and his screams rang out. He walked over closer. It's only going to get worse. Save yourself and tell me what I want to know. He had never felt such pain. It was unbearable, but there was no way he was going to give Aurora up. He was willing to die to keep her safe. He never answered him, just glared at Abe with hate. Abe went and punched him as hard as he could in the stomach. Wiping Dominic's sweat off his hand, he grabbed Eva's arm and turned to the guard. Keep shocking him until he speaks. When he tells you where the girl is, kill him. My lady and I are going upstairs to Fouquet. Laughing, he takes her with him and walks away. You going to speak, or shall I give you another shock? When he saw Dominic mouth something, he moved closer. What's that? He asked, realizing his mistake when it was too late. Using his upper body strength, he raised himself up just enough so that when the man got close, he lifted his legs and wrapped them around the man's throat. His training taught him how to kill a man with his legs and feet. So he squeezed and, turning at just the right angle, snapped his neck. Now all he had to do was get down, which he wasn't sure he could do. He knew the place would explode in 35 minutes, and he'd never see Aurora or his child, but at least she would be safe. He was about to give up when he heard a familiar voice. Brian waited for Dominic to come out, and when he didn't, he decided to go in after him. He found him hanging from the ceiling, a dead body by his feet. Looks like you could use some help. Dominic smiled at him. It was weak, but still a smile. Shut the Fouquet up and get me down from here, and pull these fucking wires off me. Brian managed to get him down, catching him when he collapsed from the ordeal he went through. Fouquet, they sure did a number on you. We better get out of here before someone else comes down, or this place blows up. Dominic reached down and picked up the dead man's gun. You go. Abe confessed to me about killing my parents. I'm going to blow his fucking brains out. He grabbed Dominic roughly by the arm, holding him back. Have you lost your mind? This place is about to go up in. He looked at his watch. 20 minutes. Just leave him. Let him burn in hell. Before he could argue with Brian, two of Abe's men appeared, pointing their guns. After they managed to disarm the two guards, they snapped their necks. Fouquet, we got to get out of here. There are only 6 minutes left, Brian screamed out. Grabbing Dominic, they tore out of there. They only got a few feet when the place exploded, sending them flying into the air and landing face down in the dirt. They struggled to their feet and ran further away, collapsing on the lawn, covered in cuts and a few burns. They looked at one another. They shook hands as the other men walked toward them. You saved my life, Brian. Someone had to, he said, smirking. They sat back and watched as the place went up in smoke. Nothing was left. Eva was with Abe. She went over to his side. Now I know who informed him of who I was in our mission. I thought she was smarter than that. She had to have known that once he got every bit of information about our group from her, he would have killed her, Dominic said, watching the fireworks. He stood up. His body felt like it was on fire, and his bones ached. Thanks for all your help. I'll make sure my lawyer sends you all a huge bonus for all your trouble, Dominic said, shaking his hand. What are you going to do now? Brian asked. I'm going to the woman I love. She's carrying my baby. We should get you to a hospital first and get those cuts taken care of. I'm all right. I'll take a shower, change my clothes. I've already been gone too long. She'll be worried about me. Brian drove him to the hotel he was staying at. So you're definitely done with the group? Yes, I have a family to take care of. But won't you miss the excitement, the danger? Not for a minute. I have a better offer. Good luck and congratulations on becoming a father. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into each other someday. He goes in. strips down and jumps into the shower. The warm water hitting his skin caused him to groan out from the pain when it hit the cuts and burns. After drying off, he tended to his cuts and burns. He had a lot of explaining to do when Aurora saw them. He then took some painkillers and laid down, thinking he would grab a couple of hours of sleep. It was now 7 days since he left her with the Joneses. He couldn't even phone her to let her know he was all right and would be back in 2 days, since they didn't have phone service. He fell into a deep sleep, and when he did wake up it was a day later. He had slept that long. Jumping out of bed, threw on his clothes, grabbed his bag and stopped for something to eat on the road. He swore at himself, knowing how worried she must be. Let's back up and see what Aurora has been doing while Dominic's been away. Aurora thought it was sweet how the 6 men took care of her as if she were their sister. She knew they were doing it to keep her mind off Dominic and from being lonely. After Reba took her for a checkup in the nearest town and was given a clean bill of health, they all found different ways to keep her busy. Randy, the youngest and smallest one of the bunch, took her fishing, something she hadn't done since she lived on the ranch. Harry, the serious one, showed her the workshop, where he and his brothers made furniture out of wood. She found out that was how they made a living. Now, Theo, the flirt, was always teasing her, saying if she ever gets tired of Dominic he'd be happy to step in and take his place. She knew he was joking. At night she and Ruff, the grumpy one, would play chess, and he grumbled every time she beat him. They were all so sweet and protective of her, and did their best to cheer her up. Reba was like a mother hen, fussing over her, making sure she rested and ate healthy foods. But it was the nights that were the hardest. She would lay in bed, missing Dominic so much that she would cry. Her pillow was always damp when she woke up. She would sit on the front porch every day, hoping to see Dominic's truck. Reba would bring her out a cold drink and sometimes sit with her. She would tell her about her deceased husband, how they met and the life they shared. "My husband," William told me in the morning. "He left for his last mission, that it was his last. He wanted to quit and stay home and help with the furniture business, but he never made it back. Was killed in action," she said, wiping a tear away. "I'm sorry, Reba. It must have been really hard for you and your sons." "It was, but we got through it." She patted Aurora's arm. "But don't you worry, Dominic will be back. And from what I understand, he's done with the group. I had never seen him in love before. He loves you. I love him too." She then told Reba the whole story of how she came to be with him and how their love grew. "He's the most wonderful man I've ever met. So strong, gentle, and maybe a little possessive, but I don't mind. He has to come back to me. I need him. Our child needs him." Reba took her in her arms when she started to cry, stroking her back. Now, if I know Dominic, nothing will stop him from coming back for you. My boys will be home soon for dinner and they'll be hungry. Would you like to help me?" She looked up at the older woman and wiped away her tears, nodding. She was so grateful to Reba and her sons for being so nice. Without them, she didn't know what she'd do. Chapter 27. He drove for 2 days straight, stopping only for gas and junk food from the gas station. He cursed himself for having fallen asleep for over 24 hours. He could have been holding her in his arms right now. She would be worried sick by now, as he had told her a week. And here it was now going on almost 10 days. He would make it up to her, shower her with love, and explain why it took longer to put his plan into action. When he reached the turnoff to the dirt road, where the Jones house was hidden deep into the woods, his heart started racing. He couldn't wait to see her. When he pulled up in the driveway, he jumped out of the truck and took a deep breath. The sun was already up and a cool breeze was blowing. He knew the guys would have already left for work, but knowing Reba, she would be in the kitchen. Grabbing his bag from the back of the truck, walked up the front porch and opened the door. He walked in and straight into the kitchen. He expected to see Aurora there, but she wasn't. When Reba saw him, she stopped what she was doing and rushed over to him. Cupping his chin in her hand, she turned his face from left to right, checking out his bruises and cuts. "Looks like you've just come back from a war." "I'm all right. Where is Aurora?" he asked after she gave him a motherly hug. He noticed how she averted her eyes away from his and instantly knew something was wrong. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he made her look at him. "Reba, has something happened to her?" A cold chill ran down his spine, and his muscles tightened. Reba looked at him, her eyes glazed over with tears. "I'm so sorry, Dominic. She had a miscarriage." He felt the walls closing in around him and had to sit down. Pulling out a chair, he ran his hand over his eyes, feeling the tears as they welled up in his eyes. "What happened?" he asked, finally looking up at her. She sat her day down across from him, touching his arm. "No one can say how these things happen. She did everything right. I'm so sorry. When did it happen? A couple of days ago. Guilt raced through his head. He should have been here for her. How is she doing? She's heartbroken. Hasn't left her bed since it happened. I know when she sees you it will lift her spirits. Maybe you can get her to eat something. She hasn't touched anything in 2 days. He got to his feet. Eyes filled with sorrow, he headed towards the bedroom they shared. He entered quietly and saw her asleep on her back. He was shocked to see how frail she looked under the sheet that covered her. Her face was so pale, almost transparent, and yet to him, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. She opened her eyes and saw him standing by the door. The tears fell down her face. She sat her day up as he crossed the room and sat her day down on the bed. He put his hands on both sides of her face and, not saying anything, he kissed her. She kissed him back. All her loneliness and pain went into the kiss as a tear rolled down her face. To have him touch her, to feel his lips on her, she felt whole again. Almost. Dominic, you've been gone so long. I thought you were dead, she said as the tears flowed down her face. He kissed her again, wishing he had gotten back sooner. He finally tore his mouth from her, his thumb stroking her cheeks. I'm so sorry I'm late. I missed you like crazy. I thought about you every day and night. You were always on my mind. Dominic, she said, sniffling. I lost the baby. I'm so sorry. I know, sweetheart. Reba told me, and you have nothing to be sorry about. What if I did something wrong? Maybe I should have eaten more. Or maybe I ate too much. I keep thinking it's my fault. She looks at him, her shoulders shaking as she wept. I wanted this baby so much. I wanted your baby, and now it's gone. He drew her into his arms, holding her head on his shoulder as he stroked her hair. It wasn't your fault. It was no one's fault. It's just one of those things that can't be explained. My biggest regret is that I wasn't here for you. She looks up at him, her fingers going to the cuts and bruises on his face. Look at the state of you. What have they done to you? He cradled her in his arms. It's over. You're free. Is Abe? Is he dead? Yes, he and his men are dead. He will never be able to hurt you or me. You no longer have to be afraid. So, let me take a quick shower and then I'll tell you everything. He gave her another kiss and then walked towards the bathroom, stopping to look back at her. I'm sorry about the baby. I was looking forward to being a father. She bit her bottom lip as a tear rolled down her cheek. The hole left in her heart from losing her baby grew worse when she saw the pain in his eyes. He too was hurting. Not only had he risked his life for her and their child, he had to come back only to find out their baby was gone. When he came from showering, he had on a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. Dominic, I'm being selfish, thinking only of myself. I wasn't thinking about how this would affect you. I'm sorry, she said, holding out her arms to him. Seeing her crying, he felt his own tears filling his eyes, and going over he laid in her arms, letting her for once comfort him. They stayed that way until there was a knock at the door and Reba peeked in, letting them know she had made them something to eat. I'm not hungry, she said, looking at Dominic. He pushed a strand of her hair from her face. I hear you haven't eaten in 2 days. You need to get your strength up. Come, let's eat and then we'll take a walk. Getting up, he grabs her jeans, a cup, and shoes. Sighing, she takes the clothes from him. I'll freshen up first. You go ahead and I'll be in shortly. He waited to eat until she showed up. Reba had made homemade soup and sandwiches. He was a little concerned when she only nibbled on her food, but at least she got some food into her stomach. Knowing she wasn't going to eat any more, he took her hand and they went for a walk. Reaching the river, they sat her day down, she between his legs. He told her what had happened with Abe. Everything, right down to how he confessed to killing his parents. Eva was the one who turned traitor. She went to him and made a deal with him. I never did like that bitch, she said, cursing. He leans over, kissing her cheek. To tell the truth, neither did I. Did you sleep with her? No, never. Dominic, before you left you said when you returned we would talk about our future. That was when I was pregnant. Now that there's no baby and I'm no longer in danger, what does it mean for us? I mean, do we still have a future together, or are you letting me go? She held her breath, scared of what his answer might be. Putting his hands around her waist, he shifted her so that she was facing him in a straddled position. That first night we made love, I told you that you were now mine. I have no intentions of letting you go, but then that is if you want to stay with me. If not, I won't force you to stay. She put her arms around his neck. I love you. So yes, I want to stay. His heart swelled with love. Cupping the back of her head, he drew her in for a kiss. They ended up on the ground, with her on top as their kiss turned passionate. I know we can't do anything yet, so I think we better stop before I lose control, he said, his snake growing hard. They headed back to the house. The sky was turning dark and drops of rain were starting to fall, and he didn't want her to get sick. The men had returned from work, and Reba was just starting to dish out dinner. I thought I was going to have to send out a search party for the two of you. You've been gone for ages, Reba said, motioning for them to sit down. So what are your plans now? She asked Dominic. If it's all right with you, I think we should stay here for a few days until Aurora is feeling better. Then we'll go back to New York. I have a lot of work to catch up on. You can always leave her here with us. We'll take care of her for you, Theo said, grinning ear from ear. Dominic rolled his eyes, leaning back in his chair, put his arm over her shoulder. Like I'd leave my woman here with the likes of you, you horned dog. Everyone laughed at the banter that was going around the table. Aurora wanted to help with the dishes, but Reba insisted she go lay down, saying she needed to rest. Dominic wanted to go with her, but the guys insisted he stay and have a beer with them. She smiled and told him it was all right since she planned on taking a bath first. It was 2 hours before he came to bed, smelling of beer. She had to smile when he staggered and tried to remove his pants, falling onto the bed. When he looked up at her with those gorgeous eyes of his and slurred the words hi, she giggled. She had never seen him drunk before and saw the humor in it. He finally managed to get his pants off and she helped him take off his shirt. She covered her mouth and gasped when she saw the wounds. What did they do to you? It's nothing, he answered when he saw the look of horror on her face. Don't tell me it's nothing. Those are burn marks. You have to tell me the truth, the whole truth, please? After he told her how he was tortured, she put her arms around him. You silly fool. Why didn't you tell them? Why go through that torture? I would have died before I let him get his hands on you, and I'd go through it again if I had to. I love you, she said, pulling him down on top of her for a kiss. With the feel of his snake getting hard and pressing against her, she knew she had to stop him before things went too far. Putting her hands on his chest held him back. Dominic, as much as I want you, we can't do this yet. Not for a while. He stopped and looked down at her. You're right, I'm sorry. Giving her a passionate kiss, he rolled over onto his side, pulling her into his arms. Just how long do we have to wait? Reba says 6 weeks, or 2 weeks if we use a condom. I opt for the condoms then, he said, winking at her. Go to sleep, my love. He lay there listening to her breathing as she slept. He would double-check the information about SX after a miscarriage. He was not going to take a chance of hurting her. He would wait till she was fully healed, as hard as that would be for him. Chapter 28. 3 days later, Dominic felt she was well enough to travel. This time he would make frequent stops, and he would also stop and they would spend the night in a nice motel. Now that the danger was over, they could take their time going home. It was hard leaving the Jones family, but it was time to go home and back to their lives. After all the hugs and kisses, they set off. Damn it, Aurora, did you have to wear that dress? He asked, looking down at her legs. The dress she had on was short and it had risen high up, showing off a great deal of leg. She had great legs, and seeing them he was getting hot and bothered. He wanted to place his hand on her thigh, but knew if he did it would lead to disappointment, seeing they couldn't have SX for a while. Why? What's wrong with it? She asked, hurt. It's just that it's short and you look so hot in it, and I find myself getting aroused. She smiled, relieved that he wasn't mad. I promise to change into jeans when we stop. Will that help? Placing his hand on her leg, he stared straight ahead. I doubt it. Anything you wear will turn me on. It's been over 2 weeks since we had SX. I just hope I can make it another 2 weeks without going crazy. He glances over at her and smiles. I guess I'll be taking a lot of cold showers. Well, it's hard for me to, you know. Though, he asked, his hand moving up and down her leg slowly. You strut around the bedroom but naked, showing off your goodies. I look at your body, those muscles, and abs, and I get as horny as a rabbit in heat. So don't think for 1 minute that it's easy for me. It's not my fault you men have a rod between your legs. He started laughing. Never had he heard it called that before. All right, I'm sorry. I'll try not to walk around naked around you. Oh, I didn't mean for you to stop, she said, smiling at him. When he noticed that she was getting tired, he found a nice motel and booked them in, ordering room service. He didn't want her getting overtired. She still felt bad about losing the baby, and sometimes at night, she would cry in her sleep. He would hold her till she stopped, wishing he could take her pain away. They arrived home 3 days later, and he was glad that Abe's man hadn't destroyed his place. It was just a bit messy, since he gave his cleaning lady a couple of months off. "It's good to be home," he said, putting their bags down. "You should go lay down and rest. I'm going to check my office to make sure no damage was done." "Okay, I am a little tired." She kissed him and headed to the bedroom. He felt a weight being lifted off his chest when he saw everything was where it was when he left. They hadn't touched a thing, but then he did have all his door lease ends and a hidden safe behind the mirror. He sat her down and made some calls and read his messages. He had so much work to catch up on, and though he had people taking care of things, he still needed to make sure everything was above board. 3 hours later, he goes into the other room and could smell food cooking, so going into the kitchen, he sees she's busy making dinner. Going over, he puts his arms around her waist. "You shouldn't be doing this. You need your rest." "I can't rest all the time. I do have to keep busy." "I hope you're hungry. I'm making veal cutlets and pasta." "Smells delicious," he said, sitting down to watch her. "I'm going to make a doctor's appointment tomorrow for you. You need to be looked at after the miscarriage. I'll also be busy for the next little while." "I know," she said, putting his plate of food down in front of him. The next day he took her to see the doctor, and she was given a clean bill of health and a prescription for more birth control pills. They were advised to wait another week before getting intimate with each other, and to use a condom for at least 6 weeks. Dominic was so busy catching up with his business that he wasn't spending much time with her. She brought him a coffee and Saturday it down on his desk. "You've been at this for days. Can't you take a break?" "I'm sorry, babe. I really have to finish this." Seeing how sad and lonely she was, he took her hands, pulling her close to him, putting his arms around her waist. "I know I've been neglecting you lately and you must be bored. Why don't you go to the spa, get your hair done and do some shopping?" "What, by myself?" "Yes, by yourself." He reaches into his back pocket, takes out his wallet, hands her his credit card. "Go shopping, buy whatever you want." "You're not coming with me?" she asked, feeling nervous. "You're free now to come and go as you please. No longer do you have to be worried about Abe, so go get changed and enjoy the day out." She hesitated, chewing on her bottom lip. "It's just that it's been so long since I had the freedom to go places on my own. I have to admit I'm a little afraid. I don't know if I can go out on my own." He puts his arms back around her waist. "After everything you've been through, I know you can do this. You are the bravest woman I have ever known. Just take it slow. There's a spa half a block from here. I'll call and book you in." "All right," she said, giving him a kiss, left to get dressed. Stepping out of the apartment, she almost chickens out, but swallowing the lump in her throat, she goes to the elevator. Getting in, pushes the button for the main floor. Once outside, she took a deep breath. The freedom made her feel like her old self. Dominic had booked her for the full spa treatment, and afterward, she got her hair and nails done. She then went shopping for new bras and panties, and a couple of SI nighties. When she walked in, he was astonished at how different she looked, happy and more relaxed. It warmed his heart to see her smiling, something she hadn't been doing much of lately. He encouraged her to go out more, even if it was just to go to the corner cafe for a latte. When she started complaining a few days later about a pain in her stomach, he rushed her to the hospital, and after they examined her, found she had an infection in her lower abdomen. She was given medicine and told to refrain from sex for 10 days. Dominic ran his hands through his hair. He was wondering how in the hell was he going to go for another 10 days without sex, and just when the 2 weeks were up, and he was looking forward to making love to her, he found her that night in bed. It was obvious she had been crying. Going over, he placed his hands on her shoulders. "Are you in pain? I'll call the doctor." "No, it's not that." "Then what is it?" he asked, taking her face in his hands. "It's been so long since we made love, and I'm afraid you'll get tired of waiting for me, and will find another woman to satisfy you." "Hey, you're worth waiting for, and besides, you have been taking care of my needs." He traced his fingers along her lips, remembering how it felt when she wrapped her mouth around him. On several occasions, she gave him the release he so desperately needed. He wasn't expecting this from her, but when she pushed him down on the bed and started, he just couldn't stop her. "You don't get it," she said, wiping her eyes. "Then tell me." "I'm horny," she snapped. He laughed but stopped when she gave him a dirty look. "Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. I never thought how much this was affecting you." It won't be much longer before I can make love to you. I promise I'll make it up to you, over and over and over again," he said. Pulling her into his arms, he kissed her passionately. She kissed him back, and when he laid next to her, she looked at him. "You better get lots of rest then, because you're going to need it. Believe me, sweetheart, rest or no rest, I'll be able to take care of you. I do have some news that will cheer you up." She looked at him and smiled, wondering what the news was. "Really? And what would that be?" "I've been getting everything settled with my business, hired some new people to help with the running of my company, so that I can take more time off. At the end of next week, I'm taking you to visit with your family. I thought we could stay a couple of weeks." Her eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes, really. I know you have been missing them. And to be honest, I kind of like that area. It feels like home, and I do enjoy writing." She hugged him. "Thank you. I'll call my mom tomorrow and let her know we're coming. She likes you. She thinks you are good for me. I don't think your father feels the same way." "Oh, he's warming up to you. I guess I can't blame your dad. What father likes any man that's banging his daughter?" The next day, Dominic was busy in his office and told her he was expecting his insurance broker, and to send her in when she got here. She was expecting an older woman, but was shocked when a woman in her late 20s showed up. Her hair was dark, raven dark and long. She had to admit the woman was a real knockout. "Hi, I'm Kelly Stevens, Dominic's insurance agent." "Hello, I'm Aurora, his girlfriend," she said, emphasizing the word girlfriend. She led the woman through to his office, leaving them alone together, but making sure to leave the door open. Yes, she knew it was petty of her, but a tinge of jealousy raced through her veins. She couldn't help it. Almost half an hour later, she thought she'd go see what they were doing. Peeking her head in the door, she saw Kelly sitting opposite him at the desk. He was signing some papers and handing them back to her when he saw her. "Aurora, come in." Embarrassed at being caught spying, she put her hands behind her back. "I was just wondering if I could get you both something to drink." Kelly stood up. "No thanks. I was just leaving, but thank you for the offer." Aurora just nodded. "I'll show Miss Stevens out. Will you file these papers for me?" he asked, handing her a bunch of forms. She nods, taking them and watching him walk out with Kelly. She starts putting them in the spots where they belonged. Since she has been helping him lately, she knew where everything went. It made her feel good knowing he trusted her with his private papers. Putting the last of the files away, she shut the cabinet and turned to see him standing there, a smirk on his face. "What?" she asked, feeling guilty. "Why were you spying on us?" "I wasn't," she answered, but knew her eyes gave her away. "She's very beautiful." "Has she worked for you long?" "A few years." "Surely you're not jealous of her. Is she one of your lovers?" He walked over, putting his arms around her waist. "Are you going to ask that of every woman I know?" She lowered her eyes. "You've been with lots of women." He lifted her chin up so that he could look into her eyes. "I was no virgin before we met, and I have been with some, but, to be honest, with my career with the Special SEAL Group, I've been too busy to play the field. Besides, Kelly is a lesbian. You're more her type than I am." She smiled when she heard this. Putting her arms around his neck, she kissed him. "Let me take you out to dinner, somewhere nice," he said, kissing her back. Chapter 29. A few days later, she decided it was time to get laid. She had waited long enough. Hell, they both have. While he was in bed, she took a shower, then she put on the white nightie she had bought when she went shopping, saving it for a special occasion. And this was it. Coming from the bathroom, she leans up against the doorframe, leaving the light on so that the glow from it would make her body more visible through the flimsy material. She cleared her throat to get his attention and waited for him to look at her. Dominic was going over some forms he had to fill out when he heard Aurora clearing her throat. He looked up and over to where she was standing. She had on this short, white see-through nightie. It left nothing to the imagination. He could see her breasts, her nipples hard and erect. His eyes damn near popped out of their sockets, and the forms he was holding fell to the floor. "Holy shit," he said under his breath. He felt the blood in his veins coursing throughout his body, and his snake grew hard. He licked his lips as his eyes roamed up and down her body slowly. Standing straight, shoulders back so that her breasts stuck out more, she swiped over her bottom lip with her tongue. "You still got those condoms?" His head bobbed up and down, and jumping out of bed, he opened the nightstand on his side of the bed and took out the unopened box. He felt like a horny teenager at that moment, when he clumsily tore open the box. In his haste, dropped them all on the floor. Going down, he grabbed one, holding it up for her to see. The look on his face was priceless and she laughed, covering her mouth. She stopped laughing when he jumped over the bed and rushed towards her. Her eyes traveled down his body and saw the bulge inside his briefs growing. One hand went around her waist, pulling her close to him. His other hand cupped the back of her head, drawing her in for a kiss. "Oh God, you look so hot." "So you like?" she asked when she was able to breathe again. "Oh yeah, baby, I like it a lot, but I think it would look better laying on the floor." He pushed her up against the wall and placed his hand over her breast. His other hand moved down her soft curves till he reached her panties, sliding his hand inside. His lips going to her neck, he kissed all the way down to her collarbone. She arched her neck, tilting it to the side, and let out a soft moan, pulling his briefs down and feeling his hard snake pressing against her. Taking a hold of him, she moved her hand up and down his shaft, hearing his moans. "Dominic, I want you so bad, it's been too long." Picking her up, he kicked his briefs away and carried her over to the bed and laid her down. He stood there for a moment, just staring at her, debating on leaving her top on or taking it off. She looked as hell in it. The panties he knew he was definitely taking off. Pulling them down, he kissed up her leg till he reached her mouth, his hand cupping her breast over the material and ran his thumb over the nipple. His snake was rubbing up against her wet pussycat and she squirmed beneath him, moaning. Their kiss deepened, tongues fighting for dominance over the others. Her fingers raked down his back, her hips rising, wanting him so bad she could taste it. "Dominic, please don't keep me waiting." "What do you want?" he asked, wanting to hear it. You fool. I want you now." Smiling, he moved off her, grabbed the condom from the bed and tore it open with his teeth. Once on, he lowered his body, sliding his throbbing snake inside her. He moved slowly at first until she started cursing at him to go faster. He held off from coming, wanted to show her what she'd been missing these last couple of weeks. Even after she screamed out when the first orgasm hit, he kept thrusting inside her. Only after he had given her a third orgasm, hitting her G-spot, did he finally let go, getting his own release. Moving off her, he removes the used condom, tossed it into the wastebasket by his side of the bed and laid down on his back. He was so beat. He had given her his all and needed to catch his breath and slow down his racing heart. Putting her leg over his, she rested her head on his chest. She could hear his heart pounding. Not caring that he was all sweaty, kissed his chest, her fingers caressing his stomach. "Wow, that was so hot. I thought you were never going to stop. It's a good thing my heart is strong or I could be dead right now." He chuckled. "Good thing you survived. Can you imagine me explaining how you were fucked to death?" Climbing on top of him, she reached for one of the condoms that had landed on the bed. "How about another round?" "Are you trying to kill me?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her. "Give me about 10 minutes. You've worn me out." "Okay, you just lay there and relax. I'll just stay right here if that's all right," she asked. Her lips going to his neck, she started kissing it, moving up and nibbling on his earlobe. She could feel his shaft getting hard and knew she didn't have long to wait. She was right when she heard him grunt and rolled her onto her back. By this time her top was gone and they were skin to skin. "Yes, one of us is going to die from fucking too much," he said, covering his erection with the condom she had so quickly removed from its wrapper. Later he held her in his arms, caressing her backside. "I'm beginning to wonder if I'll be able to keep up to you in a few years. I'm not getting any younger, you know." She smiled to herself when she heard him say a few years from now. It proved to her that he meant for them to be together for a very long time. Forever. "You don't have to worry, they have those little blue pills you can take," she said, giggling when he tickled her. Something told her he would never need them. They showered together in the morning and later she started packing their bags for the trip back home. She was excited about seeing her parents again, and they would be home in time for her parents' annual barbecue. Every year at this time, they held it and all their friends and neighbors showed up. The only thing that could spoil things was if Dominic and Bert got into it. Though she had told him she never loved Bert, she could tell he was pissed at the thought that she had once slept with him. It took some convincing that it was long ago, and she even said the sex was horrible. That seemed to please him somewhat. They arrived in Texas, and Dominic had rented a car for them, and when they reached the ranch and stopped the car, the front door opened and her mother came out. Aurora ran to her and they hugged and cried. Dominic stood back and watched the tender moment between mother and daughter. Carrie looked over at him. "Good to see you again, Dominic." Going over, gave him a warm and inviting hug. "Mom, where's Dad?" "He's in the barn. He can't wait to see you." "Oh, here he comes," she said, pointing towards the barn. Aurora turned her head, and seeing him she calls out and runs to him. "Daddy," she said when she reached him, and he picked her up off her feet and swung her around before putting her down. "It's good to see you, baby girl. I've missed you something awful." He looks over and sees Dominic. "Oh, you did bring him after all. Dad, please be nice to him. You really love him, don't you?" "Yes, I do." "All right, as long as he is good to you." "He is, and I love him so much." The two men shook hands. The last time Dominic was here he thought they had gotten along, but this time Thomas seemed a little off. They all went inside and ate the lunch Carrie made. After lunch, Thomas invited Dominic to go with him to round up some cattle that had gotten loose. He changed into jeans and a black t-shirt, and gave Aurora a kiss, left with Thomas. This gave Aurora and her mother time to catch up on things, and later they started dinner, knowing the men would be hungry when they returned. When they did get back, Thomas grabbed them both a beer. "Your man did real good out there today, Aurora. He has a knack for this kind of life. Any chance of you two moving back here?" Dominic and Aurora looked at each other. "Dad, his business is back in New York, and we hadn't discussed the future yet." She glanced over at him, suddenly feeling unsure of what would happen. He never mentioned marriage or anything. That night in bed, as she lay in his arms after they made love, she decided to ask him about their future. "Dominic, have you ever thought about getting married?" "To who?" he asked jokingly. Not amused, she rolled over onto her side, her back to him. "Oh, just never mind." He pulled her back onto her back. "I'm kidding, sweetheart. I love you and I want to spend my life with you. As for marriage, let's just wait. Take it one day at a time." He knew this wasn't the answer she was hoping for. She was hurt, but instead of telling him how she felt, she reached up and kissed him. "I love you. Let's get some sleep." The next few days were busy with planning the barbecue, ordering the food and setting up the lights and clearing an area where people could dance. The morning of the party, she woke to find Dominic was not in bed. Getting up, she puts on a robe and goes to the kitchen where her mother was busy making breakfast. "Where's Dominic?" she asked her parents. "He went riding. Said he didn't want to wake you," her father said, taking a drink of his coffee. "That's weird. He never said anything about going riding. I wonder why he didn't wait for me." She felt a little hurt. "Don't worry, dear. I'm sure he just wanted to let you sleep in and he'll be back soon. Now sit down and eat before your food gets cold." Carrie set a plate full of eggs and bacon in front of her. She was angry when he finally came back. He had been gone for hours. "Where have you been? I've been worried sick about you." "I rode around for a while, then went into town and had breakfast at the small diner. Got to know some of the guys. We had coffee and talked, and told them I was dating Mr. I's daughter. All very friendly guys. I didn't mean to worry you." "I called your cell and found your phone in our bedroom," she said, her lips set in a firm line and her arms crossed. Since they were alone, he pulled her into his arms. "Have I told you how I saw you look when you're angry?" She turned her head away when he tried to kiss her, so he ended up kissing her neck instead. "Stop," she said, pushing him away. "My folks could walk in at any minute." He takes her back into his arms. "I'll stop if you forgive me and give me a kiss." She wanted to stay mad at him, but she couldn't, not when he started kissing along her jawline, moving to her lips, putting her arms around his neck. She kissed him back and was disappointed when they heard footsteps approaching and they pulled apart. Chapter 30. The party. People started arriving for the barbecue just around dinner time, bringing beer and food, which was set out on several picnic tables. It had been a hot day, and was still very warm by the time the party started. She wore shorts and a top. He had on a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt. Thomas, Dominic, and some others were busy grilling the meat, while the women took care of the salads and snack foods. Dominic was not happy to see Bert pull into the driveway. He was hoping a man wouldn't come, but no, he had to show up, and walked right over to him and Thomas. "Hi, Thomas. Glad you could make it, Bert," Thomas said, shaking his hand. "I wouldn't miss one of your famous barbecues," he said, then looked at Dominic. "Nice to see you again," he says to Dominic, but didn't offer his hand to shake. "Go grab yourself a beer, son. Food will be ready soon." "Thanks, Thomas. I will. Is Aurora around? I'd like to say hi." "Right over there," he said, pointing to where she stood with a couple of women. Dominic kept his eye on Bert as he walked over to Aurora and gave her a hug. As he was helping with the grilling, he couldn't go over. It irked him when Bert kept his arms around her waist, but grinned when he saw her move them. 10 minutes later, He was still following her around like a puppy dog, so when he was given a break he went and grabbed 2 beers, one for him, the other for her. Going over he hands her one of the beers and places his arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him. "So what are you talking about?" "We were talking about old times and when we were in school together. Dating," Bert answered, emphasizing the word dating. He could feel the blood rising up inside him. This man was quickly getting on his nerves. "Shouldn't you be going over to Ernie?" Bert's eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Nothing," she said, stifling a giggle, taking Dominic's hand lead him away. Once away from Bert she gave him a playful swat. "That wasn't very nice." He smiled. "You were right about him. He is a flake. How could he not get the reference to what I said? Can't you try and get along with him?" "Why would I want to get along with the man who is the hots for my girl? That was a long time ago." "Oh, Aurora, can't you see he's still in love with you?" "I don't believe that. And even if he is, that's his problem. He'll have to get over it. I'm in love with you, not him." She stood up on her toes to kiss him, not caring who saw them. "Won't you try, for me? All I will say is he better keep his hands off you. Look at you being all possessive and jealous. And here I thought it was just me." He saw from the corner of his eye that Bert was watching them, so he put his hands on her waist and pulling her closer kissed her. It was a long and passionate kiss. He wanted to give Bert the message that she belonged to him. When he finally let her go, she tried to catch her breath. The kiss went beyond any he had ever given her. It hit her hot and panties wet. "Should we go get something to eat?" she asked, her words coming out in breathy pants. Taking her hand they went over to where the others were, piling their plates up with food. The music started and some started dancing. When they were done eating, she pulled Dominic over to the dancing area. "I don't know how to do country dancing," he said, for once unsure of himself. "It's just like any other dance. You just follow my lead," she said as they started moving to the music. After a couple of dances, he dragged her away and over to where they could sit and enjoy a drink. She sat her day on his lap, and they watched the others as they twirled around to the country music. An hour later Bert walks over and asked her for a dance. She looks at Dominic to make sure he wouldn't mind, and when he nodded she went with Bert. Thomas walked over and handed Dominic another beer and Saturday down next to him. He saw him watching the two as they danced. They dance well together, always have, them being the same age, and I was sure they would end up getting married. But I see now it would never have worked between them. He could never make her happy. "No one can make her as happy as I will," he said. "Excuse me while I go and cut in." Setting his beer down got up and went over to the band and whispered something to the leader. They started playing a soft romantic song, and he tapped Bert on the shoulder. "I'm cutting in," he said to him, and taking Aurora's arm pulled her towards him, leaving Bert walking away as he grumbled under his breath. "Now this is where I belong," she said, putting her arms around his neck and smiling at him. As happy as she was that night, she was nervous. Earlier that day, she had discussed something important to her mother, asking for her advice. Her mother told her she thought it was a wonderful idea, so, leaving her comfort zone, she stopped dancing and moved an inch away. "What's wrong? Why did you stop dancing with me?" he asked, confused when the music stopped and he saw everyone staring at them. She swallowed the lump that was stuck in her throat, and getting down on one knee took his hand in hers. "Dominic, these last few months have been the best and the most unusual time of my life. I wouldn't change any of it as it showed me what kind of man you are." Tears welled up in her eyes and started rolling down her cheek. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and a small part of her was worried about what his reaction would be when she finished talking. "I love you with every fiber of my being, and I want us to be together forever. I'm asking you, Dominic Lindis, to marry me. Will you be my husband?" Well, he never in a million years saw this coming and was shocked, to say the least. He looked into her eyes and saw the tears. His heart skipped a beat or two. With his free hand, he stroked the side of her face in a warm and loving gesture. "I love you too, and yes, my love, I will marry you." He helped her up, and when she flung herself into his arms, he kissed her. The sounds of laughter and clapping rang loudly in their ears. He released her, and holding up his hand, he shushed up the crowd. "Wait, we have one big problem here." Everyone became quiet, wondering what could possibly be wrong. She did too. "What do you mean?" she asked fearfully. He spoke loud enough so that the others could hear. "I believe it's a custom to give the one you are proposing to a ring. Do you have a ring for me?" he asked, staring at her and waiting for an answer. She shook her head, not sure of what to think. I thought a ring was only for the woman. I don't have a ring. She looks over at her mother and aunt Bev, who only shrugged their shoulders, and then back at Dominic. Well, he said as he reached into his back pocket and took out a diamond engagement ring, holding it up for her to see. It's a good thing I have one with me. Her eyes grew wide. Gasping, she covered her mouth and looked at him, speechless. I was going to propose to you tonight, but you beat me to it. I love you. Will you marry me and wear my ring? Yes, she squealed and jumped into his arms. She couldn't believe this was happening as he slipped the ring on her finger. Everyone congratulated them, even Bert. Dominic stood back and watched as she proudly showed off her ring to all the women. His thoughts went back to earlier this morning, when he was alone with Thomas and asked his permission to marry his daughter. So you want to marry my little girl, do you? Yes, sir. I love her and want to spend the rest of my life with her. Do I have your permission? How can I give it when I know nothing about you? I told you all about myself. No, son. You haven't. There's more to you than just a businessman. Before I say yes, you need to come clean and tell me the truth. Don't try telling me there's nothing more. I've been around a long time and know when a man is keeping secrets. He knew he had to come clean, or the old man would not give his blessing. He sat him down and started telling him how he was with a special group of the Navy SEALs and how secret it was, that no one knew of them. He told him of his last mission, leaving out the part of Aurora being kept by force, by Abe and himself, and a few of the other details. Thomas scratched his chin. You being a part of the special force could put my girl in danger. No, sir. I quit the team. All I want down is to run my family's business and live a life with her. No way is she in any danger. He stood up and ran his hand through his hair, turning back to look at Thomas. I'm going to marry her with or without your blessing. I know it would make her happy if you did. One good thing, I guess, is that I'll know you'll be able to protect her no matter what. You have my permission and my blessing, he said, holding out his hand to shake Dominic's. He was shaken from his thoughts when she pounced on him from behind, her arms going around his neck as he felt her warm kiss on his cheek. Everyone loves my ring. He turned around to face her. Are you happy? Her eyes sparkled when she looked at him. Yes, I was beginning to think you never wanted to marry me, so I took a big chance in asking you. Aurora, I've been thinking about it for a very long time and was waiting for the right moment. I've never heard of a woman proposing, and it threw me off guard. Putting his arms around her waist drew her close. Let's sneak away and celebrate our engagement alone. Smiling, she looks towards the barn and points. Let's do it in there. He raised an eyebrow. In there? What if someone walks in on us? We can lock the door or go up to the next level. Seeing the look of doubt on his face, she snickered. Oh, come on, chicken. We've done it in some other places that were not so private. Yeah, I know, but this is your father's home. I just can't. Sorry. Okay, it's your loss. Smiling, she went to walk away. He grabbed her arm before she could make her escape. Let's go into the house. I'll make it worthwhile. Just then her parents shouted out their names and motioned for them to come over. Running her hand down his chest gave him a smile that melted his heart. It looks like we'll have to wait till later. Growling, he took her hand when she held it out. 2 more seconds they would have been inside and away from everyone. Chapter 31. It was getting late and most of the guests had left. Aurora was tired and wanted to go to bed, but she told Dominic he could stay and finish his talk with one of the other ranchers. I won't be long. Wait up for me, he said, giving her a kiss and watching as she walked away. An hour later he strolled into the bedroom. He took one look at her in her tank top. She had removed her bra and her breasts looked so perky. Come here, he ordered, motioning with his finger. When she got close, he pulled her into his arms. One arm went around her waist. His hand cupped the back of her neck and his lips came down on hers. Removing his arm from around her waist, his hand went over her breast. She found herself up against the wall. His hand moved down her neck to her breast. She felt the heat from his hand when he caressed them, his lips hot and demanding as he kissed her. A moan made its way from her mouth into his. A tingle rippled through her core when she felt his hardness pressing between her legs. Curling her fingers at the hem of his shirt, pulled it up, forcing him to break the kiss. He lifted his arms so that she could pull his top over his head. In turn, he did the same with her top. Both naked from the waist up, they kissed and groped each other. He was done with the kid stuff. He wanted to feel more of her, wanted his hard and swollen snake buried deep inside her heat. Picking her up off her feet, carried her back towards the bed, where he dropped her like a sack of potatoes. His hands worked feverishly undoing the button and pulling the zipper on her shorts down, quickly removing them. His eyes roamed over her as she lay there totally naked. His mind was void of all thoughts, except for the one of how it was going to feel when he joined their bodies, making them one. Pants off, he grabbed a condom, rolled it on his shaft and lowered himself on top of her. With ease, he slid a snake inside her when she opened her legs for him. The soft sounds of her moans and the way her hands felt when she moved them up and down his back sent him into an uncontrollable desire to thrust hard and fast. Lost in his own pleasure, he took what he wanted. He thought of only himself at that moment. His body shook with what felt like low shots of electricity going through his body when he had the most intense orgasm ever. Panting and sweating, he looked down at her, feeling guilty for thinking of only himself and not her. But then she was smiling, her head back, exposing her neck, so he lowered his head to kiss it, sucking lightly. "Oh God, that was so good," she said in a whisper. "It was?" he asked, looking confused. "But I was selfish. I took you too fast. You were a bit rough but so intense. Dominic, you gave me to orgasms. The best I've ever had, so yes, it was good, damn good. Only don't think you can get away from foreplay all the time. I still like all the extra things you do to me." Moving off her, he laid on his back, removing the condom. "I'll make it up to you, I promise." "Damn right you will," she answered, letting out a giggle. Moving over, she lays her head on his chest, and holding her hand up looks at the ring on her finger. "It's so beautiful, so different from all the others I've seen." He holds her hand and looks at it. "It belonged to my great-grandmother, who passed it down to my grandmother, then to my mother. Now it is yours. A family heirloom, and one day we'll pass it down to our son to give to his wife," she said, smiling at the thought of having a family with him. Kissing her forehead, he pulled her closer. "I don't want to wait long to get married." "When were you thinking? I know you'd like to get married here with your family and friends around, so do you think we could put together a wedding in, let's say, 2 months? "Oh yes, and it doesn't have to be anything big or fancy. We'll talk it over with Mom and Dad tomorrow. Aunt Bev is a genius when it comes to planning parties," she said, yawning. Morning came and she found Dominic in the kitchen with her parents having breakfast. "Something smells good, Mom," she said, bending down, gave Dominic a morning kiss. "Sit down, dear, and I'll get you a plate." Since they were going back to New York in a few days, she, her mother and her aunt started making wedding plans. There would be a church wedding and a reception back at the ranch. There really wasn't a lot to do besides that, just the flowers, menu and the decorations. Her aunt and mother would send out the invitations, Aurora would buy her dress in New York, and they would return 1 week before the wedding. A few days later, they no sooner walked into their New York apartment, when there was a knock at the door. He answered it and was surprised to find his ex-boss, Canon Davis, standing there. He motioned for him to come in. "Mr. Davis, what are you doing here?" He looked over at Aurora and back at Dominic. "I wonder if I could speak to you privately." Taking her hand, he shook his head. "We're getting married, so whatever it is you can say in front of her. Would you like to come into the other room and sit?" Canon followed them, and when she offered him a beverage, he declined. "I want to congratulate you on ridding the world of Abe, and without the help from the team. Not like I had a choice, since you shut down the mission and refused to let my team help. Lucky for me, I had the money and manpower to take him down. You only did that because of the girl, otherwise you would have followed my orders." He rubbed his face and leaned back. "The other reason I'm here is to talk to you about Eva. You accused me of having Trevor's girl killed. It wasn't me, it was Eva." "Eva? Why would she kill her?" "Trevor made the mistake of telling his girlfriend about one of our missions. Eva took it upon herself to eliminate her. She didn't want her to talk to anyone about it. Plus, Eva and Trevor were having an affair." He glanced at Aurora for a second. "Eva would have killed Aurora too, but with you guarding her or having someone watch her, she couldn't get to her." "How do you know all this?" Dominic snapped. "After she was killed in the explosion, we went through her apartment and found papers, receipts and messages on her phone from the hitmen she hired. She had a file on all that belonged to the Special Force and our missions. That info was faxed to Abe. After investigating, we found out that she recently went over to his side." "Why would she do it? Eva has been with us for years. One of the best informers there ever was. She was smart, got information for us that no one else could." "Dominic, I think she had a thing for you, and when you kept rejecting her and got with Aurora, something in her must have snapped." "Well, she's dead, so we'll never know why she switched sides," Dominic said, standing when Canon did. "Won't you consider coming back to the group? There is another job that needs doing. It's dangerous and we need your expertise." "You know, Canon, I have enjoyed my time going on these missions, but..." He looked over at Aurora. But things are different now. My new mission in life is to marry this beautiful woman and grow old with her. I also want to continue the business my father started. It's a shame though, you were the best. Good luck to you both, and maybe someday we'll cross paths again." Saying goodbye to her, he followed Dominic to the door. "If you ever change your mind, you know how to get in touch with me." "I won't," he said, and opened the door for the man. Going back over to Aurora, he noticed how quiet she was being. "Sweetheart, what's bothering you?" He sits next to her, taking her hand. "I can't help feeling it's all my fault. If only you had left me with Abe, a lot of people would be alive today. Eva wouldn't have double-crossed you, and your mission wouldn't have been put in danger, and you'd still be doing what you love, what excites you. Now you listen to me. None of this is your fault. I regret nothing I've done since I met you, and I'd do it all over again if I had to. Besides, I'm getting older now, so it was time for me to quit and settle down. What I love and excites me is you," he said, putting his hand behind her head, drew her in for a kiss. "I just don't want you to get bored with me and later down the road resent me." Smiling and shaking his head, he gave her a light shove, making her land on her back on the sofa. He laid on top of her, his lips going to her mouth, and his kiss turned passionate. He felt her responding when she wrapped her arms around his neck, her tongue forcefully finding its way into his mouth. He stopped kissing to look at her. "I will never get bored with you. Surely you must know that. I want this life with you. I've gone through life not loving anyone, taking on dangerous missions that at times almost cost me my life. Yes, it was exciting, got my blood and heart pumping, but what gets my heart racing is every time I look at you. So don't ever for 1 minute think that I'm just doing this for you. It's more for me." Her lips quivered and a tear rolled down her face. He always knew the right thing to say, and she fell even more in love with him. Getting off her, he takes her hand, pulling her up. "Come with me." "Where are we going?" "Where do you think? To the bedroom, sweetheart, where I'm going to show you how much I love you." She giggled as he practically dragged her into the bedroom and had her undressed in record time, pushing her down onto the bed. "Move onto your stomach," he ordered her as he started removing his clothes. He grew harder when he saw her ass. She had the nicest ass, so firm. Her legs were also a vision of beauty. She really had a beautiful body, he thought as he climbed onto her, kissing her, but he bit gently on one cheek and heard her squeal. She did what he told her to do and waited. Ouch. She squealed when he bit her bum, but then his mouth moved up, leaving a trail of wet kisses all the way up to her neck. She felt his arm going around her waist and lifted her hips up. Holding on, he eased inside her. "Oh God," she moaned when he began thrusting hard inside her. His thumbs caressed her butt cheeks, his snake hard and throbbing inside her. "Oh yes," she cried out when her orgasm hit her like a ton of bricks. She was spent but knew he was close to coming, so she pushed up into him, till she heard his moans of pleasure when his own release came. Chapter 32, asking in the afterglow of their lovemaking. She lifts her hand to look at her ring. "I love this ring so much, it's perfect." "Do you really like it? I could buy you a new modern ring." "This ring is an antique. It's more beautiful than any ring you can buy today. For it to be passed down from generation to generation is what makes it special. The workmanship that went into this ring is amazing. It looks good on your finger," he said, holding her hand. "Looks at it. You'll have to go shopping for a dress, and we have to pick out our wedding bands. Thanks for suggesting that we get married back home. I knew how much it would mean to you and your family. I don't care where we get married as long as we do." He really wished that he had set the date sooner. He didn't want to wait to make her his wife. A few days later, he took her ring shopping. They picked out a set of matching gold bands. He then took her to a bridal fashion show where wedding dresses were being modeled. Sitting in the front row, she had the booklet that showed every gown that was being shown. She glanced through it and gasped, turning to look at him. "Dominic, they're all so expensive." He put his arm over her shoulder. "Don't look at the prices. Just pick out the one you want. It's our special day and I want you to be happy. Okay." The show is about to start. He sat her back as they watched the models come out one by one. As she watched, she checked off the ones she liked, and when she saw him looking down at the page, she covered it with her hand. "No, don't look." "Why not?" he asked, a smile creeping up on his face. "I don't want you to see the one I pick. It's bad luck for the groom to see the dress before the wedding." He points to one he liked when a model came out. Taking a look at the booklet and seeing the price, she rolled her eyes. It was ridiculously high priced and she didn't like it. She was sure he only liked it as it was so low cut, revealing way too much breast. Her father would have a fit if she wore something like that. At the end of the show, he turned to her. So have you decided on a dress? Yes, I know the one I want. Standing up takes her hand and helps her to her feet. He hands her his credit card. Since you don't want me to see what you picked, here's my card. Go pay for it and have them deliver it. I'll wait for you over by the bar, he said, giving her a kiss. He Saturday at the bar with a scotch on the rocks, when a man came in Saturday next to him and ordered a beer. Will you look at all the fresh meat in here? He said, ogling all the women. Excuse me, Dominic asked, turning to look at the man. The stranger had never seen a groom at one of these functions, usually only the bride, so not thinking anything of it started spouting off. I come here all the time looking for some action, and the women like to have one last fling with a stranger before getting tied down. Is that right? Dominic asked, feeling disgusted. Now who will be the lucky girl tonight? Check out the blonde over there. I bet she would enjoy my snake buried deep inside her pussycat, and maybe suck my snake while we're at it. Dominic turned to see who he was talking about. The only blonde standing where he pointed it was Aurora. His hands balled up into fists and he glared at the man. I don't think the man she's going to marry will appreciate you talking about her like this. He wouldn't have to know, and I'm sure she won't tell him. He lightly swats Dominic's arm. Look, she's coming this way. I think she spotted me and coming over to see me. Aurora walks right over, smiling brightly, not even noticing the man beside Dominic. He stands up and taking her in his arms gave her a big kiss, seeing the look of horror on the man's face. Releasing her, he takes money from his pocket, reaches over, he places the money for his drink on the bar and looks at the stranger. Oh, by the way, I know, he said, bumping into the man's arm, making him spill the drink all over him. Seeing how the muscle in his jaw tightened, she asked him if everything is all right. Everything's great. Let's go somewhere for dinner. The next few weeks flew by and they were heading back to Texas. Getting settled into their room, they went to talk to her family, going over the arrangements for the wedding. After the wedding, he was taking her on a 3-week honeymoon to Spain. The 3 women carried her wedding down into one of the bedrooms, leaving Dominic alone with her father. Are you getting cold feet, son? Thomas asked. No, sir. I can't wait to be married to your daughter. Have you told her about the surprise? I was going to take her for a drive later and show her. You don't think Carrie and Bev will say anything, will they? He was worried. This was the biggest secret he ever had to keep, and he didn't want anything to spoil it. No, they've been sworn to secrecy. Good, he said, breathing more easily. Dinner over, Dominic suggested that they go for a drive, and when she suggested everyone go, he panicked. But then her father spoke up, saving the day. No, dear, you two go ahead. We're just going to stay here and relax. He looked over at Dominic and winked. So where are we going? She asked when they got in the car and took off. I want to show you something. What? Aurora, will you just wait and see? It's a surprise. 10 minutes later, he stopped the vehicle and she looked around, not seeing anything but open land. Is this my surprise? You're funny. No, but put this on, he said, handing her a blindfold. She raised her eyebrows. Why? He growled, turn around and I'll put it on you. Is this something kinky? If it is, I'm all for it. He had to laugh at her. Lately, she had been getting more adventures in the SX department. No, not this time. She Saturday back in her seat, wondering what he was up to. She didn't have long to wait when 5 minutes later he stopped the car. He got out and went around to her side of the car and opened the door, helping her out. Standing behind her with his hands on her shoulders, he leaned in and kissed the side of her neck. Are you ready for your surprise? Yes, she answered, hopping from one foot to the other. Okay, here it is. She stared straight ahead, her mouth fell open and she turned to look at him. I don't understand. Why did you bring me to Logan's Ranch? The first time we came here you said this was your dream home. I remember, she said, looking at him, still confused. He cupped her face in his hands. I bought this place for you. For us. Are you saying you want to live here? Tears trickled down her face. Using his thumb he wiped them away. I like it here. It's a good place to raise a family when we start having one. When she didn't answer, he was afraid he made a mistake. Oh God, did I get it wrong? If this isn't what you want, I can sell it. If you want to stay in New York, it's okay with me. She shakes her head, placing her hands over his. No, you didn't get it wrong. I love it and would love to live here. But what about your apartment and your work? He looks toward the house. It's really big. Plenty of room for an office, and with the technology these days, I can run it from here. There will be times we'll Have to go to New York on business, so we can stay in a hotel. What about your apartment? I'll sell it. She turned to look at the house. I can't believe you did this for me. He reached in his pocket and pulled out some keys. Want to go in and see our new home? He almost fell over backward when she flung her arms around him, wrapping her legs around his waist. Oh, I love you so much. Yes, I want to go in. He unlocked the door and stepped aside so that she could go in first. I bought it furnished, but if you want to change any of it, we'll start hunting for whatever you want. She practically ran from room to room, ending up in the kitchen. How did you do all this when we were back in New York? When we were here before and that day, I went out. I was with a real estate agent and bought it. Your father helped me with a lot of it. You almost found out one day, when you came into my office, and the fax was on my desk. Luckily I was able to distract you, before you saw the forms from the real estate office. She takes his hand and starts pulling him towards the stairs. Let's go check out the master bedroom. We were just up there. She gives him a smile, one that said she wanted to check out more than the room, as she starts unbuttoning her blouse. A smile spread across his face when he realized what she had in mind. You better start running, he said as he started removing his shirt, and laughed when she squealed as she ran up the stairs, him right behind her. There was a new king-size bed in the master bedroom that he had ordered ahead of time. No sheets, of course, but he didn't care as he pushed her down on top of it. Are we going to christen the bed? She asked, knowing damn well what was going to happen. What do you think? He asked, pulling down her pants and panties. Removing his own pants, he started kissing up her leg till he reached between her legs. I'm a little hungry for a snack, he said as he used his tongue to tease her clit, making her squirm. When he felt she had enough, he moved up, kissing her neck as he entered her slowly. Later, as they laid in each other's arms, with only their bodies to keep them warm. I love you so much, even more for buying this house and wanting to make a life here, she said, her arms wrapped around him. I'd make a life anywhere as long as it's with you. You know, the Jones can stay here when they come for the wedding instead of staying in a hotel, she said, looking up at him. Yes, I thought of that too. Aurora, why did you invite Bert to the wedding? I don't really like that guy. I didn't want to, but Mom and Dad wanted me to. They're fond of him, and he's helped out my dad a lot over the years on the ranch. Please, don't be angry and try to get along with him, even if it's just for that one day. All right, for you I will, but if he tries anything with you, I won't be responsible for what I'll do to him. He won't. Now we'd better get dressed and go back home, before they send out a search party for us. Chapter 33. The Jones arrived the day before the wedding. The first thing the boys did, or men actually, was to shower Aurora with big old bear hugs and kisses, while Dominic and Reba stood back watching, shaking their heads. Reba clapped her hands, yelling at them to put her down and say hello to Dominic, but Theo ignored his mother and walked over to Dominic with Aurora in his arms. The others followed. You can put me down now, Theo, she giggled when she saw he was going to keep carrying her, and when he did, Dominic pulled her close to him. They all went to the Ice home for dinner and got to know each other. A bottle of champagne was opened, but the Jones boys asked for a beer instead. Later, with dinner over and the washing up done, they went outside to check and make sure things were ready for tomorrow's big day. It was getting late, and Dominic was going back to the house he bought for Aurora to stay the night. He was not allowed to spend the night with her, told it was a tradition for the groom not to see the bride before the wedding. Before he was to leave, he took her into an empty room, pulled her close and kissed her passionately. I don't want to be apart from you tonight. Putting her arms around his neck, she smiled up at him. Neither do I, but my parents insist that we follow some of the traditions. Dominic, I want you to know I love you so much. That day when you first walked into the club, when I was there with Abe and I saw you, my stomach got butterflies. I was instantly attracted to you, but still a little scared. But when you didn't try to force yourself on me and told me I had to be the one to come to you, I knew you were going to be my savior, my true love. He wiped her tears away. His lips came down on hers passionately, and all of a sudden, the door burst open and all 6 of the Jones boys picked him up and started carrying him out of the house. He shouted out to her, I love you. I love you too, she shouted back. She grabbed Thorpe's arm and gave him a stern look. Don't you guys go getting him drunk tonight. I want him sober for the wedding. I'll try my best, he answered as the others stuffed Dominic into the truck. Wedding day. Reba was helping Aurora get ready when her parents walked in. Carrie had tears in her eyes when she saw her daughter in her wedding dress and veil. Aunt Bev was sniffling. After talking and hugs being given, the women went downstairs to get ready to leave for the church. Thomas went over and with his finger lifted her head up. "You look so beautiful. I'm so proud of the way you turned out. All I want for you is to be happy. Are you?" "Yes, Dad. I've never been this happy in my whole life." "I suppose it's all due to your young man." She nods. "I love him so much and he treats me real good." "You know you can still change your mind about getting married. It's not too late." "Dad, I love Dominic and I want to be his wife." "Well, we better get you to the church then," he said, his eyes glistening with tears. He gave her a hug before heading out. Dominic stood at the altar, looking at his watch and checking the door, waiting to see Aurora walk in. He had several missions in Iraq, and others around the world where he was always in constant danger. It never bothered him. He did what he was trained to do without nerves getting in the way. For the first time in his life, he was a nervous wreck, worried that she might change her mind. But then when the wedding march started playing and the door to the church opened and he saw her, he let out the breath he was holding in. As he watched the love of his life walking toward him, his heart swelled with so much love for her and his eyes filled with tears. She walked with beauty and grace. She was a vision of all that was beautiful in the world. If he had any doubt in his mind that he would miss the danger and excitement of going on a mission, they flew right out of his head. She was all the excitement he would ever need. He made a silent vow to be the best husband to her that he could be. He would love and cherish her every day. He would not let difficult times or jealousy get in the way of her happiness. He would love and protect her forever. When she reached him, he took her hand. She wore the diamond choker he had bought her. "You are so beautiful," he said when they looked into each other's eyes. The way she looked at him with love, his heart melted. After the vows were said and were pronounced man and wife, they kissed, wrapping his arm around her waist. He walked her down the aisle and outside where everyone gathered around wishing them well. Then it was time to head back to the ranch for the party. Dominic and Aurora got into the back of the car and a friend of the family drove. He put his arm around her. The fingers of his hand brushed lightly against her cheek. "Have I told you how beautiful you look? And this dress is stunning. I'm glad you didn't let me see it until today." "Yes, you told me several times already, but I like hearing you say it. Dominic, will you promise me that you won't get into it with Bert? I know he's not your favorite person, but he really is a good guy." "I'll do anything for you," he said, taking her in his arms. He kissed her. The driver turned around when he stopped, laughing when they kept kissing, unaware they had stopped. "Okay, you two, we're here." Dominic helped her out and his hand lingered on her waist as he leaned in and whispered in her ear, "You're lucky there are people around or I would have this dress off you and take you right here." She giggled and pushed him away. "Shh, someone might hear you." They were unable to say anything else as people started gathering around them. The women scooted Aurora away, leaving the men gathered together. Reba gave her a motherly hug. "I must say you are the most beautiful bride I've ever seen, and this necklace, so gorgeous. May I ask, is it real?" Aurora's hand went to the diamond choker. "Yes, Dominic gave it to me." "That man sure does love you," Reba said, giving her another hug. When Dominic was able to escape the guys that surrounded him, he picked up 2 glasses of champagne and walked over to where his bride was. "Excuse me, ladies, can I have a moment alone with my bride?" They giggled and walked away. He hands her one of the drinks. "Hi, Mrs. Quintus," he said, placing his lips softly on hers. "Hi, Mr. Quintus, my husband." She moved closer, her free hand going to his face. She touched his face. "I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I have a strong and handsome man for my husband. I meant my vows to you. I'll make you happy every day and will never stop loving you." Poor Dominic didn't get the chance to kiss her. When the Jones boys came and pulled him away, they came for a party they were going to have. Later, Dominic was grabbing another beer when Bert walked over to him. "I just want to congratulate you. You're a very lucky man. Aurora is special and I wish you both the best of luck," Bert said, holding out his hand to shake Dominic's. "You don't have to tell me, and I hope you'll remember that she's my wife." Bert looked stunned. "Oh my God, of course. Look, I respect your marriage, and everyone can see she's deeply in love with you." "Thanks, I appreciate that, Bert." The night went smoothly. They ate, drank, and had their first dance as husband and wife. And soon it was time for them to change to go on their honeymoon. After all the hugs and kisses, they said their goodbyes and got into their car and headed to the airport. She rested her head on his shoulder when their plane took off. "That was a beautiful wedding," she said, yawning. "Sure was. Your parents went all out. I can't wait to get you into our hotel room. I'm going to make love you for 2 days straight." And if you're able to walk, we'll go sightseeing after that." When she didn't answer, he looked down to see she had fallen asleep. Once they landed in Spain, a car took them to their hotel and he carried her into the room. He refused to put her down until he had gotten her into the bedroom. There he gently laid her down, getting on top. "I can't wait to make love to you as my wife for the first time. I love you, Mrs. Quintus, and I hope you got lots of rest on the plane, because I plan on making love to you for hours. I love you to Mr. Quintus, my husband, and bring Ellen." For the next 3 weeks he showered her with love and small gifts. Each day she was given something: earrings, bracelets, necklaces, flowers, perfume, scarves, and other small trinkets. They went sightseeing, boating, and ate in the finest restaurants. Many days were spent on the beach, and in the nights and mornings they made love. The only sour point of their honeymoon was when they bumped into Samila Ruiz, who suggested that Dominic come dance with her. Aurora looked at him, expecting him to go, but instead, he smiled at Samila. "I'm sorry, the only one I will be dancing the tango with is my wife from now on." She draped her arm through his, and buried her face in his shoulder to keep from laughing when Samila pouted, swore at him, and walked away, stomping her feet as a child would do. For their last night in Spain, he ordered a bottle of their best champagne, strawberries with whipped cream. Sitting in one of the chairs, he waited for her to come from the bathroom. When she did, he held up his hand when she got close to the bed. "Stop right there." "Why?" she asked, wondering what he was up to. "Have you had a good time here in Spain?" "Yes, the best." "Have I given you pleasure in bed? Were you satisfied with all the different ways I have made love to you?" She smiled, blushing when she thought of all the things he did to her. "Yes, very much." "Now will you do something for me?" "Anything," she replied. "Strip." "What?" "Strip, put on a show for me." "Are you serious?" "Yup." "All right," she said. Going over, she turned on the radio and found a SI tune. When the music started, she moved her hips, swaying them as she slowly undid the buttons on her shirt. He sat her day back and watched as she stripped, slow and provocative. He caught her bra when she tossed it his way. She then placed her hands on the bedpost. Her back to him, she wiggled her ass, getting him hot and bothered. His chest moved rapidly up and down. His shaft was hard, pressing against his zipper. His eyes glued on her and to what she was doing, and then she went and straddled his lap, grinding into his crotch. Well, that was all he could take. Getting up, he carried her over to the bed and laid her down, removing her panties and placing his face between her legs. He licked and sucked until she screamed out from her orgasm. Jumping out of bed, he wasted no time in removing his clothes and climbing on top of her. Champagne and strawberries were forgotten when he made love to her over and over again until the sun rose. Being their flight was leaving in a couple of hours, they had to hurry to catch it. They would have to sleep on the plane since they were up all night. Chapter 34. When the plane landed, they collected their luggage and went to where his truck was parked. Both were glad to be back in Texas and to start building a life together on the ranch he bought for her, her dream home. After the drive and they pulled into the driveway, he parked the truck and they Saturday there, staring at the home they would live in, have children and grow old together. She looks over at him and smiles when he takes her hand and smiled back. "Ready to go in?" "Oh yes." He gets out and goes around to her side and opens the door, telling her he'd come back later for their bags. He takes her hand. When they got to the front door, he unlocks it. Then he picked her up bridal style and carried her inside. "You can put me down now," she said, her hand going through his hair. "Nope. I'm taking you straight up to our bedroom, where I'm going to tear off your clothes and have my wicked way with you," he said, locking lips with her. She giggled when he carried her up the stairs and tossed her on the bed. She sat her day up. "Someone's anxious. Wouldn't you like to have a bit to eat first?" Going over, he gets between her legs and pushes her down on the bed. "Oh, I'd plan on eating something sweet and creamy right now," he said in a low SI voice. His lips went down on hers, his kiss sweet and tender but soon turned more passionate. Just as he was about to pull off her top, they heard car horns blaring and cars pulling into the driveway. Getting off her, he goes over to the window and swears. "Damn it, we've got company," he said, looking over at her. "That will be my parents and some of our neighbors welcoming us home. But they thought we were coming home tomorrow." "Oops, that's my fault. I called Mom and told her we were coming back a day early. I'm sorry. You're not mad, are you?" she asked, going over and putting her arms around his neck, pressing her body into his. "No. I just wanted to have you all to myself the first night in our home. Guess we better get down there and get it over with. Maybe they won't stay too long. She didn't have the heart to tell him that around here, when people came to welcome people home, it always turned into a party that would last for hours. Her mother and father hugged and kissed her. Not having her around for months, were over the moon that she was home to stay. Tables were set up, food put out, and beer was passed around while some started a bonfire. There were over 20 people that showed up, some of who Dominic hadn't met yet. As they sat around the fire, Thomas stood up and made a toast. I want to welcome Dominic to our family and to our small town. When you told me you wanted to settle down here with Aurora, I was the happiest man in the world. I can see how much you love her, and if I were to die tomorrow, I'd go knowing you would always love and protect her. Dominic got up and shook his hand. Thanks, Thomas. I promise I'll make her happy and protect her. I know you will, son. Now, we all chipped in and got you both the wedding gift, which should be here soon. Dad, what is it? Aurora said, jumping out, egging him to tell her what the surprise was. Well, every cowboy and his woman need a fine horse to ride. Why, here they come now, he said, pointing to 2 men riding up on a couple of black stallions. One had a white spot between its eyes. Squealing with delight, she ran towards the horses. Dominic and the others followed. They're beautiful, she said, patting the one with the spot. Dominic laughed and patted the other one. I guess I know which one is yours, he said, looking at her with a smile on his face. These are 2 of the finest beasts around, Thomas said, watching how her face lit up. Let's get these boys inside the barn and take off the saddles, which by the way is included, he said to Dominic. Dad, thank you, she said, giving him a big hug. It was late when everyone finally left, and he was able to get her naked and into bed. Getting into bed, he climbed on top of her, his hand moving down as his mouth claimed hers in a passionate kiss. I've been waiting for hours to get you naked and under me, he said as he continued kissing and caressing her body. I love you, she moaned in between his hot kisses. He spread her legs open and embedded himself deep inside her. His hand took hold of her breast, caressing and rubbing his thumb over the nipple. His snake hard, his balls aching, he looked at her. I can do this 2 ways, slow and tender, or hard and fast, lady's choice. He was hoping for hard and fast. Hard and fast, she purred. Those words were like music to his ears. He had a raging fire burning inside him and needed to put it out. With the go-ahead, he began pounding his hard snake deep inside her, and felt her legs and arms going around him. Her warm breath fanned across his face while he watched her, and with every thrust, her lips made an oval shape when she moaned. She was his wife. How he liked the sound of that and loved her so much that he made sure she was satisfied before he got his own release. Totally drained, he kissed her swollen lips before rolling onto his side, his hand moving over her body. Wow, he said, turning his head to look at her. She smiles and nods. Oh yeah, wow was right. 10 minutes later, she lay on top of him. Now I want you to take me nice and slow. He moved the hair from her face. Damn woman, you're worse than I am. Can't you ever get enough? No, Pussycat is still hungry for your sausage. What's wrong, big boy? Can't you get it up again? She said, teasing him as she rubbed against his snake, which was getting hard. He flipped her over onto her back, pinning her beneath him. Oh, I can get it up, if it's nice and slow. You won, then that's what you get. Starting with her lips, he moved down to her breasts, giving each one equal attention, moving his lips down to her stomach. He placed little kisses moving down to between her legs. He took pleasure in making her moan. As she squirmed from the savage way, he licked and sucked, his tongue going deep, darting in and out. Moving up, he put 2 fingers inside her, thrusting them in and out fast as he kissed her, stifling her screams. She should have known better than to taunt him when it came to SX. He could keep going until she begged for mercy. Maybe it was his training with the SEALs that gave him the endurance to push everything he did to the limits. Dominic, no more, she said after orgasming 3 times straight in a row. No way, sweetheart, I'm just getting started, he said, sliding into her wet opening. An hour later, he kissed her before moving off her body that was coated with sweat, pulling her into his arms. Okay, now I'm finished. Night, sweetheart. They showered together in the morning. Dominic, she said, putting her arms around his neck, her body pressed up against him. Yes, he answered. His hands moved down to caress her bum. How would you feel about trying to have a baby? He stopped what he was doing to look at her, turning serious. Are you sure? I mean, it hasn't been that long since your miscarriage. I know, but it made me realize how much I want a baby. Taking a deep breath, she looked at his chest and watched as the water trickled down his hard muscles. "But if you don't want one or not ready, then I'll wait." Taking her face in his hands, he lifted her face up. "I do want one and am more than ready. So I guess you better throw the birth control pills away." Her face lit up, and her tears mixed with the water that flowed over them. "Really? Do you mean it?" "Damn straight I do, and we can start right now," he said, lifting her up as he entered her. He made love to her with the passion of a man on a mission, the best mission he was ever given. Later the next day, they saddled up the horses and went riding, making plans for the future. He would work from home. She would tend to the horses and the chores, upon her insistence, of course. Then again he would be helping, even considered getting some cattle. They rode over to her parents' place and had lunch with them. Later that night she found him in the barn, feeding the horses. She held a bag behind her back. "Dominic, I have a gift for you." "A gift, you say? Well, you're not naked, so it can't be what I want right now." "No, silly," she giggled and pulled out a new cowboy hat. "Every cowboy needs a hat, and I think you look really hot in this one." His eyes narrowed when he looked at her and took the hat. "I'm not sure about this. I'm not really a hat-wearing kind of guy." "Go on, try it on." When he did, she fanned herself. "Oh yes, so hot. You would be even hotter if you took off your shirt." Smiling, he removed his shirt, letting her get a good look. "Come here," he said, motioning with his finger. "Why?" she asked shyly. "Just do it," he orders. When she got close, he grabbed her arm. "Do you remember what I said last time? You wanted me to wear one of these hats." She shrugged her shoulders. "I said I would wear it when I ride you, and that's what I'm going to do now," he said, pulling her down onto the fresh bed of hay. "Dominic, what here?" "Yeah, here. This is our place and we're alone." Straddling her, he unbuttons her shirt and pushed it from her breasts, his mouth going to her neck as his hand moved down and inside her pants. "Oh baby, you're wet, but I'm going to get you a whole lot wetter." They started kissing and removing the rest of their clothes. Now totally naked, he did what he promised. He rode her hard, wearing his hat. Later he held her in his arms, loving her so much that it blew his mind. He didn't think it was possible to love anyone this much. "This is always going to be known as my lucky hat. I'm never taking it off." "Want to go for another ride?" she asked, getting on all fours and wiggling her butt. She let out a yelp when he got behind her, giving her a gentle slap as he slipped inside her. Holding her hips, he began thrusting. Later they put their clothes back on and she hugged him. "I'm hungry. Let's go into town and have some burgers and fries at the bar." "Baby, after what we just did, we need food to get our strength back," he said, kissing her. Chapter 35. 2 years later, waking up, he looks over to where she laid, asleep, in the 2 years that they have been together. His love for her grew more with each passing day. He got aroused just watching her as her chest moved slowly up and down. Climbing on top of her, he started kissing her neck, waking her and feeling her arms going around him. "Dominic, what a wonderful way of waking up," she moaned when he sucked on the spot that she liked. "I love you," he said, looking at her before he attacked her mouth with his. His hand slid the straps to her nightgown down and fondled her breasts. Moving down, he kissed every inch of her body that had started to tremble from the softness of his lips, taking the gown with him. "Oh, Dominic," she moaned when he had taken off her nightgown, and parting her legs put his mouth on her pussy cat, his tongue darting in and out of her, spreading her feminine folds, blew his warm breath over her clit. She ran her fingers through his hair as he continued his attack, bringing her to a climax that rocked her to the core. She let out a scream. Her chest was heaving rapidly up and down, as his lips left a trail of wet kisses up her body and to her mouth. She felt the full force of his shaft when it surged inside her. She raked her fingers down his back as he moved faster. Hitting her G-spot, she gasped, her body on fire. She held him tight when he grunted, felt his body trembling when he had gotten his own release, bringing them both to the highest peak ever. Moving on to his side, he takes her hand in his, their fingers intertwining. In 2 weeks, it was going to be their 2-year wedding anniversary, though they had been trying all the time to have a baby. It hasn't happened yet, and he knew how disappointed she was, so wanting to make her happy, he took her to Spain for a couple of weeks. He had long ago sold his apartment, and they did have to go back to New York, at least once a year on some business. Life on the ranch was what he loved and never regretted it for a moment. It was now his home and he loved it. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, resting her head on his chest. "About how much I love you and our trip to Spain." I love you too, and this is the best anniversary ever. Thanks for bringing me here. They spent 2 glorious weeks enjoying the beach and fine dining, and their lovemaking was just as hot as it was in the beginning, maybe even better. Once back home, they got back to their everyday lives. He kept busy catching up on emails and faxes for his business. He was annoyed that so much had piled up while he was away, and was determined to get business dealt with, so that he could enjoy the ranch and the small herd of cattle he had bought. To keep busy while Dominic was busy, she would go riding, sometimes over to visit her mother and aunt. Other times she would go visit girlfriends who she had drifted apart from, getting reacquainted. She loved taking care of the horses and making meals for her husband. At night was the only time lately that they had together, making love till both were exhausted. But she knew once he got his business taken care of, things would be different. The only sad part to her life was that she still hadn't gotten pregnant yet. A week later, he sneaked up behind her when she was making breakfast. Putting his arms around her waist, he kissed her cheek. Work is completed. I'm all yours from now on. Turning off the burners, she turned to face him. It's about time. I was starting to get lonely. I was even thinking about giving Bert a call. Now she would never have teased him about Bert if they were still at odds. Over the last 2 years, they had become good friends, and he even had a girlfriend who he was engaged to. Oh, you were you? You little tease. I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Picking her up, he tossed her over his shoulder as if she weighed nothing, and carried her over to the sofa in the other room. He laid her down and, removing his shirt, smiled down at her before getting on top. His hand went under her dress and between her legs, stroking her clit. Oh yes, she moaned. Teach me a lesson. Teach me real good. After the lesson, he got up. Doing his pants up, he helped her up. Now make me some breakfast before I start work, woman. Laughing, she picked up her panties and slipped them on. Woman. Now you are calling me woman. That's what you are. My woman, so no more talk of another man, or I might have to teach you another lesson. He was looking forward to more lessons, and maybe some punishments. He follows her into the kitchen, and pours himself a coffee and watches her. Pecker satisfied. Stomach full, he saddled up his horse and headed towards Thomas's ranch. He was going to teach him some things about raising cattle, among other things related to running a ranch. Man, he loved this life. Loved Aurora and found it more exciting and fulfilling than being with the Special Navy SEALs. Meanwhile, back at home, she was finishing up the breakfast dishes and started on the housework. Dominic wanted to hire a housekeeper, but she scoffed at that idea. It was her job as a wife to cook and clean for her man, which she loved doing. The housework was all done. She took a shower and put on a pair of jeans and a blouse, and went outside to feed and pet her horse. Later, she was just walking in the door when the phone rang. She answered it. Saying hello, she heard whoever it was hanging up. Weird, she thought to herself as she started preparing dinner. Dominic had been out all day, and she knew he would be hungry by the time he got back. She smiled when she heard the door opening and he walked into the kitchen, but when he got close and went to kiss her, she placed her hand on his chest, stopping him from getting any closer. Oh, you really stink. Go take a shower and change your clothes, and then you can have a kiss. 20 minutes later, he appeared, all showered and smelling good. Okay, woman. Where's my kiss? She still had to laugh every time he called her woman. Like a real cowboy. Right here, cowboy, she said, putting her arms around his neck and pressed her body against his. Lifting her head, gave him a passionate kiss. The way he kissed her back and the way his hand moved down her body, she felt the flames of desire racing through her body. Screw the food, she thought. She wanted him to make love to her, right on the kitchen table. Her eyes widened in shock when he let go of her and went and sat her down at the table. I'm starving, he said with a smirk on his face. Are you kidding me? After the kiss, you would rather eat than make love to me? She asked, shocked that he was turning her down. He grinned at her. You teased me earlier about Bert. Now it's my turn to tease you. Payback's a bitch, Aurora. Seeing the look she was giving him, he shook his finger at her. Oh, and if you are thinking about teasing me tonight, don't bother. When it comes to wanting you, I'll have you, and we both know you can't resist me. Smart ass, she cursed as she started dishing out their supper, but she had been wondering how long it would take him to get back at her about the comment about Bert. Not long, obviously. That night, as they were getting ready for bed, the phone rang and Dominic answered it, only to have the person on the other end hang up without speaking. That's weird. They hung up. He sat, putting the phone down. The same thing happened to me this morning, she said, pulling the blankets down and getting into bed. For whatever reason, a cold chill went down her spine and she shivered. Probably they figured it was a wrong number, so hung up. he said, getting into bed, climbed on top of her. Now, let's continue with what we started earlier. He kissed her. It was deep and passionate as his hand moved down to feel her wetness. He loved that she never wore panties to bed, made things so much easier for him. They showered together in the morning, making love. It seems like after all this time, they couldn't get enough of each other. Later she kissed him goodbye when he headed to town to buy some lumber. He was finally going to build that porch around back like he had been promising her for the last year. She was loading the dishes into the dishwasher when she heard footsteps coming into the kitchen. She giggled, thinking he had forgotten something. "So what did you forget?" she asked and turned around. The plate she was holding fell from her hand, smashing into pieces when it hit the floor. She frowned. Her heart began pounding so hard she could hear it beating. Face turning pale, she backed up, hitting her lower back hard against the counter. Her eyes went wide with fear and her body shook. "You," she said as the man walked towards her. Before she could scream, he lunged at her, covering her mouth with his hand as he pinned her up against the counter. She tried to struggle, tried to fight him off, but he was too strong, and then something was put over her mouth and she passed out from the smell. Chapter 36. Coming to, she opened her eyes. Her vision was blurred, and when she tried to move her arms, she realized with horror that her feet and hands were bound with rope. Her vision finally cleared. She realized she was tied to a table of some sort. Looking around, she knew where she was, at the sawmill, but being that it was Sunday, the place was closed. It took her a moment to remember the man who was at her place, a man who was supposed to be dead. But he was different. He wore gloves and a mask on one side of his face, like in the Phantom of the Opera, and his hair was so short. She started screaming for help, struggling with the ropes, trying to get free. Then from the shadows a figure appeared. She stopped screaming. "Finally you are awake. It's about time. Have you missed me, sweetheart?" "You can't be alive," she said, cringing when he moved closer. "Oh, but I am very much alive. No thanks to Dominic. I can't believe he married you." "Married my bitch. It must be that sweet pussycat of yours. He liked so much that he had to make sure he'd have it whenever he wanted it. I remember how sweet it was. So tight," he said and put his hand on her leg. "Don't touch me," she cried out, squeezing her legs tightly together so that he couldn't go between them. "Why are you doing this?" "Why?" he yelled. "You want to know why? I'll tell you why. That son of a bitch blew up my house with me in it. While I was fucking Eva, I barely escaped. My whole body was burned, my hands and this side of my face," he said, pointing to his right side that the mask covered. "I suffered for 2 years, going through skin grafts, and the pain was unbearable. Lucky for me, one of my men who were not at the house that night found me. I was taken away to an island, where I was given the treatments I needed from a doctor I knew. But everyone said you were dead." "Yes, and I let them think it. The fools had no idea how much money I had in an offshore account, under an assumed name. Now I am here for my revenge on Dominic. You're not only evil but mentally unstable." He leaned over her. His good eye was full of hate and rage. "Want to see what he did to me?" Not waiting for an answer, he removed the mask. She gasped in horror and turned her head away as she closed her eyes. The right side of his face was covered in deep scars, his right eye gone with the lid sunken in. She cried out in pain when he grabbed her chin and yanked her head towards him. "Open your eyes, bitch, and look at me." She did and felt as though she was going to be sick. "You were an R monster and now you look like one." Her head fell to the side when he slapped her hard and stars appeared before her. "I think it's time for Dominic to join us," he said and dialed his phone number. Dominic thought he would go home and grab a bite to eat and see Aurora. Walking inside, he calls out to her, but when he got no response, he goes into the kitchen, thinking maybe she was in there. He found this very strange. She wasn't outside with the whores, nor was she in the house. Then he noticed a broken plate on the floor, so going over he bent down and picks up one of the pieces. This was not like Aurora to leave a mess. She was always so tidy. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up and a cold chill ran down his spine. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. At that moment his phone dinged. Taking it from his back pocket, he looked to see who the caller was. It read unknown. "Dominic here," he said into the receiver. "Hello, old friend." The blood in his veins frowned when he heard Abe's voice. It couldn't be, he thought. This had to be a trick. "Abe, this can't be you." "Oh, it's me all right. Have you missed me?" "What do you want?" Dominic yelled into the phone. "I have something that belongs to you, and I must say, she is still as beautiful as she was when I had her. Married life sure agrees with her. If you harm one hair on her head, I'll kill you this time with my bare hands. You want to save her, then come. And come alone or she's dead. Where are you? He asked. The rage inside him was at its boiling point. That's for you to guess, my friend. I will give you a hint. It's one of two places. One that no one has used for a while. If you guess right, you might be able to save her. If you pick wrong, she's dead. Oh, and come alone. He slammed his phone down when Abe ended the call. Running his hands over his face, he stopped to think of where they could be. There was an old warehouse that had been abandoned for years, and then the sawmill that was still used from time to time. Going to the closet, he pulled out a metal box and unlocked it, took out his gun and loaded bullets into it. His hand shook. He was sweating. Going on the dangerous missions, he was never scared. But now he was. Just thinking about what that monster was doing to his wife made him sick. He had to pick the right place. He couldn't get over that Abe was alive. It was impossible, what with all the explosives that were planted around the house and the one inside. Well, he didn't have time to think about that. He had to save Aurora. His mind racing as he tried to figure out which place to go to. Tucking a knife under his pant leg, his gun behind him under his waistband, he hurried over and opened the front door, stopping short when he found two men standing there getting ready to knock. Dominic, it's so good to see you. Brian, what are you doing here? I came to warn you about Abe. I found out he's alive and is headed this way. You're too late. He's already here and has taken Aurora. Now get out of my way. I need to go save her before that prick kills her. Wait, let us help you, Brian said, grabbing a hold of his arm. You can't help me. This isn't a fight. There has to be something we can do. Dominic knew he needed help. He couldn't be in two places at the same time. Perhaps Brian could help after all. There were only two places he could be holding her. One is a warehouse about 10 miles from here. You and your men go to that one. I'll go to the sawmill, and if you find them, kill the fucker. Do whatever it takes to save my wife. Be careful, Dominic. Abe is after payback. He's more dangerous now than he ever was. Arriving close to the sawmill, he parked his truck far enough away that if Abe was there, he wouldn't hear a vehicle approaching. Getting out, he moved forward, ducking behind trees with his gun pointed. There was a car out front, one he hadn't seen around here before. He made his way up to the building and around the side. Going in through an open window, he heard a voice and recognized it as Abe's. Moving slowly towards where the voice was coming from, aimed his gun. His heart jumped into his throat when he saw her laying on a table that held a built-in saw that was used for slicing wood in half. Abe was leaning over her, saying some disgusting and foul things to her. Legs apart, gun aimed at Abe's back. Step away from her or I'll fucking kill you, he said, ready to shoot to kill. Abe straightens up and moved an inch, but then he aimed his own gun at her head and turned to look at Dominic. Drop it or I'll put a bullet in her pretty little head. He looked over at Aurora. She was looking back at him with tears falling down her face. It tore at his heartstrings to see her tied up and the way she looked at him, expecting him to save her. He had to stop Abe, had to try and distract him enough so that he could get closer and come up with a plan to save her. Maybe by keeping him talking, Brian and the other man might get here in time to help. Sweat dripped down his face when he heard the humming of the saw start up and knew what the man was planning. He had to take it down before he had a chance to push the button, sending the saw towards her head. Still aiming his gun, he called out to her, "Are you all right, baby?" "Yes," she answered, nodding her head. As scared as she was, and not knowing what would happen, all she could do was stare back at him, trying to be brave. "Dominic, I love you. I love you too." "Oh, how sweet," Abe said sarcastically. He pressed his gun into her temple. "Now drop the gun and kick it away, nice and slow." Dominic did what he was told, looking at him. "I like what you did to your face. It suits your personality," he said, taking another step forward. "I didn't do this. You did this to me? Tell me, Abe, how the hell did you get out of that house alive?" "Never mind that. I've been waiting a long time to pay you back. I've dreamed of ways to make you suffer the way I have. All right, you've got me. I'm here. Let Aurora go. It's me you want, not her." Abe left. It was loud and evil. "I thought about ways that would hurt you, and the more I thought about it, I realized the only way to really hurt you was to make you watch as I kill the one thing that means more to you than your own life or death." He leans over her, stroking her head. "Killing this beauty will destroy you?" "Don't do it," Dominic said, taking another step. "Stop, move another step and she's dead. Behind you there is a pair of handcuffs. One side is nailed to the wall, Go over and put your hand in the other end. Dominic, don't do it. Save yourself, she cried out. It's going to be all right, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Little did Abe know that he knew a trick to getting out of handcuffs, and it was so simple and could be done in a split second. He goes over and cuffs his one wrist to it. It appeared to be locked, but it wasn't. Part of the trick. Now you sit there like a good boy and enjoy the show. What are you planning, Abe? He used his gloved hand. One finger touched her forehead, moving down her nose, lips all the way down to her crotch. When I push the button, the saw will cut her in half. He laughs, an evil one that sent chills down his body. You hadn't lived till you hear the sound of a saw cutting through bones and splitting someone into two. Get your fucking hand off her, you twisted perverted freak, he yelled when Abe touched her, his finger moving down her body and seeing her cry. He had to move fast before Abe pushed the button. His body tensed up when Abe pushed the button, and putting his back to and watched as the saw started moving slowly towards her head. Chapter 37. No, stop, he screamed when the machine was turned on and it started moving towards her head. Freeing himself, he jumped on Abe, banging his head on the ground and knocking him out, or so he thought. She started screaming. The sound of the saw was getting closer. She looked at Dominic and saw them fighting. She prayed that he would be able to defeat Abe and save her. The sound of the saw was so loud and getting louder. Dominic went to shut off the machine, but Abe grabbed his foot, causing him to fall. Both of their guns were out of reach. He reached for the knife that was under his pant leg as they struggled. Abe kicked it away before Dominic could use it. Grabbing it, he went to stab Dominic but just grazed him before it was knocked out of his hand. It seemed like forever that they fought, each throwing punches. Time was running out for Aurora. He had to do something now. He saw a chain on the ground. It was attached to some cords on the ceiling. Grabbing it, he managed to wrap it around Abe's neck. Jumping to his feet, he used all his strength to reel it in. It was a struggle, but he managed to get Abe up, till he was tangling in the air, his feet kicking and gagging noises coming from his mouth. He wrapped it around a post. Turning to her, he saw the saw was just inches from her head. Her screams for him to help were so loud as he ran over to the button and turned it off just in the nick of time. He looked into her eyes filled with fear and quickly untied her feet, then her hands, pulling her to a seating position. He took her into the folds of his arms, crushing her as he ran his hand over her head to make sure there were no cuts. He held her while she cried, her tears wetting his shirt. When she had settled down some, he pulled apart, cupping her face in his hands. He kissed her so hard. All of his fear and relief went into that kiss. Just knowing he was only an inch from losing her, he let his own tears fall. I love you so damn much. Tell me, did he touch you sexually or hurt you in any way? She looks over to where he was hanging from the ceiling and back at him. No, he hit me, that was all. I knew you would save me, she said, burying her face in his chest. They both turned their heads when the door swung open and two men charged in, guns aimed but then lowered them. Looks like we're late for the party, Brian said, looking over at Abe. He walks over to the couple. Sorry that it took so long getting here. Are you both all right? Yes, Dominic answered for them both, his arms wrapped around her as he stroked her head. He never wanted to ever let her go again, but then she pulled apart. Her lips quivered when she looked at him. Dominic, I'm so scared. Placing his hands on her shoulders, looked deeply into her eyes. You've nothing to be scared of any longer. Abe is dead and he can never hurt us again. She shakes her head. I know that. That isn't what I'm afraid of. Then what? He asked, looking at her. I'm pregnant. A smile crossed his face. Pregnant, he said softly, his heart beating fast. Are you sure, and when did you find out? This morning I took a pregnancy test. I was going to tell you tonight. After what happened, I'm afraid I might lose the baby. I can't go through that again. I just can't, she cried out. You won't, I promise. He looks at Brian. I have to take my wife to the hospital to get checked out. Can you take care of this mess? Brian moved closer to them. Yes, of course, Mrs. Quintus. I'm sorry you lost your baby before, but I'm sure this time everything will be all right. But what took place here today never happened. You never saw Abe or myself. She knew what he meant and understood. Okay, she answered. Dominic lifted her up into his arms. Get rid of the body and clean up so that no one finds out about this. Thanks for being here. Maybe someday we'll meet again, but under happier conditions. He carried her out to the truck and helped her in. Going around, he got in and took her in his arms, knowing she was scared about losing the baby. It's going to be all right. You'll see. I love you so much, sweetheart. He kept his arm around her as he drove to the hospital. There he got her inside and demanded to see a doctor right away, letting them know she was pregnant and had a fall. After all, they couldn't tell them the truth. After being checked out, the doctor patted her arm. "You have no need to worry. We checked and the baby is fine. You can go home now, but after the fall you should lay down and rest. We'll set up an appointment with your family doctor." When the doctor left, she put her arms around Dominic. "I was so worried. You heard the doctor and he says you're 6 weeks along." He looks at her. "It took us a while for you to get pregnant, but we did it. Just wait until your parents find out. They're going to be thrilled. I love you, Mrs. Quintus, and you've just made me the happiest man alive. Let's wait to tell them. All I want now is to go home and sleep, to forget about what happened today." "Okay," he said, giving her a tender kiss. When her family was told 2 days later, they were thrilled, and her father had tears in his eyes. He and Dominic went outside to smoke the cigars he brought with him. Thomas Saturday down after lighting his. "Aurora's mother and I wanted more kids, but it never happened. I can't believe that my little girl, whom I once carried on my shoulder, is now a grown married woman and is now having a baby. I still see her as my little angel." Dominic laid his hand on Thomas's shoulder. "Soon you'll have another angel to love and to watch him or her grow up. You're going to make a great grandfather." Thomas smiled back at him. "Thanks. Seeing how good you are to Aurora, I know you're going to make one hell of a good father." Close to her 9 weeks of pregnancy, they went for her first ultrasound. They held hands as it was being done and saw the doctor smiling. "Well, will you look at that?" he said, turning to them. "What?" both Aurora and Dominic said at the same time. "Looks like you're having twins." They looked at each other with open mouths, a smile so wide that it lit up Dominic's face, and he kissed her as the doctor looked on. "I'll give you 2 minutes alone," the doctor said, leaving the room. Tears were streaming down her face, her hands cupping his face. "Dominic, twins. I can't believe it. This is really good news, right?" "Oh hell yeah, baby, it sure is." He felt as though he had won a lottery, won so much better than money. A few weeks later, they went back for another ultrasound, this time to find out the sex of the babies. Dominic high-fived the doctor when they were told one was a boy, the other a girl. They couldn't wait to tell everyone. Later, in her 8th month, her parents and aunt came over and gave them the blankets, baby sweaters and booties they knitted for the twins. Her father and Dominic were busy upstairs in the baby's room, setting up the cribs. The pregnancy went smooth. Their love grew more each day. At night he would rub her stomach as he talked into her belly, letting the babies get used to the sound of his voice. Seeing she was having twins, their sex life had to come to a halt when she reached her 7th month. He was okay with it though, knowing that his angels would be here soon. 2 weeks before her due date, her water broke and was taken to the hospital when the contractions started. Their babies were born a few short hours later, both healthy, weighing 5 pounds and 10 ounces. Zachary and Anika came into this world screaming at the top of their lungs. Zachary came first and 10 minutes later his sister followed. For the first 2 months of their little lives, they slept in the bedroom with Aurora and Dominic. He didn't mind since they were so small, and it wasn't as if he could make love to his wife until she was completely healed and ready. With twins, she was always exhausted, as was he. She was unable to produce enough milk for the twins, so they were bottle-fed, which in a way was a good thing for him. He was able to get up through the night and help with the feeding and changing. The night they finally put the twins to bed in their own room, he flopped into bed. "I have carried a 180-pound man over my shoulder during a gunfight in battle, but was never as tired as I am taking care of 2 babies. It's such hard work. I'm so tired I could go right to sleep." Grinning, she ran her hand up his powerful arm and over his shoulder to his hard, muscular chest. "That's too bad. If you weren't tired, we could have made love tonight." She squealed when he got up and pushed her down onto the bed and got on top of her. "Shit, don't tease me." "I'm not teasing. I'm ready and I want you," she said, tracing his lips with the tips of her fingers till his mouth came down hard on hers. His kiss was full of wanton desire, as his hand pulled down the straps to her nightgown. Not wanting to hurt her, he took it slow, being as gentle and as tender as he could, when what he really wanted to do was give it to her good and hard. But he also knew that could come later. Right now he wanted to show her how much he loved her for giving him the life he never knew he wanted until he met and fell in love with her. "Dominic, oh God, that was amazing and I so needed that. I love you for holding back, but maybe next time, you could be a little less gentle." "Oh, So my lady likes it a bit rough. Don't worry, I was just getting warmed up. Next time you'll be screaming so loud you might wake up the babies. She left. Then you'll have to kiss me to keep me quiet. I love you so much. Aurora, never stop loving me. If you were to stop, it would break me and I'd never recover. You're my heart and soul. You have given me 3 great gifts, your love, and our beautiful children. She started crying, pulling him down and hugging him tight against her. I feel the same way. I love you so much. Chapter 38, Epilogue. 5 years after the birth of the twins. Going into his office, she found Dominic working on his laptop. Walking over, places her hand softly on his shoulder. Will you be much longer? She asked, smiling at him. Looking up, he smiled. Where are the twins? Aunt Bev is giving them their bath before they go over to Mom and Dad's. Then we'll have to leave for the airport if we want to catch our flight to New York. She knew what that spark in his eyes meant when he pulled her closer. His hand went under her dress and the other hand between her legs as he started caressing and running his hand over her pussy cat. We have time, and since the kids are in the bathtub, let's have some fun, he said, his hand moving inside her panties. But the kids, she said, feeling her panties getting wet. They're in the tub. We have time before they're done, he said. Standing up, he put his arms around her and moved in for a kiss. But then the squeals of the children could be heard, and were headed to the office. He growled when they ran in, followed by a flustered aunt. I'm sorry, Aurora. The children are too excited about spending a week with their grandparents. I'll bathe them when we get there, Beth said, apologizing. He moved behind Aurora, so that they couldn't see how the front of his pants was bulging. He made sure she could feel his arousal through. That's okay. We'll head over now. The luggage is in the car. Kids, go grab your bag of toys. She turned to face him when the kids were gone. Sorry about that. He put his hands on her waist, drawing her in close to him. That's all right. With the 5-year-olds running around, it's expected. But once we get to our suite in New York, there won't be any interruptions, so I'll be making up for lost time. I'm so looking forward to it, she said, giving him a kiss. Went to go get her purse. He leaned against the desk, his hands resting on the table as he watched her walk out. Almost 8 years now he had been with her, and she still got him horny as a teenager whenever she was close. When the twins had their 5th birthday, he made arrangements to go to New York. Every year they went, leaving the children with the grandparents for a few days. He missed the days when they could be spontaneous, doing it when and wherever they wanted to. But once the twins got older, they had to tone it down a bit. Only when they were with Grandma and Grandpa were they able to fool around in different parts of the house. He didn't mind though. He loved his children and his wife. He heard from others that after a couple of years of being married, their sex lives dwindled down to a couple of times a week. He laughed to himself. Even after all this time, they never missed a day, unless she was having her period. Other than that, it was twice a day for them, sometimes more. Sex for them got better with each passing year. He was indeed a very lucky man. Dominic, are you coming? The kids are excited to go and are tearing up the back seat. Being pulled from his thoughts, he smiled at her. Yes, I'm coming. The twins flew into their grandparents' arms the moment they were unbuckled from the car seats. Okay. Now you kids be good for Grandma and Grandpa and Aunt Bev. After hugs and kisses, Dominic and Aurora headed to the airport. He couldn't wait to get her alone and into bed. Truth be told, it wasn't really business he had to tend to. He just wanted some alone time with her. Dominic, this suite is beautiful, she said when they landed and were at the hotel. There was a bottle of champagne chilling and red roses on the table. Dropping the hotel card down, he moves over, turning her around, puts his arms around her waist. I've been waiting a long time to get you all to myself. Putting her arms around his neck, she smiled up at him. Now that you have me here, what are you going to do to me? Let's put it this way. If you kiss my neck or lips, I'm going to rip off your clothes, throw you down and have my wicked way with you. I will push your body to its limit, making you beg for mercy, but I won't stop. I'll keep going, till there's not an ounce of strength left in either one of us. Oh my, she purred. Putting her lips on his neck, she started kissing, her tongue sliding over his skin, and she felt his hardness pressing into her. Now you've gone and done it, he said, putting his hands on the top of her dress and pulling it apart, ripping it until the whole thing was ruined, and he took it off her. He pulls her down onto the floor, his hands pulling off her panties, and his mouth goes between her legs, pleasuring her until she begged him to make love to her. She laid there watching him when he stood up and took off his clothes. She took his hand when he held it out, and he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Hours later she laid in his arms, her head resting on his chest. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said you wouldn't stop until we were exhausted. I have a surprise for you, he said, lifting her face up so he could kiss her. What might that be? She asked when he finally broke the kiss. I'm not here on business. I made that so that we could spend some time alone together without the kids interrupting us. Don't get me wrong, I love our children, but there are times I want to be alone with you. Here I can make love to you whenever and wherever I want to. Plus we can go to the opera and take in some plays. I feel the same way and I think it's good we have some alone time. Keeps our marriage fresh. I also have a surprise for you. You do. She sits up, looking down at the man who won her heart years ago. I'm pregnant. 6 weeks. He sat her straight up, his hand cupping the side of her face. This is really the best surprise you could ever have given me. A tear trickled down his face when he drew her in for a kiss. She wiped his tear away with her thumb when she held his face in her hands. Dominic, I know I said we should stop once we had the twins, but I know how much you wanted another one, that I changed my mind. I love you so much and this is the best way I could show you how much. To know your child is growing inside me fills me with so much happiness and love. Now, make love to me again and again. He lowered her down onto her back, his hand moving over her stomach. I love you. I'll love you every day until I take my last breath. His mouth went to hers in a deep and tender kiss before turning hot and demanding. It got him hot just feeling the way her hands moved over his body, like she couldn't get enough of touching him. As she laid in his arms after they were done making love, she couldn't stop crying. Hearing her cry, he stroked the side of her face, his heart heavy. Was he too rough and had hurt her? Sweetheart, why are you crying? Have I hurt you? Eyes wet, face blotchy, she sniffed. No, these are happy tears. Remember that first night you took me to your place and later you found me on the balcony? Yes, he nods. After being with Abe and then you took me, I thought there was no escape from the horror I was living. I didn't know you then and thought you were as bad as he was. I was planning on jumping over and ending my life. I figured it was my only way out, but then you showed up so I couldn't. I'm so glad I didn't do it, because of you. I found out what it feels like to be in love with someone. I didn't know that love could feel like this. The love I have for you is greater than anything I could ever imagine. The children and you make me so happy. The love you show me fills my heart with joy and you have an amazing body. Not to mention you're so damn good in bed. He wiped her tears away. So you think I have a great body? I guess I better keep it in great shape for you then. She runs her hands over his chest. Yeah, you better, she said, smiling at him. A few months later, she was busy preparing lunch with her contractions started. The kids were playing in the other room, so she called out to Zachary and told him to get his father. It was a week before her due date, as she was hoping this delivery would be fast and easy like it was when the twins were born. Dominic and Aunt Bev, who was staying with them until the new baby arrived, came running into the kitchen. She looks up at them, clutching her stomach. The baby's coming, she said, moaning as another contraction hit her hard. Giving the twins a kiss, Dominic got her into the truck, and they headed to the hospital. He held her hand, bringing it to his mouth. He kissed it, but then she pulled away, letting out a small scream and grabbed her stomach. Dominic, it's coming now. We don't have time to get to the hospital. Are you sure you can't hang on another 20 minutes? He asked. Stopping the vehicle, he turned to look at her. She grabbed him by the collar and drew him so close their noses were touching. And fucking sure, you're going to have to deliver the baby here. Now, she screamed at him. He cleared his throat. Man, she is strong, he thought when he unclenched her fingers from his collar. He helped her out and into the back seat, rolling his jacket up for her head to rest on. A blanket was spread over the back seat. He removed her panties and pushed her dress up over her hips. I love you, she says, lifting her legs. I love you too, sweetheart. I see the head. Now start pushing. A smile lit up his face when the baby came out. It's a girl, he said. Taking off his shirt, he wrapped the baby in it. Cutting the cord, he hands her to Aurora. Oh, she's so beautiful, she said as tears filled her eyes, and she looks at Dominic. Just like her mother, he said, giving her a kiss. I'd better get you both to the hospital. He covered them up with the blanket. Giving them both a kiss, he gets behind the wheel, and he drove slowly so as not to risk them falling. He looked in the rearview mirror, his heart swelled with love. The hospital was waiting for them, and when he walked in carrying them, they took her and the baby to be checked. One of the nurses gave him some scrubs to wear as his shirt was with the baby and his pants had some blood on them. He called her parents to give them the news, and then he was able to go in to see her and the baby. "Oh, she's so beautiful," he said as he kissed his newborn on the cheek. "We have to decide on a name. She looks so happy and content. I think I like the name, Loanna." Aurora stroked her baby's cheek. "What do you think?" she asked him. "That's a good name. I love it and I love you." "I love you too." The twins loved their baby sister. Dominic and Aurora's love grew with every passing year, and the passion remained all through their married lives. They never had any more children, and still made yearly visits to New York for alone time. If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. Drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. The end.